Being as I'm autistic, I have a very creative flair. People with autism tend to be very creative. My troll's obsession with me is, well, it's sadder than my drinking, to be honest. And even I can acknowledge that sometimes I drink too much. You know when Tim Allen looks at a hot rod and he goes, "Arr, arr, 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 arr. What up, fellow YouTubers? It's your boy King Cobra back at it with another video. Working on some wands, man. Gonna be like 4 wands for sale in a bundle. You'll get 2 signed autograph tapes from my last 2 albums. You get a bar of wand soap to go with it. It's a pretty sweet deal. 4 wands, all that shit. Anyways, back at it with another video response. Drinking my favorite energy drink, Monster Energy. This is the only one I have. One's enough. Obese YouTuber Nickel Avocado needs help now. I've seen a couple of this dude's videos. The dude reviews some delicious looking food. In the spirit of being unhealthy for this video, let's crack open the green goodness. Unleash the beast. Yeah. I wish Monster would sponsor my ass. Maybe if I get to like 1 million subscribers, maybe Monster will sponsor me. I don't know. You don't know who Nickel Avocado is? He's a YouTuber who does food reviews. And let me tell you, some of the weirdest shit. You think my channel's weird? This guy. People will do some crazy shit for fame. Like eating Tide Pods. And I'm over here like, Are you special ed? But no, a lot of people are concerned for Mr. Avocado here. You take like the polar opposite of Eugenia Cooney, and this guy's like on the heavier side of things. And it's just, dude. You know what this is missing is some Jack Daniel's original Tennessee whiskey. Yes, Jack Daniel's and Green Monster, fire all day, man. That was a drink you saw me drinking in my Happy Birthday Danny Field video, but it's beside the point. In my defense, I try not to be gross on camera if I can help it. But doing it on purpose just for shock value is like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not here to start beef with Mr. Avocado. Side note, I want to get this green M right here, tattooed right here on my other bicep. Right there. One of these days, that's my next tattoo when I get the money for it. I'll be the first to say it. People are weird. Watching other people eat food on the internet, it's kind of like watching other people play video games. There's a thing for it, I guess. Even for me, it gets to a point where I want to lose weight, where I feel self-conscious about the way I look. I'll get a bit of a gut, yes, but it doesn't get like too bad, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll push out my stomach a bit. This is as fat as I get. Okay, if I push out my stomach. But this, because I have a high metabolism, but this guy. Yes, people seem to love to watch train wrecks. That's why a lot of people watch your boy Cobra, because they think I'm a fucking train wreck. Yeah, like, look at Cobra on camera, drinking all the time and smoking his CBD like, hey. But then when you don't see me drinking, you're just like, well, wait a minute, maybe he actually has some shit together. Bloody hell. You see that, ladies? You think you're the only one that gets told your body has disgusting. You think you're the only one. You think you're the only fucking gender who gets told your body has disgusting. Look like fucking Chewbacca down there. You're a fucking piece of shit for saying it. Like you tell your girlfriend, "Hey, missus, could you shave your fucking legs? You look like fucking porcupine shit down there. I can't cuddle with a fucking porcupine, it's all stubbly and gross. Oh, you're a piece of shit. Fuck you, all men are the same, So yeah, ladies, I know how you feel. Personally speaking, I like shaving me balls and me crotch, you know? Keep it trim for the unbathed ladies, yeah. I mean, people can't look away because, like I said, people find train wrecks to be entertaining, to be honest. Like when you see Cobra slamming himself on alcohol in some of my other videos, you're just like, oh, bloody hell, Cobra, that's not good for you, but I can't look away. And there are times when I'm just like, when I'm passed out on camera because I drank too much, I don't like the way that looks, to be honest. That's real talk, and that's just self-reflection. It's cool to have a drink on camera and chillax and bullshit and shoot the breeze, but when you're so drunk you're passing out on camera, that's just not a good look for YouTube. It's kind of sad, to be honest. So even I'm self-aware of my drinking, you know what I'm saying? I still love to drink. I don't have to have it all the time. Because I'm an independent, I'm neither Republican nor Democrat, I'm down the middle. I support abortion rights, gun rights, and weed legalization. And if that triggers you, fuck off. Waiting for some merchandise to show up. I ordered one of my Potion Time glasses. It should be here tomorrow or Friday. So that'll be pretty sweet. I don't care if I have alcohol or not. to test it out. So I'll use water if I have to. I don't care. And I'll unbox it or I'll unbox it and show it off on YouTube. You won't see me unboxing it, but when I do unbox it, then I have the box thrown away and everything. I'll be like, hey, YouTube, look what I just saw. I see a fly on my computer screen. I'll head to the now. Yes. If you're gonna kill flies, kill them in style with this bug assault gun. These things are pretty fucking sweet. And have a good old-fashioned fly swatter as a backup. Very nice, very nice. These things are fun to have. You pour your table salt in there and pop the sage. It's like a pump shotgun. Boom! I mean, so far my only complaint for Nick Avocado here is that it looks like he's just wasting food when he's just smeared it all over his bloody face. You know what I'm saying? But outside of that, you know what I'm saying? But holy crap, Nick Avocado has an OnlyFans. No. Oh God. Bloody no. Look at that monster kick in. I'm feeling it, man. Yes. Could you imagine if a man tried selling women's underwear for just one bloody second? Nothing against culprit underwear, but imagine if a man were to sell Victoria's Secret to women. Here comes Fabio with his long billowing hair and his chest hair exposed, this white collared shirt billowing in the wind as he's galloping down a sunsetted beach on a white horse, looking majestic, his long hair flowing in the breeze. Ladies, even if the beer is not your particular brand, you're still gonna want to fucking drink it because you saw a hot chick drinking it. At the end of the day, when she goes, babe, can I have $40? What for? She wants to get her hair done. She wants to get a purse. She saw the most amazing pair of shoes at the mall. She has to have them. Oh, fucking hell, I farted. So, of course, you fork it out. Even though you're like, I just gave you like $60 the other day. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? So it evens out eventually, right? It's okay. As long as you're not a fucking sicko, you don't go out of your way to steal or hurt people. Who the fuck cares? You don't hurt animals or any of that crap. Who the fuck cares? You know what I'm saying? It blows my fucking mind. You're not a real man if you can't go build me a log cabin. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all that bullshit. Because sometimes women fix cars. And sometimes men make great cooks. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck off, YouTube, with this bullshit. No. Yeah, you shouldn't. Exactly. Okay. You want to call me a worthless freak, says the asshole texting me. Block, delete, ignore. That's what's up. Hey, Cobes, there's a girl YouTuber by the name of Clear Path that's just made a video saying Love and Vanity is the best album she's ever heard. Fucking good. The Ava Grande metal I'm making is catching on. People are liking it. Sweet. You currently have $9 and what is that? $84. Wait, what? No, it's not $84. $9.84 to be paid out. Sweet. I gotta pay out on Teespring. Start it. Bitchin'. That monster kicked in. I'm feeling the rush, dude. Now, if I had a fucking time machine, I would end racism and sexism, period. Anyways, King Cobra fam, I'll catch you later. Thanks for watching. I found out that bearded dragons can have hard-boiled eggs, but they have to be cooled off to room temperature, and they have to be deshelled, of course. Now, if I had kids of my own and they wanted to try an energy drink, I would at least wait till they're 12 years old before they try their first energy drink, just to be safe. The system's broken and everyone gets treated unfairly. Yeah, that's why it's called a double standard. Good evening, YouTube. Hope you all having a fantastic evening. I'm doing just fine. Thank you for donating your time to the cause. Greatly appreciated. Earlier, I was singing some vocals. My vocals still got it. The way our society's been going is to a nutshell and back. This is a gender relations rant. If you're not interested, hit the back button now. Thank you all for tuning into this extravaganza. I'll be doing a live tomorrow. Life can be crazy sometimes. If you watched the live stream earlier, then you know what's up. Entertaining you cool cobras with a gender relations rant. I hear both genders bitching about the same thing. Why can't I find someone decent? When you feel the same way, you get sick and tired of hearing everyone else bitch about it. So you're just like, okay, what's the bigger problem here? Oh, it's the dating scene, it's not me, it's just, to some degree, maybe it's the way you handle things. So parts of it are because of you and what you contribute. I'm sure people are tired of hearing about gender relation rants, but honestly, I'm tired of the genders fighting over stupid shit.
Face purple wide eyes. Hand pink waving. Face purple wide eyes. Hand pink waving. Face purple wide eyes.
Do hope you're all having a fantastic Sunday, early Monday. What is up, punk rock? He says, LOL. It doesn't matter if I'm sober or drunk or not. I'm coming to you fixing the way men and women treat each other. It's a much better use of my time than whining. Even after I get laid, I'm still gonna fight for gender relations. That's the thing of it. Is I found something that I'm passionate about and that can make a difference. But in some way, shape, or form, I see that what I'm doing on YouTube is making a difference.
Face blue smiling.
People are like, when's the next rap album? I might produce a Valentine's Day album. The Christmas album was a right hit. I did it for shits and giggles, and it got a lot of positive results, so I might do one for single awareness. And if you want to check it out, that's cool. If not, So I've just decided that 2021 is going to be an awesome year for me, and I'm going to keep kicking ass at what I do. Enough said on that. Both women and men are put underneath the same pressure but to some degree, men feel it a bit worse when it comes to the whole "you need to get laid" bullshit culture we live in. I'm telling you right now, if you're like 20, 21, and you haven't had sex yet, it's okay. I'm going to tell you it's okay and it doesn't matter. And on top of it, if you're not getting it, even if you're not comfortable with it or not, you're still being pressured by this mentality that society has laid down for men. The Mr. Fix-It everything, you know what I'm saying? And if you want to spice up you and your partner's love life, tactical soap, baby. Some KY, mine plus hers, pink and blue shit, provided your partner's not allergic to lube. And, you know, yeah. And then some tactical soap. Your female friend will be like, "You smell good." You know, men, we're not that hard to seduce. We're not. Women are a lot harder to seduce. For years, women could seduce men with a simple glance or a nice sexy red dress. You know what I'm saying? And I guarantee you, I'm just saying, make love, not war. And, you know, the world will be a better fucking place. These people need to get laid more than I do. That might be savage considering I'm going through a 3-year dry spell, but come on, people. A lot of people are gonna get sick of these gender relation rants, and I'm in the same boat, and I'm just sick of hearing it, and I'm like, you know what? It makes me appreciate my dry spell. At the same time, I'm just like, you know what? There's gotta be a solution to this madness. Hope you're all having an awesome new 2021. Drank some Coca-Cola. Got some soda pop and some tobacco. I'm ready to rock.
Should have kept that dry spell.
I found that soda pop helps with the ADHD. I can focus more on what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? And you can agree or disagree, whatever you want. This is just a live stream. You know, if you're not trained to fuck with cobras and you're going in the wild to fuck with a poisonous cobra and you get bit, then you throw a bitch fit because you got bit. Is it where you fucking with it? Yes. Were you trained to handle it? No. Well, that's why you got bit. Now, if the cobra feels threatened, it's going to fight back, and humans are no different in that respect. Your environment, your territory is being threatened, you react. Okay? Here's the thing of it. I want to say 2 things. One, if you want to have a happier relationship, more intimacy, less fighting, better communication. You know what I'm saying? Sex doesn't fix everything, but whatever level of intimacy you and your other half are capable of achieving, make it happen. Never go to bed angry. If you and your wife or your girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, are pissed off, never go to bed angry. A lot of people are gonna laugh their asses off, like, "Oh my God, Cobra with his gender rants, LOL." Yep. Yeah, Cobra with his gender rants. And with that, YouTube, I will catch you all in the next one. Like, I'm not trying to get, like, preachy.
What in tarnation is Pig Roach and Chad Codes looking at?
Just doing his thing, like... Oh, He makes magic
Sonic Jaded
wands.
Asterisk has
He
just swung by.
practices
Maybe
magic.
swing
You
by
find
many
a really
more.
hot goth chick
Cheevo.
into Harry Potter. That's over, dude. I'm just saying. My last apartment went cigarette free and smoker free. I fought it at my last place, and eventually it led to my lease getting turned. We're just hanging out, chilling like a rock star villain. Yes. You know, like, fellas, don't be afraid to, like, put on a suit every once in a while, you know? Chicks dig that shit. But we're not here to talk about gender relations. Nope. We'll find something else to talk about. I don't want every video I make to be about gender relations, you know? If I can help it. You don't have to donate money, but it's greatly appreciated. It goes towards, you know,
Sonic and Cobra. I'm
I might lower the price on the slices of carpet. What do you guys think? Which should be kind of shitty to do, considering the two people paid $100 for it. So, honestly, that was a nightmare to
That is
clean my
really
old
funny.
apartment.
If they
so
actually
I'm not
created
changing
power
the
or
price.
harnessed power like that, they would be a threat to mankind.
No, actually, he didn't. My dad did help me with cleaning the apartment, the old one, but I did my fair share too, you know what I'm saying? Let's see if we got any more people buying a slice. Let's see. Nope, still the same two people, alright. But one person wanted me to autograph it like 3 times, and then the other person wanted, you know what I'm saying? So, just to show you that I'm not playing around here. Like, legitimately, YouTube, look at that. You too could have a smaller piece of carpet. But here's the thing of it. There's a couple pieces that aren't very big, just because cutting this was kind of difficult. But the person who ends up buying the smallest piece of carpet that's autographed, the person who gets the smallest piece of carpet will in fact get a free wand. What? Because not all the pieces are big like this, you know? And this is in fact carpet from the old apartment. Here's the front of it and the back of it. It's over on my Etsy page. Yes, sir. Now we're gonna go ahead and autograph right there. Oh, sniggly snap, it's autographed. Look out. Well, all the pieces need to be autographed anyways. So, this right here, kind of a small piece. These two are going together. But you literally have the chance to own a piece of carpet from the original, like the apartment where King Cobra JFS started. That's the thing of it, dude. Getting those pieces autographs, so that way when they're bought, they're ready to go.
Ding 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 ding.
I need banana, tasty banana. Squeeze the peel, it comes in denim. Squeeze banana.
There you are, buddy. Look out. I was trying to cut this into one solid chunk, but that didn't work out. Kind of me. One lucky person who buys the carpet's gonna get a free wand. A free wand, you say? Yes. This one's big enough for like 3.
Banana.
One of the orders wanted me to sign the back of it like 3 times. I'm like, well, I could definitely do that. So you could definitely own a piece of that carpet. Just gonna go on over to Etsy. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of a nightmare to clean the old place. You know? Plus it'll take me time to get them all shipped out and ready and everything. Another one signed, another one signed. You got a King Cobra JFS fan in your life? Well, it took me and my dad several days to get that old apartment cleaned. You know what I'm saying? Right when I moved out of my old place, YouTube, we got the old carpet ripped out, got it repainted, scrubbed, everything, you know? There we go. Getting them autographs done. Watch out. Now I'm telling you right now, this is a chance to own some history. Yep. I love the smell of Sharpie. Oh, man. There we go. Autographed. Again, this. Ooh, got a sneeze in my nose. Excuse me. But yeah, this will be your chance to own a piece of Cobra history, dude. This was at the old place, like I said. And if you started watching my YouTube videos when I was in my old place, you know what I'm saying, then this will be nostalgic for you. Yes, sir. You know, I got a friend whose birthday is coming up, and, you know, this would be a great way to get my friends something for their birthday. And I'm not going to say when exactly my friend's birthday is or who it is, you know. There are some members of the Cobra-verse, as you would call it, that I don't fully discuss on camera. These two are the same piece. Okay, for this live stream, I will lower the price on the carpet pieces. But for this live stream only, once this live stream is over, their price will be going back up. So if you want a chance to get yourself a piece of autographed carpet from the old place, for this live stream only, pieces are now going to be $44. So for this live stream only, now's your chance to get an extremely discounted. You know what I'm saying? The reason why I originally charged $100 a piece is because, like I said, I spent $200 on paint for my old apartment, and me and my dad cleaned and repainted it, everything. So, yeah, all my old landlord had to do basically was put in new carpet. Let's see if we got any more orders. Oh, we got 7 orders. We got a couple people who ordered slices of the carpet. Yes. Glorious. Exhumed Visions writes, can you put some cigarettes out on mine? Yeah. That I can do, man. That I can do. Holy crapola, how many pieces did we sell? 1, 2, 3, 4. I do thank you all for tuning in to watch the stream and, you know, supporting me and such. Appreciate it. I'll catch you later. Howdy YouTube, having a glass of my homemade wine as it is after 5 o'clock. To be honest, I have notorious bad luck with women, but I don't let that stop me from treating them with respect and just waiting patiently, you know? Sometimes that's what it takes. Cheers to a happy Halloween and owning the YouTube trolls. You want to bully a 31-year-old autistic such as myself? You're pathetic. What is up, YouTube? It is your sexy goth bad boy King Cobra JFS back at you with another video. Now, the shirt I have has been washed a couple times, so it's a little faded. But here it is, the People Suck and I Need a Beer shirt. Check that out. Yeah. Because sometimes we've all had those moments where we're just like, man, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to go to a friend's house after this and hang out
Chad
for a
Coates,
bit.
can you close
The
your
weather in
eyes?
Casper
I
is
don't want
looking
nightmares.
just fucking beautiful. Now, I personally think homophobia is just stupid. Like, as long as the people are old enough for each other and it's consensual, who the fuck cares? Check out the shirt. It says, people suck, I need a beer. If you practice magic, you're going to hell for your sins. And I'm just like, yeah, but didn't Moses part the sea with his staff? That sounds pretty Harry Potter-like to me. Shut your mouth, blasphemy. And last time I checked, speaking in tongues was the devil's work. Have you seen The Exorcist? You speak Latin? Nah. Like, I'm not here to judge nobody, man. As long as the people you're with are old enough and it's consensual, I don't give a shit who you're fucking, as long as they're old enough and it's consensual. And people are like, Cobra, you are going to hell for your blasphemy. Huh? If I go to hell, it's going to be a fun day for me and Satan. I'll tell you what, party in hell! Because before we had internet porn, before we had that, we had these things called Playboy magazines. And usually you had to sneak it from your dad's stash or your friends of your dad, like your dad's friend, your friend's dad, whatever kind of thing, right? Like, okay, you go to your buddy's house and your buddy's dad's got a big old stack of porno magazines and you're sitting there going, hey. And you'd always try to play it off like you weren't doing it too. Like, no, I wasn't doing it. That's always fun when you get caught looking at that shit, and instead of giving you the whole lecture of that's not appropriate for someone your age, you're not old enough to consume that material kind of thing, they just give you the sex talk instead. You're like, jeez. And meanwhile, your buddy's mom is looking at your buddy's dad going, I thought you got rid of those things. Howard, how dare you? Our son and his friend were exposed to that pornographic filth. And I'm just like, okay, if there's no sex involved, how is it pornography? They don't give you something to think about. We're gonna get into it, because, you know, little observation humor / just telling it like it is. People suck, I need a beer. Because that's the truth. I hate my birthdays, to be honest. I'm not looking forward to turning 30, but it's gonna happen whether I like it or not. Well, I'm gonna save that cigar for later. It gets down to a... Okay, let's try relighting it. Get back to this. Alright. That is cigar roach. I like to take my cigar roaches and break them up into pieces and shred the tobacco and stuff in my pipe. I mean, shit. Every kid should have the right to a harassment-free education when they go to school. Doesn't mean they're gonna enforce it. You see some nerd getting bullied in the hallway, stuffed into a locker, and the quarterback's doing it. Well, hey, as long as the quarterback gets good grades and he kisses the teacher's ass and he wins the home game, they don't care. Just to have the nerd become that jock's boss in 20 years, it is savage how life works. Like right now, I'm not even joking. If I had a beer right now, I would crack it open and be like, you know what I'm saying? And you know what? Satanic 11 rules of the earth. Rule number 9 is never hurt small children. And furthermore, being goth has nothing to do with your sexuality. It's a simple choice of how you want to look. All black, spikes, whatever. Oh my God, dude. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. Oh, if you're a drunkard, you'll never inherit the kingdom of God, but God's son just totally turned water into wine, which wasn't a freaking miracle. We discovered a long time ago that if you add grapes, honey, sugar, yeast, and hot water, you make wine, and you let it ferment. You know what I'm saying? People are not as smart as they are today, so the world was still very much a new place. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about a time when, hey, look, if a lightning bolt struck a tree, they thought it was because it's God's will, not because, oh, hey, that's Mother Nature. Dude, you know what? Like, I've gotten picked on myself for different issues. You know, I can't help that I'm autistic. You know what I'm saying? So I've been picked on for, I guess, being different. So when I see another group of individuals who are getting picked on for different reasons, I kind of sympathize with them. I'm like, dude, that's fucked. I need to smoke. I need some tobacco in my life. Give me that nicotine. All right. Hey. Oh, a private school. Someone's got money. I'm gonna go to private school. Jenkins, fetch the Mercedes. I don't feel like scratching up the Rolls Royce. Now, if you were to expel a kid, okay, back in my day, if you got expelled from school, it's because you were being disruptive, violent, aggressive, picking fights with teachers, beating up people, etc. Getting expelled because you told one of your classmates you liked them. Again with the shirt. Plug it. Plug it. Check it out on Teespring. People suck, I need a beer. People suck, I need a beer. At King Cobra JFS, what do you think of Pepe Le Pew's being removed from Space Jam 2? I mean, if you were to tone down Pepe Le Pew's characteristics a bit, to where he didn't try all the time, and made it more PC for today's society, fine. It's like, oh, we're gonna take the pipe out of Popeye's mouth because tobacco's bad for you. Yeah, tobacco's bad for you, but that's Popeye's character. I mean, maybe instead of removing Pepe Le Pew from Space Jam 2, you could just tone down his actions. No, Pepe Le Pew's a skunk, and skunks stink. Anyways, YouTube, I thank y'all for watching the video. Subscribe for more comedy, more rants, and I'll catch you later. Man, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day. What can I do for a drink combo that will get the YouTube fans excited? A lot of people go nuts over it. They're like watching Cobra spray himself with beer. It's intoxicating and fun to watch. And I'm like, you can do that yourself if you learn how to do the trick.
Oh yeah. That wasabi burns good.
What up, YouTube? I know if the trolls haven't been texting me dumb shit as much. That's what's up. So I pretty much block and ignore it. I see the text, I read it, chuckle, like these guys are dumb, block. And they're like, you know what, it's not as fun anymore. Cobra just doesn't react to it. So I hope you're all having a badass Monday. Dude, that spaghetti I made. That spaghetti I made was good. I got some Mountain Dew to make me a shandy. And this is the kind of crap I'm talking about. Let's see what we got. I got that text message right there that told me about it. That comment, I'm not even gonna read it out loud, it's gonna block. You don't even get to hear me read it out loud. Select message, delete. Every time I get a stupid text message on my phone that I don't like, I just block the number and delete it and ignore it. It's not as fun when you don't respond to them. For them anyways. Because people have nothing better to do with their sad fucking lives than harass a 30-year-old autistic. I'm an asshole with a heart of gold. I know that's weird to say, but, you know. I try to cheer up and be happy for myself at least, and, but the world's issues, it just fucks with me a little bit sometimes. I ordered some tactical soap, got me a bar and some cologne. I'll box it when I get it. This has become my new favorite beer. That was good. That spaghetti I made was too good, dude. Block. I honestly feel sorry for my trolls, man. They really got nothing better to do than harass me on the phone with the dumbest text messages. Now they're getting pissed off and I'm blocking them and not responding to it. That's funny. Hey, you stupid fuck, don't block the number this time. Block. These trolls are so boring. You know what cheers me up? Fucking with my trolls. Hey, you stupid fuck, don't block the number. Block. I love how it pisses them off. I love how I control my trolls. It's so fun making them my little bitch like that. Dude, the spaghetti I made is next level. It was a labor of love to make it, but trust me, it was good. It's good. I'm pretty much eating that sketty until it's all gone. Now we're gonna mix some Mountain Dew with our beer. Call out a shandy. Yes. I'm kind of liking the mild celebrity status thing. People call me a YouTube celebrity, but like, I don't consider myself a YouTube celebrity just yet. I'm a little famous, yes, but I've seen like other YouTubers who've got like millions of subscribers, bro. And that's crazy to think about. I can't chug shit very well, mind you. But that's alright. Because you know what makes the world great? We all have something that makes us good. We all got something we're good at. Just gotta find it. Maybe that's my guitar playing and my singing. You just gotta find yourself one of those modern day hipster chicks that's like vegan and shit. That should be like, oh my god. You drive a Prius, oh, you are such a sweetheart. You are caring for the environment. It is just so amazing. If women want men to know what they want, then tell us. Us guys, we're not mind readers, you know. Nah, men are simple. You know what women want? A man who will treat them right and respect them and make them feel like the hottest bitch on the block. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You go into a nice restaurant or any restaurant, you hold the door for your lady, you pull the chair out for her, classy old school gentleman shit. So when other women look at her, they get insanely jealous because they'll say things like they wish their boyfriend did shit like that for them. Well, you're paying for the experience because it's a nice restaurant. What's the deal with overpriced restaurants, am I right? You know those kind of restaurants that are like super prestigious, you gotta be on a waiting list. You're like, so, what's the special tonight? And he just looks exhausted. He's like, it's on the menu, sir. But he says it anyways. Like, yeah, me and the missus would like a bottle of your finest pink champagne. We're toasting our anniversary. Very good. You ever tried to chug pink champagne? It's fucking insane. You're at Cheryl's book club. What'd you all think of Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix? Oh, I thought it was really good. What'd you think? I thought it was good too. Yeah, J.K. Rowling's a really good author. You want to have my Reese Witherspoon's impersonation? What are you wearing? No disrespect. What are you wearing? People think you're nobody because you dress for less. Fuck them. I could buy a pair of black Wrangler jeans at Walmart for like 12, 13, 14 bucks. Get a couple pairs of them so I have enough to go out through the week. And be just fine. I got my black Wrangler jeans, and if I go to Hot Topic or Spencer's to buy a rock t-shirt of one of my favorite bands, I'm set. Flying is a pain in the ass. Yeah, and you're sitting there, oh, excuse me, ma'am, do your airplane services serve as alcohol beverages for the adult type? Yes, but you only get a 2-drink minimum. Well, that is some bullshit. Okay, give them to me. I'll take 2 shooters of Jack Daniels and a Coca-Cola. Sweet. Someday I'll build my dream house. And when I do, that clock tower, oh, I'll have my own bells to play. That'll be so much fun. 48 bells in a clock tower, 47 on a Grand Carillon, 48th bell on a hemp rope with a black and green Sally. Anyways, YouTube, thank you for watching. I'll catch you later. got a burger from Denny's. What did we order? Let's check it out. We got a bacon avocado cheeseburger with an extra beef patty, slice of cheddar cheese, hash browns with cheese, add extra bacon, add a slice of Swiss cheese, add a slice of all-American cheese. So it's got everything on it with extra cheese, extra bacon. Let's add cheesy hash browns. Set those hash browns to the side for a second. A little bit of hash brown action sticking to that. What do you cool people think? Would you eat the fuck out of that? 'Cause I'm about to. Straight like that, man. Now, I was watching Dame Drops with his homie, and they rolled into like Denny's to check out their menu. And homeboy got himself an avocado burger. I'm like, damn, son, they look good. Look at that thick, juicy double action right there with the avocado. See the bacon. Got a little bit of avocado all over the desk. Let me pick it up real quick. It happens to the best of us. Guess my keyboard was a little bit hungry, huh? I'm telling you right now, this burger is the business. It's getting the Cobra seal of approval and then some. Look at the size of this motherfucker. Let's take it out of the wrapping real quick. Dripping in juice, cheese all over the wrapper, avocado. That burger look juicy. Does that burger look juicy, folks? This is a good burger, YouTube. You know, I'm a sucker for them bacon cheeseburgers. Now, my next food video is going to be a food hack where I make some garlic mashed potatoes. Although I stuck the milk in the freezer, so I don't have to let it de-thaw in the fridge first. Dripping in juices.
Ding, 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 ding.
A little bit of grease action on that. I'm with it. Watching that video got me craving a bacon cheeseburger, man, ain't gonna lie.
Bro, he is literally dripping juices.
YouTube. That is a tasty burger. I'm definitely gonna snack on that later when I get more hungry. The double is a slapping son. The avocado is a nice touch. Now I ain't got a fork on me, so I think I'm just gonna pick these up and eat them as is. Go with that hash brown action. Those are good hash browns. And I'm here for it. Would I wear this exact same thing at Denny's? Absolutely. If I was going back to Denny's again in the near future, I'd reorder this menu item just the way I made it. All that greasy love. Well, folks, what do you think? Would you eat it? I was getting a little bit of hungry action going on while I was waiting for my milk to de-thaw. Excuse me. But I gobbled a couple bites down for the review because I definitely will be eating the rest of this sooner or later. YouTube, that burger was straight Boston, son. It had a slice of all the cheeses you could get with it. That extra bacon doing its thing. Double patty action. Oof. That was simply high blood pressure on a bun. That was delicious. Been a while since I've had Denny's. I can't remember the last time I ate there, to be honest, but Denny's does make good food, not a sponsor. Overall, I definitely order that again. That burger was scrumptious. And I washed that down with one ice-cold Guinness Extra Stout. But yeah, folks, I'll be doing a cooking video after I finish that burger and hash browns and the milk dethaws. I had it sitting in the freezer, so now I got it in my fridge. And we'll get you up on that King Cobra JFS official cooking action, where I make some mashed potatoes and gravy. And I ain't doing it by hand neither, just a heads up. It's gonna be like, you know, the pre-made stuff where you just add like a little bit of here and there, you know, a little bit of this and that, and boom, you got it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, check out the new Denny's avocado burger. Once again, I want to say thank you to you for watching this food review. You know, almost done unpacking. I got like a couple more boxes left. Most of it's pretty much unpacked. It's just getting the rest of it unpacked and then getting it organized. But that ain't nothing but a trip, you know what I'm saying? I'm not in a rush to get everything unpacked, because now it's like the last leg of the journey, and I've been getting it done. Got a couple boxes done today so far. Gotta say, I'm liking the new place. It's pretty nice. Yeah, and that burger was delicious. And thank you for watching me eat another deliciously unhealthy bacon cheeseburger. That burger was slapping, dude.
When he puts on the British voice, hell.
Harassing an autistic young adult and his bearded dragon because I can't stand how happy Puff makes Cobra. Trust and believe, if you guys don't have that chemistry, it's just not going to be as fun.
Any advice on dealing with my Puffs? He's always getting involved in my life and treating me like a child. I just want to live my life like an adult.
This hat, the Pie High hat, is for sale. What's up, YouTube? It's your boy King Cobra JFS back at you with another fucking video. What do we got here? Oh, we got a Poncho's burrito. Oh, snap. There's our green sauce and our red sauces. Oh, YouTube. Let's just extract that from the, oh shit. What is this burrito? This is a California burrito with everything on it. You add beef, extra cheese, bacon, guacamole. Simple enough? Yes. This is the Viva La Mexico burrito from Ponchos. If you like burritos, man, oh shit. This YouTube, oh my god, look at the size of this burrito, YouTube. This is fucking ridiculous. You see this? Do you see this, YouTube? But this, oh my god, that's real Mexican food. Oh shit. Got ourselves a Poncho burrito. We got a California burrito. Add guacamole, extra cheese, bacon, beef. Oh shit. Get the red sauce and the green sauce. California burrito, everything on it. Add beef, add bacon, extra cheese, and guacamole. Okay, stop. Look at that massive ass fucking burrito, dude. That's ridiculous. Oh my god. Hold up. Dude. The Viva La Mexico burrito from Ponchos, my own little personal food hack creation. So dank. Now the California burrito comes with steak, potatoes, sour cream, all the goodness. Oh, Poncho's burritos are so fucking good. Open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Taco Bell, Taco John's, fucking Guadalajara. Excuse me. Oh my god, that is so fucking good. Yes. Oh, the guacamole. I see it. Oh my god, YouTube. I love Ponchos. They're so fucking good. Oh yes. Like straight up. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh, the heat. Yes. I love burritos. Oh, it's a spicy motherfucker. Dude, if you go to Ponchos, you get a California burrito with everything on it, and you add beef, bacon, extra cheese, and guacamole. Oh my god, YouTube. Ha ha, this is so fucking good. Oh, YouTube, give me a second. Oh my god, fuck the haters, that is so good. YouTube. Here's a cross section of that little burrito section. God damn, dude. Oh my god. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they're cranking out these burritos. Oh my god. Oh my god, spicy, savory, fucking delicious. Dude, Ponchos is not a sponsor, but that's just free advertisement. Oh my god, YouTube. Dude, my lips are tingling from the hot sauce. You got the green sauce and the red sauce. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, YouTube. Oh my god, YouTube. Oh shit. Dude, I had to clean myself up. That burrito was messy good. Yes. Oh shit. Oh, I got the hiccups. God damn it. You want, man, you want to talk smack in the comment section? Fuck all of you. Ponchos is the dankest Mexican food in town. And I don't care if they're a sponsor, I'm just saying. Oh my god, YouTube. Oops, shit, pentagram ring go flying. I still support Taco John's and Taco Bell. 100% YouTube. But Jesus fucking Christ, is Ponchos fucking tasty. God damn it. Dude, you come to fucking Casper's and you go to one of our local bars and you get fucking drunk off some beer and whatever else. You're drunk and you're craving greasy food. You drive by Taco Bell. Oh, they're closed for the evening. You drive by Taco John's. They're closed. And you're like, God damn it, I want some delicious Mexican food. Go to Ponchos. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, after a night of having beer at the bar, and you want something greasy and delicious. Oh my god, dude, Ponchos is so fucking good. What's up, YouTube? It's your boy King Cobra back at it with another video, and we're doing a dank food review. I went to a spot that makes Philly cheesesteak sandwiches, and I got a loaded Philly cheesesteak sandwich with everything on it. I had them add beer cheese, extra meat, extra cheese, fries, add onions, add bacon, and a side of raspberry tea. So we got a side of fries to go with it. YouTube, let me take you on a journey of exquisiteness that is the local Philly cheesesteak scene. The fries, the Philly cheesesteak. What you thinking, YouTube? I'm in the process of getting reset up at a different place, so it's gonna take a minute, but I appreciate y'all supporting the videos nonetheless. It came with 3 packets of their sassy tomato sauce, a little knife and fork and napkin action, and here's that raspberry tea. Let's have a sip. That's good raspberry tea, man. I do fuck with tea on occasion. But I did ask for beer cheese. They did put beer cheese on it. That, not gonna lie, y'all, that Philly cheesesteak looks banging. And we got ourselves a Guinness for 21 and up to wash down this deliciousness. Get some pipe tobacco in my system before we fire up this sandwich. You feel me, YouTube? I'm doing good. We're just in the process of taking care of things. And I ain't gonna discuss details because it's none of y'all's business. It's kind of hard to make videos when you're in the process of moving, but I digress. Let's try some French fries. Look at these French fries. Nice little texture. Excuse the dirty nails. My nails get dirty when you're smoking a pipe. And if you like the food reviews, subscribe for more. I'm even trying to pick up this sandwich. This is gonna be ridiculous. I mean, this fucking sandwich is huge. Go big or go home. Jesus fucking Christ. I can barely pick it up, dude. Look at this monster. YouTube, if you could see the sandwich in my hand right now, this is ridiculous. It's spilling meat all over the place. Look at that Philly cheesesteak sandwich. Is that looking good or is that looking good? It is spilling shredded meat all over the place. Do I care? No. So not only is this sandwich fucking messy, this is definitely getting the Cobra seal of approval. So overall, really good food. I'd eat here again. Like it's literally spilling meat all over my container here. It's just dripping in cheese and meats. Nothing wrong with a little bit of extra meat, man. It is just falling apart with goodness. Overall, I have to say that that's definitely a cheesesteak sandwich. That close up of that cross section. Oh shit. Spilling meat all over the table. It is what it is. This is delightful. I'm dripping meat all over the fries, and that's all right. Cheese and bits. So fucking rich, too. I spit a little bit on the ground, but it is what it is. I'm gonna need a napkin situation here. My eyes were definitely bigger than my stomach. This will make for a delicious snack for later. Overall, the quality on this flavor, I gotta say, is pretty tasty. When I asked for extra meat, they gave you extra meat. Literally spilling out all over the damn sandwich and all over the tray here. All right, YouTube, we got our raspberry tea. Let's take a look at our situation here. Let's set that to the side, yo. Overall, that was fucking phenomenal. I didn't realize how thick it was gonna be. If I know an extra meat was gonna mean extra meat. Like, they don't fuck around with their sandwich portions over here, dude. They are not a sponsor. I do try different restaurants on occasion and review them on YouTube. I'll be posting more videos when I get more settled in the new place, but that's neither here nor there. And that's none of your damn business. Greetings from the depths of Casper, Wyoming, with your boy King Cobra. And you should recognize this by now. The wine making jar. Alright, so we're going to start off with 2 cups of pure granulated cane sugar. What kind of mead are we going to make for this batch? This is officially the first batch at my new place. Well, I'm glad you asked, fellow YouTubers, because we're making a Skittles mead. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. You add sugar to a liquid, and you add yeast to that liquid. It converts all the sugar into alcohol, so we're going to give this yeast plenty of sugar to munch out on. 2 cups of sugar. If you're going to make mead, you want to add honey to your wine. Local hive, Rocky Mountain, raw and unfiltered, made in the good old US of A. I'll fill the honey thing up to about there. And we need some Skittles, original Skittles. Will this actually make a Skittles flavored mead? I do not know. I do not know, YouTube. But there is one way to find out. Should we go for another bag? Let's go for another bag. 2 family-sized bags of Skittles. Because it doesn't have any fruit in it, I'm not gonna have to strain it for like 12 days. And then we might need some like liquid to break it down, so we're gonna add some C4 energy drink. This is of course the Skittles flavor. Give it a stir. that tastes like heavy Skittles flavor. Okay, now I'm gonna add another one. Let's add another can of our Skittles C4. And again, I'm going to sit here and a lot of Skittles in here. You got a little bit more room at the top.
Oh my god.
Ding 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 ding.
I think these C4 energy drinks, they have like 200 milligrams of caffeine. So this will give our wine a little bit of caffeine punch. That straight tastes just like Skittles. We're going to be using a turbo yeast that ferments. We're going to add 1 black cap full of yeast nutrients. 1 cap going in there. Hopefully that's enough.
What is he making?
But can you make a Skittles flavored mead? I think I'm gonna find out the answer to that. I think all that sugar's gonna dissolve anyways. I'm trying to do as mixed up as I can. Alright, so I don't have my painter's tape unpacked yet, but I do have tape I can use because there was, normally you wouldn't have to use tape, but there's a crack on the lid.
Jesus. Skittle mead.
I lost the cap for the top, so I'm using a water bottle cap. That works. So you shall see, YouTube, that this turns into a Skittles mead. I did do a little bit of room at the top because it's going to foam and ferment. That might have been a little, not enough room, but that's okay. If a little bit gets in the airlock, I'm not worried about it. So just stick this
Face
one right here
vomiting.
in the fridge. And if your lid don't got a crack in it, then you don't got to worry about this last step. My lid's got a crack in it, so I gotta tape it here. Duct tape fixes everything, am I right? Now we don't get any air leaks when it's fermenting and doing its thing. I'm gonna give it about a month to ferment and do its thing. And then in a month or so, I'm going to strain it into a clean jar. But hopefully that will make and turn into a delicious Skittles mead. Mead is basically a honey wine. My Viking ancestors made it. I'm gonna put this in the fermenting closet, or my new one, I should say. Who's that asshole sitting there? There it is. We'll give that a month. Those Skittles will dissolve. And hopefully we have some Skittles flavored mead. What's up, fellow YouTubers? It's your boy King Cobra, and we got some dankness we're about to cook up. Roasted garlic, mashed potatoes from the Idahoan company. Then we're gonna add some ingredients to it to make some pretty delicious mashed potatoes. And then we're going to add the entire thing, get it all open. Beautiful. Rustic garlic, delicious. So now to our rustic garlic, we're going to add some country crock. 2 cups, little scoops of butter. Believe me, we don't need any more. We're going to start off with our base. We add more butter to the taters, but that's neither here nor there. And to our buttery mixture, we're going to add some whole milk. I stuck it in the freezer to get ice cold and unthawed it, so it's gonna have some ice chunks in it. And now we'll add some Daisy sour cream to the thing. And apparently the thing is not opened. With an easy squeeze bottle for convenience and easy enough to take care of. Keep that sour cream in there. And then the butter, and then got the milk. And now, so we're gonna add some other things to it. No idea how it's gonna turn out. We definitely got enough of the country crock. So we're gonna, and definitely got enough milk for our taters. Pork King Good bacon seasoning. I'm gonna splash a little bit in that. And then we got some real bacon bits. You're not gonna pre-cook them or nothing, just throw it in there. I already got it opened up. So I'm gonna throw the whole thing in there. And leave the little pack
inside, throw that to the side. And take our fork and kind of mix it around a little bit. By the time this all microwaves, it's just going to make some bomb ass mashed taters and gravy. Because it's garlic mashed potatoes, we're gonna add some garlic powder. And the cheese and the gravy are gonna come towards the end. But I wanna make this taters right. So we're gonna start with some bacon flavored ranch. Now I did use I would use Hidden Valley for this excursion. However, they were out of Hidden Valley Ranch, so all they had was Signature Select. So squeeze a little bit of Signature Select in there. Stir it around a little bit. Now when I microwave this, all these ranches and sour creams and milks and butters is gonna melt into our spuds and give us this really creamy, rich mashed potato consistency. That's what I'm hoping for anyways. Never made mashed potatoes and I don't want to bother with doing it by scratch. So like if I can just pour it into a bowl and do it like this, it'll be just fine. Just fine, YouTube. Now the taste of the mashed taters is gonna taste pretty good. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna microwave them till they get nice and hot. And then we'll add other ingredients and I'll film that too. But I'm thinking this mashed taters needs one more ingredient. We'll need several ingredients because I'm going to be adding garlic cheese, brown gravy, even though if I only have beef gravy, I would have substituted that. Cheddar cheese, all kinds of goodies. Now this is a family-sized proportion of garlic mashed taters. So while I'm making these mashed taters, pour some of that Guinness in there. I'm using a Guinness Extra Stout. And the reason why I'm pouring this into here is because that brown gravy is really going to complement, whether it's beef gravy or brown gravy, it's really going to complement the taste of the Guinness. And right now it looks kind of gross because I'm sitting here mixing all this mush together. But you microwave it, heat it up in an oven 350 until it's golden fluffy. Then we can start mixing our next ingredients. And I want to keep you updated on the next processes. So I'm gonna microwave this. Instant mashed potatoes. Don't gotta be Chef Gordon Ramsay to make this shit. I threw in my seasonings. I threw in my fucking flavorings. We got our base. So now I'm gonna microwave those mashed potatoes till they get nice and warm, and you can bake them in the oven if you have a tray big enough. But I'm not trying to create a huge mess, man. And I think we'll see how them mashed potatoes do. start for 4 minutes. And we'll come back at you and I'll let you know how many times I'm in the goddamn microwave them sons of bitches until they're ready for the next step. So those mashed potatoes, I gave them a 4-minute burst 3 times. Then I let them cool off. And now they're looking extra fluffy, extra delicious. So we're gonna add some ingredients to it before we add the gravy to it. We're gonna add some cheese to it. We got some roasted garlic, cheese. Now we're gonna take this cheese. You wanna cut it up. Gonna open it up real quick. We got this roasted garlic cheese. And we're going to cut it up into pieces for our mashed potatoes. And we'll just take it, tear it into chunks, and stick it in there. We're not gonna get fancy with it because, quite honestly, a lot of you making this recipe are probably watching King Cobra going, I'm also a single person making food on the budget. Now, jokes aside, I did microwave these mashed potatoes for 4 minutes. And I did that 3 times. So some cryptic shit right here, you know what I'm saying? Because, people are like, hey, I want to see Cobra make some, bomb-ass cooking foods. So you want to take the entire block of garlic, cheese, and want to stick it down into the mashed potatoes. These mashed potatoes have had time to cool off. Mashed potatoes. I want to add some cheese to that and make it really super dank. I'm keeping track of how many times I microwave it. So the cheese we got is the roasted garlic to go with those garlic potato mashed potatoes. This bowl is still pretty fucking hot, man. We're gonna add the gravy and the other things to it to make it fun and even more delicious. After these messages, folks. This is gonna be part 2. We're gonna grab, we have some Lecraine sharp cheddar cheese. And I'm gonna put a healthy sprinkle on top. That's enough cheese for these potatoes. Holy fucking crap. That's enough cheese. All the cheese to the bowl here. And we're gonna microwave it. And we're gonna microwave the fuck out of it until it's all gooey, ooey, cheesy, easy, please me, squeeze me, yes please. Then when it's fresh out of the microwave and that cheese, if I could stir it around with this fork that I keep separate out of the microwave
the guy being lazy with the
while I
wrap
cook it.
enough.
Don't give up, Stinky. My
Microwave
dad
it.
says if you never give
Cheese
up and
gets a
work
little
hard, all your
melty.
dreams will come
Keep
true.
microwaving it. Cheese is perfectly melted between both chunks. Stir that around, and we'll get to our next step. We definitely got enough cheese in the bowl here. This is definitely enough to tease our cheese palette.
Hi,
This
man.
is, you see that right there? That's ridiculous. So tucked into the bowl nice and neat. Now we're gonna microwave it in 4-minute bursts. I'm gets to the point of where I'd like it to be, I'll stir it around. All that cheesy goodness on top.
I said fuck it. No brand new Humvee. I say fuck it.
But you'll get no pussy.
Fuck it. You don't understand.
It's time to do our next step.
To my hand. So I don't need you, honey. I beat my dick like it owes me money. That's what I say. Fuck
Microwave it for like 2 to 3
I'm gonna make me a nice species sandwich.
So you know how that goes, 4-minute burst, stirred around. Now we got some Heinz brown gravy to go into our mashed potatoes. And we're going to take a bunch of this brown gravy and stir it around. Now the brown gravy I should have gotten was beef flavored, but I just wanted a brown gravy for my mashed taters and gravy kind of thing, so I just grabbed the first thing that I saw. Just gonna take and like stir that gravy all the way around. That brown gravy action gonna get stirred the fuck around. It's like the entire recipe is gonna involve a bowl and like microwave technology. It is what it is. So we're gonna stir this brown gravy around into our mashed potatoes. Just like that, all stirred around. Goodness, we're gonna add some more bacon ranch. That's enough of that ranch. It is what it is. So here's another crucial part into like making it happen. Don't look like much now, but when you stir that ranch around, stir all the goods around. It's been cooled off to a point, so like, it's not that bad. The ranch has been stirred around with the gravy. So now we're gonna add a couple more things. Cheddar sour cream Lay's. Crushing up those potato chips. Some good looking munch right there, man. But we got just a little bit more to add to the top of it. Cheddar jalapeno Cheetos to the top of it. Couple of those garnish. think we're running out of room for our ingredients. You smell the brown gravy all over the top of the chips. Need one more thing before we microwave it a couple times. This giant bowl of mashed potatoes. Hopefully people are here for it. If not, that's cool too. I don't care if they're here for it, because I'm here for it. In the microwave it shall go for 4 minutes. Bursts until I am satisfied. The last batch was like 3 to 4. You know what I'm saying? Like the last microwave batch, I microwaved it for like 2 to 3 sessions. And this one we're gonna do 1 4-minute session at a time. And this should be hopefully sort of wash it like a hawk between sessions. I mean, this could be fucking delicious. I have no idea. Because I got like one more sauce to add to the top of it after it's all said and done and cooled off. And I want to make sure it's cooled off before I add the sauce. So I'm gonna microwave that for 4-minute bursts. You want to watch it after every 4-minute burst and make sure that it doesn't microwave over the bowl. Check this out. Smoked salmon and seafood dip. That's the final step. Now when I pull this out in part 3, I only microwaved it for a small 4-minute burst. The cheese was melting all over the place. Luckily it did not go over the sides. I pulled it out of the microwave and let it cool off for a hot minute. Well, I got part 3 uploaded. And while I was getting part 3 uploaded, part 4 was taking that fork, taking 1 whole can of smoked salmon seafood dip, sprinkling it on top. So part 4, you want to take some smoked salmon seafood dip and plop it all over after part 3. Part 3, I did like a 4-minute burst just to melt the cheese on top with the gravy. And I took it out of the microwave and I had to let it cool off for a significant amount of time because that microwave is high-powered. A high-powered microwave gets the job done. You might be looking at these mashed potatoes like, oh, that's bloody disgusting. Take an entire jar of smoked salmon, seafood dip. See the texture? See the coloration? Yes. It's not looking half bad. I'd definitely munch out on it. I'll let it cool off overnight though. You're thinking to yourself, that looks so fucking messed up, Cobra. Why would you do that? But you all seem to like the food hacks and the cooking videos. So I thought I'd take it out of the cooling stage and flash it for part 4. I like seafood. There's our fork to try it. Excellent. Now, I wasted an entire can on the potatoes, but I wouldn't say it's a waste. Because this is an unopened can, and I want to show you the ingredients I used to finish it. It's not a waste if it looks that good. To me, it looks a little funky. To me, it looks funky, but to be honest, if it tastes good, it tastes good, you know what I'm saying? People are looking at all this stuff, and I would keep this in the fridge because when you have that salmon smoky dip says keep refrigerated, so if I'm gonna put it on top of the taters, we definitely want to keep it refrigerated. I tried a couple bites before putting it back in the fridge. I'll be snacking on this for the next couple of days. It definitely looks flashy enough on camera, but is it good? Can you make instant potatoes into a snack? There's a big old chunk of it. Because as soon as I smeared the salmon sauce on top of it, I stuck it in the fridge for a couple minutes. And now the bowl is just like cold to the touch. I can handle it with ease and then I'll burn the fuck out of myself. A little later to take oven mitts to lift it out of the microwave on step 3, but it is what it is. Now here's the thing of it. Is this combination of mashed potatoes weird? Yes. Is it a big bowl of mush? Yes. This is absolutely tasty. Yeah, it's decent. I'm not just saying that. I'm gonna keep that cold and fresh so I can mush out on it for the rest of, until the bowl gets emptied, of course, because I'm not letting this go to the waste. Now the smoky salmon dip is optional, but that's how I would chop this greasy monstrosity of ghastly proportions of calories. Yeah, I let that son of a bitch cool off. I slapped a whole can of that sauce, salmon sauce on there. Stuck it back in the fridge to let it cool off. In between those steps, like, my hands are like not having it, so I had to use my mitts to do it, but I honestly don't care because this made a really delicious food hack.
All right, let's bring him on. Ethan Ralph, host of the Kill Stream. Ethan Ralph here for the second time. What's going on, buddy?
What's up, man? How's it going?
Well, you know, I've had better days.
Yeah, I can imagine that you probably have.
Yeah, it's, you know, I was talking to Alex Stein yesterday, and he goes, oh, man, this is so good for your channel. You're like the Ricada eyewitness guy of record. I'm like, oh, fucking good. I'm so happy that this is how I could, pop a fucking number. Wonderful.
Well, it has been working, though, I have to say. Your numbers are up.
You and Alex are both pieces of shit for that. No, I get it. I understand. We were just talking to Vito, and I know Dick Masterson was getting Nick's back after the stream. Not after he got arrested, in fairness, but after the horrifying fucking, disaster stream. And you were being loyal. You were being relative. I don't know, fully supportive of Nick, but supportive. What's your thoughts after all this now from yesterday?
Well, I don't know if you saw the kill stream last night, but I wouldn't call that supportive.
Right. No, what I'm saying is I didn't know from yesterday.
I mean, yeah, I've been trying to run defense for him for months, basically taking the opposite side, the contrarian opinion of a lot of people. A lot of my enemies basically were against him, so I was taking his side. I was talking to him in private as well, trying to get him on the show. I told him the best thing he could do. Actually, during his 45-minute bathroom break, he messaged me and he said, "Yeah, I'm ready to take bookings," and all of his typing was all like fucked up, and he could barely legible because he was fucked up, obviously. And then the next morning he woke up. I thought it was funny when he was going off on Medicare because I don't like Medicare, and so I thought that part was funny. And then he's like, "Oh no, I like Jim." And then I said, "Look, Nick, the best thing you could do is come on the kill stream sober. Come on the kill stream sober. Right. Just lay everything out on the table, everything. Be honest, and then move on." And I meant stay sober, at least on air, for God's sake. You know what I mean? Now I've stayed sober completely, but and that would take a lot of the steam out of the A-log, right? If you could just stay sober. A lot of these people would find something better to do, and he left me on red. Actually got April's phone number yesterday as well, and I was going to try to get her on the show even, and it went straight to voicemail. Now I know why now, because she was in jail.
Well, yeah, and not only that, April wanted nothing to do with the internet anymore. I let her. Well, I let her. Yeah, right. I let her. Stop doing the. Well, not let her, but I was like, maybe because she was breaking down from people starting drug rumors about her. But there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing I can do. I ran protection for everybody. I denied that anybody was on drugs. I said, ban people in the chat for saying these folks are doing this, that, and the other thing. The problem was she made it very difficult because she'd show up on stream clearly on something. And, we'd have arguments about it and everything else. And then she's like, well, I just want off of the internet completely. I'm like, well, you've been doing a show for 3 years. You can't just, like, David Letterman can't just be like, well, I stopped doing my show. Everybody stopped talking about me. And, it all just became such a mess and too big for me to try.
So she would come on the show on cocaine? Is that what you're saying?
I am not going to say she ever came on the show on cocaine. I will say she came on the show visibly impaired. And it was
on on a substance,
on some sort of influential substance. But we would have a conversation about it off the air. It did not go well. It was. Look, it's everybody's heard stories about what it's like to talk to people when you think they have a problem and they don't.
The person has to want to get sober. And, I'm speaking from experience. If you don't want it, it doesn't matter how many people are telling you to get sober. It's not going to happen, right? And I tried to give Nick that advice. He strung me along. I guess he was strung out for 6 months too. But he was
I'll
strung
say
me
this
along on the interview, and it never happened. And now he's in jail. So
I will say this: I talked to him numerous times about. There were times where I was concerned, and I told him, I go, scale this shit back a little bit, blah, blah, blah. Nick has an innate ability to tell you, what he's read online and why it's fine, and he'll quote you chapter and verse that you can actually do this much, and it helps you handle stress to this degree, and it works almost like ADHD medication. You're just like, you hear enough where you're like, oh, this motherfucker, he just doesn't want any help.
Well, cocaine's a hell of a drug, as they say.
I've heard that, yeah.
And the more you use it, the worse it becomes for you because it destroys your nervous system, actually. And so if you have long-term cocaine usage, it's diminishing returns. So when you first start out using cocaine, it's great. And you love it, but the longer you do it, the more it fucks you up. It makes you paranoid. It starts like that tremor action he was having and stuff. Yeah. That's a symptom of long-term cocaine use.
Well, I brought that up. I brought up the shaking, like his hands when we were out anywhere, like the hands would shake, and I said, "Dude, is that okay?" And again, he'd go like, "Well, I have some kind of condition where this happens or this happens." I'm like, okay. I mean, again, when you ask people something, you press them on it and they give you an answer. I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, well, I mean, right. You can't make somebody stop doing drugs.
This is honestly, Ralph, this is the best thing for him.
Oh, and by the way, I see Jesse in the chat, and he can eat a bag of dicks. Is what he can do.
I mean, if he
brings
wants
the yawns. Well, I brought the money yesterday because I made $1,000. So they weren't yawning while they were watching the kill stream. When have you ever made $1,000 in a stream, Jesse? I don't think that's ever happened, buddy. And I don't think you ever had the number of viewers I had last night.
Do you now? I'll ask. Would you like to talk to Jesse or no?
No.
Okay. I just I gotta throw it out there.
No, I wouldn't. I don't associate with Jesse at all.
Now, what do you? Like I just said, I think this is the best thing for him. In talking, I've been friends with him. Well, I was friends with him for about 6 months, and I will say that I don't think anything but this would have gotten through. And I feel the same way about April too. I think her and Nick, I don't think anything would have gotten through other than this.
Now, there was a lot of speculation that you were the one who snitched them out, basically.
Yeah, I kept seeing that. What we found out, we got the report. It was a mandatory
report. I put the report out
on
Twitter just now. So that's been released, and supposedly somebody close to the Ricadas, and they went up and said suspected child abuse.
I have a theory. My theory on that is, Nick recently, the school that his children go to, he was teaching there, and they wouldn't let him anymore. They watched his stream. They said, "We'd rather you didn't. You weren't associated." And then I think they were probably keeping an eye on him, and I think they saw that, and I think that probably was somebody just went and reported it.
By the way, Jesse said the sector's dead. Doesn't seem so dead, brother. I had 800-900 people watching me last night. Made
sector does,
$1,000.
The sector does seem pretty strong.
Doesn't seem so dead. It doesn't seem so dead. So I would have to disagree with that strongly, Jesse. You tried to kill it off, but you failed. Like you failed at being funny, and you suck. So, and people want me to host a Jesse Mersh Blood Sports. I don't want anything to do.
Really, you wouldn't?
Jesse, his MO is to infiltrate a community or a group and basically try to destroy it from within. And so my advice would be not to fuck with him, but that's up to you, of course. But he's a snake and a rat, and that's his whole goal, is to destroy people's business, basically.
I'll tell you something right now. I'll fuck Jesse up. No, I'm just not fucking kidding. What do you? So you and I, we've been talking a little bit. Not too terrible, not a lot, but a little in the last few days and whatnot. And you're here. I'm glad I could have you on because I felt bad. I won't say whom, but I had 2 bookings at once, and you were one of them, and I really wanted to make it up to you somehow that we couldn't kind of do it the way that maybe you wanted to. So I hope having you on today is
and I'm hoping we can still do the Tuesday.
I will. No, I'll still do the Tuesday.
But yeah, I'm glad I got to talk to you before those clowns, I'll say, on YouTube. I'll use another word if I was on Rumble. Got a chance to. So I do appreciate you bringing me on. Now there are some other questions that I had for you. I don't know if how frank you want to be.
I can't believe I can't believe people have questions for me. I don't understand.
I'm joking,
buddy. Go ahead.
I know you Was there actual swinging activity going on there? Did you guys trade partners or
were we doing the swinger kind of community thing? No, I can say no.
Okay. So was she, now I don't know if you know this, she went to go live with them, obviously, part of the drug bust. Were they having a three-way relationship? Were they involved in
it
that?
was, look, I mean, and as time goes on, I'll reveal more. Now's maybe not the time with what they're going through and everything, but no, there wasn't a relationship or anything like that, but we were all really close. We were all very, very close, and I just, it's unfortunate the way it all ended up. But yeah, we were very close friends, and I mean that's where I'm gonna go for now.
Okay, so you're denying the swinging rumors.
I am.
All right. Now, what was the final falling out? Was it over the drugs and you telling her to stop doing cocaine? Or
it was the fact. It was really, I've been saying, one went one way, one went this way. I have 3 children, and
right.
I had been talking about, guys, let's cut this out. Guys, let's stop. You know, there was some headway with Kayla in talking about stopping, and there was interest there, and I, did what I could. But eventually it just became the kids didn't like being there. I didn't like being there anymore. And it just came to the point where when you have 3 kids, you got to listen to them and you got to go their way. And if it becomes a thing, it kind of became an either or sort of thing. And I picked the road.
Now, is it true that your ex-wife got a restraining order against April where she couldn't be around your kids?
No, not where she couldn't be around the kids, just not transporting them.
Okay. So that's a little bit different than what I'd heard. So
no, she could be around the kids.
Okay, because if she couldn't be around them, then that would explain the divorce completely, right? Because you want to see your kids, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I had heard. So it's not necessarily as salacious as it's been made out to be, then, according to you.
There are things that
as far as you know, at least, right?
I'll put it this way: there are things I know, and things I haven't said everything that I've done. I haven't said everything that anyone's done, but that I will eventually. I just don't think now. And sorry, I know it's a total bitch move, but the situation they're in now, they don't need me piling on with certain things.
Well, that sounds kind of like there was something going on there, but you're just not going to pile on with that, right?
Did I don't believe I said anything was going on.
You didn't say that, but you seem to intimate that, right?
I unequivocally denied everything you asked me. In the way you asked.
But at one point, you may reveal more. So is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying any of it's related to any questions you asked me. I'm saying
now you're sounding like a lawyer.
I learned from the best. I learned from the best. Yeah. I can tell you this: I would show up for traffic court.
Now, I've also seen that they're apparently not on the docket for today.
Yeah, that means if that's true, then they're not going to be out until at least Tuesday.
Tuesday because of Memorial Day, yeah. And they don't have bail hearings on the weekends, so they're going to be in jail until Tuesday. I would expect them to get bail. What do you think? I heard you talking about bailing her out. Now, a $10,000 bail, I know a little bit about how bail works.
Really, Ethan?
Really, yeah, I know. So a $10,000 bail, you would have to pay $1,000 and basically just forfeit that $1,000, and it wouldn't be the full 10 grand. You would just pay $1,000, and then she would get out of jail. What are your thoughts on that? I certainly would not.
Well, here I've talked to a lot of people I respect, and the advice is 50-50. It's 50% what you've said. I know I talked to Jim Florentine yesterday. He said, He said, bail her out and then be done. He goes, just do one last kind of kind move and then be done. Some other people have said that. Others have said what you said. She made her bed. You confronted her on addiction. She spat in your face. Fuck it. Move on. I get that too. I've got until Tuesday to kind of mull that over.
Yeah, you have some time to think about it, for sure. Now, is there any thought of reconciliation?
Can't. I mean, I got too much. I mean, the amount of support from family and friends that I've gotten with, in the last 6 weeks, and, the way the kids, in talking to the kids about how they feel. And obviously, I'm not going to tell 3 small children the exact details of everything, but
Sure.
I can't hide this from them. Obviously, they're going to, they probably have found out. I talked to my ex-wife yesterday, and we got to figure out how to talk to them about this together. But the kids got to come first, and I don't. Even if there was interest from me in a reconciliation, or even interest from her in reconciliation, which I don't know, the kids are a different story altogether, and that doesn't seem to be a bridge they're willing to cross at this point.
Now, you seem to, say you've gotten closer to your ex-wife. I don't know the situation there. Any thoughts of reconciliation there?
She's married with a couple more kids.
Okay.
Ralph, I'm starting to find out. You may not know this. I'm starting to find out I may have been the problem.
Well, I'm legally not allowed to comment on certain things. But I understand that sentiment for sure. And I see some brain dead Jesse fans in the chat. Ralph's being boring. No, I'm just trying to get the facts out there. They're all about bullshit. They're all about kayfabe and trying to make you look like an idiot. I'm just trying to get the facts of the matter out there. If I wanted to come on here and clown on you, I could definitely do that. But that's not what I was.
Wait a minute, Ralph. When have I kayfabed any of the questions you asked me?
You haven't. That's what I'm saying. That's but I didn't come on here to do a clown interview.
It was a joke. Hey, Ralph, it was a joke. I may or may not have. I mean, look, there's things I can say. There's things I can't.
Well, I mean, that one answer, I think, says it all. Really.
We're all human. We all gravitate towards things we may feel like we want at the time.
Do you feel? I mean, you seem like you do feel sorry for her, though.
I feel sorry for all of them, man. I really do. Nick, a little less so, just because of the interactions I've had with Nick about addiction and all this stuff, and his role in it. Also, because I think he's shown a lot of arrogance when asked about being an alcoholic or an addict, and it's hard to feel as sorry. Also, with my current legal wife, or no, I guess what's the word I used? Estranged wife.
Estranged wife is the word.
With my estranged wife, she's shown quite a bit of arrogance as well, so that there's a lot of mixed feelings on that. Kayla, really, I'm having a tough time with, because I had a lot of conversations with her about not doing this and the desire to stop doing this, and there's a difference between wanting to stop and then having a plan to stop, and it always stopped at, with her, it always stopped at wanting to stop. And it couldn't go into the next gear from there, unfortunately.
And I read somewhere that I guess this is from one of your appearances somewhere that you said that she had told you that they were done after this stash was gone and they were gonna quit. And then the next message was they got some more shit, basically. Is that accurate?
Yeah, she said we're done after this one, and then apparently she got outvoted. That's it's not the way it worked out.
I've met
and I think it was and what really sucked, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what really sucks about it is I believe that was the refill that they probably got caught with this time. So Kayla would have won that vote.
Yeah, they might not be sitting in the clink right now. She looked, I've met the Ricadas in public many times, and at some events, stuff like that, and she definitely has seen better days. She didn't look very good.
I will tell you this. I will tell you this. Both April and her in those mugshots, and the last time I mean, last time I saw Kayla was probably 3 weeks ago. Last time I saw April probably 6-7 weeks ago. And I will tell you this, I don't recognize either of them in those pictures.
Yeah, it was not a good look. It was not a good look. Actually, Nick looked better than he'd looked in a while.
I thought the same thing. But did he? Can I ask you something? Did he have to wear the hedonism 2 fucking tank top?
Man. You know, I saw potentially criminal Sean, the law tuber. He's going to be on the kill stream later today, by the way, cheap plug, talking about this stuff. And he made the same comment. Did he actually have to have the hedonism
Yeah.
Tank top on? I mean, I guess that just, it's poetry, right? I don't know what else to say about that, except that I do see Cog, Jonathan Harrison in chat, and he's a guy who's been accused of being a pedophile by 2 of his brothers on my show.
You guys are pals.
Yeah, we're good buddies. 2 of his brothers came on his show, on my show actually, in the last 2 months and accused him of being a pedophile and fucking a 14-year-old girl.
Why is everybody on my show today somehow tying everything back to pedophilia?
Well, I don't know. You'll have to ask him because he's the pedophile.
It's a guy. I have no idea if anyone's a pedophile. I have no information about this. This is, ladies and gentlemen, Ethan Ralph.
Well, I mean, his brothers say that he's a pedophile.
Okay, there you go. You can say his brothers have accused him.
Yeah, his brothers accused him of being a pedophile on my show. 2 of his brothers. So he's a little bit bitter about that. And so he stalked me day after day. But what are your thoughts about, your plans for moving on and getting past all this? 'Cause I'm sure you don't want to do, weeks and months of shows.
No, I don't. I thought about that last night. I was like, how long do I really want to talk about this? Because, I'm only human, and I understand that a lot of people want to hear my take on this stuff and all that. But, I also do want to, you can't do this forever, and I'm going to run out of things to say.
There's only so much.
Right. I will say I'm holding on to a few things, and obviously Nick keeps giving more content, but I don't know. I don't know how. The answer I have for you right now, Ralph, is that I've got a lot of info in my brain and a very slow processor at this point. There's a lot on the old plate, if you will.
Now let me ask you one of my Larry King style questions. What's your favorite moment or your most loving or memorable moment that you had with April while you were married?
I would say our last trip to Las Vegas, where we went to watch the Vikings with a bunch of our friends, and her and I going to our favorite places and just a really every aspect of the trip was perfect. It was just great. That was unfortunately, it's crazy. We were married for almost 3 years and we were together for over 4. And that trip was the peak of our relationship. I mean, we were never better. And then after that, we started hanging out with our new friends, and it started.
Now, how did that happen in the first place?
We did a comedy show. We booked Chrissy Mayer, a friend of ours. And Chrissy, that was the weekend her father was murdered. So she had to pull out of the show the night before. She had asked Nick, or Nick had talked to her, and he was going to do a guest spot on the show. I was in charge of the show, so when Chrissy left, I told Nick, hey, do 10, 15 minutes. We're all going to step up and do a little extra time here since Chrissy's not here. And we hung out, and we honestly, we went drinking together. It was a great time. April and Kayla got along great, and we were both from Minnesota, so we both had children, and we're like, maybe we get the kids together sometime and all that. So that's kind of where it started. A pretty organic, pretty normal meeting, I suppose.
And I won't keep you all day. I know you're only going to do 20 minutes or so, you said, but what was the final falling out with Rakeda? You said, I don't know if you flat out said, but you intimated maybe.
No, what happened?
He told you to kill yourself? Or
yeah.
You'd be better off without you?
What happened was I was talking to, was I talking more to Kayla or April? I can't remember. And I was with my kids, and a bunch of friends were over at my house. And April and I were having a lot of problems, so I was probably talking to Kayla. And she goes, oh, when are you coming back to hang out and all this? And I said, look, my kids are here playing with their neighborhood friends. I got family members and friends over here. I said, I just don't think it's a good place for me, and I don't think I'm going to come back. And Nick just and this is late at night, Nick just starts lighting up my phone, and it is fucking invective. And unfortunately, I'd seen it before with other people and sometimes myself. I mean, just that impulse control gone, and just a fucking rush of shitty texts. And one of them was, you know, you doughy, fat, this and that, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. And then at the end of it was, do the world a favor and K yourself. We're on YouTube, unfortunately. And
Yes.
and I my last communication I ever had with Nick Rekieta was LOL, whatever you say, addict, and then blocked him on the app we were on, and that was the end of that. So.
Nah.
I just want to say on the addict part, nailed it. No, I'm just.
Now, if they weren't having a three-way situation, which you seemingly kind of ducked at a little bit.
No, there wasn't.
would
I
she-
will say this: there wasn't a three-way situation. I can say that.
So, but why was she at their house? Why did she pick there to go live? Like, she could have went somewhere else, her parents' house. You mentioned
There was another place next, like close by. I don't know how much I can say, but it was and that she felt comfortable going there, and you know, we certainly didn't want to be around each other, so that's where it went. I know Kayla had a problem with it, but it's. You know,
Well, I can understand. Now, also, Rekieta seemed to be sporting a black eye in his mugshot. Did you see that?
My theory on that, knowing them the way I do, is either the cops took him to the ground, which I don't know if that's the case, or Kayla, after the shit-face stream, might have thrown something at him, might have hit him in a fight or something like that.
Maybe that was over April or something.
No, may have been over the stream.
Oh, yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the local stream he did the night before, we went through it last night on the kill stream, which is on Rumble, by the way. And he was off camera, which, you know, didn't. I mean, you know, you can do a stream off camera, but once you see the mugshot, you see the black eye, it makes more sense as to why he was off camera.
Yeah, I think either he fell down. Well, if it was before they got arrested, then yeah, either he fell down or Kayla threw something at him. I'm guessing.
Yeah. But yeah, man, that's about all the questions I had. Just want to stop in, talk to you, and we'll do some more on Tuesday. And I see Cog the pedophile in the chat.
According to it, thank you.
According to his brothers, he's a pedophile. Two of his brothers, Paul and Mike, accuse him of being a pedophile. And I see his fat Hindu wife also in the chat, who is just an absolute. I call her the Bombay Buffet Buster because she weighs about 320 pounds. And she's a disgusting, just nasty, ugly piece of trash.
You know, I will say this, Ethan. I will say, it seems like I've really entered into a healthy community.
Yeah, you definitely got involved. Well, I wouldn't get involved with her. And I definitely wouldn't try to take anything off her plate because you might lose a finger or two because she doesn't miss too many meals. Aaron,
Hey, Ethan, can I ask you one last question?
Sure.
Where can people find the kill stream?
They can find the kill stream over on Rumble, rumble.com. Hold on, let me pull up my link to make sure I get this right. Rumble.com/c/killstreamlive, or if you just type in Killstream on Rumble. We have 3.8K followers there, and you can find us pretty easy. I have a check mark and all that. It just says Killstream when you type it in. If you just type in Killstream in the search, and it has the little green check mark, and you can find us that way. And at the Rock Retort on Twitter as well.
Well, thanks for coming on, man. I really do appreciate it, and I will talk to you again on Tuesday.
All right, I'll see you Tuesday. Thank you, man.
Take it easy. Ethan Ralph of the Kill Stream. There you go, boys and girls. Vito, hello, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. You and I have never met, never spoken, anything like that, but
I don't think so. Is my audio okay, by the way?
you sound fine.
Okay, cool.
But, holy shit, huh?
Well, yeah, I mean, this has been fascinating. I mean, I've like seen your show. I've been in the chat a couple times. I'm like, oh, this steel-toe gentleman seems like a nice guy. And then this past week, you know, I watch a lot of like WATP, and he's like, oh, I'm having a feud with steel-toe. I'm like, oh, well, that's some interesting radio drama. And then, of course, Nick Ricada was drinking, and I go, well, that's some interesting drama. And then the two of them get connected, and I go, well, this is the radio story of the century here.
Right?
What is going on?
Yeah, this is a big one. Yeah, it was, I'll be honest, I mean, getting to know the guy over the last 6 months, you know, that stream was kind of, it felt like the culmination of every fight I'd had in that house. It felt like the culmination, it was just like, motherfucker, you know, it was very frustrating. For me personally,
Do you live down the road from Nick Ricada?
no, it's a bit of a drive, but it's, you know, it's drivable. But yeah, we were
He's
hanging.
a big time YouTube guy, and you're a YouTube guy, so you obviously you're like, oh, there's a chance to have a friendship with a fellow broadcaster.
Well, our thing was we performed at a comedy show we put on. Chrissy Mayer, friend of ours, was booked. Her father was murdered that weekend, so she had to go. But she had told Nick he could come and do a guest set. And I told Nick, you know, go ahead, do the guest set, whatever. And we met, we hung out, we drank. I believe Riley was there. Riley was a lot of fun, and we all...
Riley is everywhere for some fucking reason.
Yeah, he was a blast. I had a lot of fun with Riley. Riley had a lot of fun giving me all the scoop on, you know, all the internet people. He's like, boy, you're way behind. I'm like, I don't know shit. He's telling me about
Oh, yeah, I saw you post at one point. You're like, I'm not getting involved in the Eric July drama. And I clipped that, and I said, oh, he wants to be involved. Everyone involved Steel Toe.
Yeah.
Eric July drama.
You and Dick both were tweeting out, oh, sounds like this guy wants to get involved. And that
sounds like Steel Toe's picking a side.
Yeah. And then, so, yeah, Riley was there. Nick was there. We all went out drinking. It was a great time. The Ricadas came over, I think, the next day, and we hung out for a little bit, and then, yeah, we just started hanging out. We were friends, and then, you know, the bad.
It's close enough that you can hang out, and it's hard to make friends when you're a YouTuber because usually it's people all around the country or whatever.
Yeah, and it was, yeah, just the bad shit got worse, and I tried, you know, like I say, I tried, and some were more receptive than others to maybe making some changes, but ultimately, I've got 3 kids, and when shit got really bad, I couldn't do it anymore. Shit was getting, it was dramatic. It was disaster after disaster, fight after fight. You know, everybody. I mean, it was falling apart, and I'm just like, you know what, you know, dad first, and you know, I'm not sitting here saying I'm a hero. Believe me, I have a shitload of guilt for not getting anybody any help, not getting anybody out of there. Not that I didn't try, but you can't force people to do that.
Well, it's a situation that moved very fast. I don't think anybody expected, you know, anybody to wind up in jail. So I wouldn't beat yourself up too much. That kind of came out of nowhere for everybody.
Well,
you know, but so my question, I guess, again, I don't really know what's going on. But there was you and the wife are getting a divorce, right?
Yes.
Or in the process of it?
Yes.
Okay. Does Nick Ricada play any role in that, or is that completely unrelated?
No, I don't think
He's
Nick,
not whispering in her ear saying, you gotta leave this scumbag.
I mean, well, that's between those two and God, I guess. But no, I didn't get that vibe.
Okay.
But it was, look, a lot of it was a lot of our fights started with me going, you know, maybe you should cut back, maybe you shouldn't be doing so much of it. And then it was the yelling and the fighting and the, you know, how dare you say I, you know, have any.
So there was a bit of a party. There was some partying going on. She was enjoying the party.
Yeah, and I was, you know, look,
were being a little more conservative and saying, well, you know, we can't go too much.
Look, I
cause for contention.
You know, I'll drink and, you know, and all that, but yeah, that was a little much for me, and it was changing people. Like it's fucking rough to watch people literally become different human beings from when you met them, and that was kind of everybody. And Yeah, there was just, I don't think there was any room for me anymore. I was, I kind of got the vibe I was being viewed as a wet blanket. I know Nick at one point said to me, he goes, I feel like you're trying to control people's usage a little bit. And I'm like, not very fucking successfully. I'd like it to be 0. But it was wild. There was just a lot of, it just became, everyone just became too different.
You were at the party, everybody's drinking, you're going, guys, you're gonna feel bad tomorrow, you're gonna have a hangover. And they go, oh, we're just, I'm not saying that you were being.
Oh no,
I get it. Look, I'm not a big drinker either, Sometimes I go to these parties and, sometimes people go nuts. I get it.
Drinking, what are you going to do? Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I wasn't having beers and stuff. I mean, obviously.
But you saw, like, drug usage was probably the more concerning thing.
It was too much. Yeah, it was too much. And when they got I kind of played it coy the last few days on it. But and I didn't want to come out. Like, my big thing was I just wanted to talk about it.
It's all in the open. I mean, they've been arrested for drug possession. So what are you going to, it's like, oh, yeah, no, I don't know anything about drugs.
Well,
I think you're off the hook on that.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. Number one, the live stream came out, and I would have been a fucking retard if I would have tried to deny that anything was going on. And then, number two, then they got arrested, and I'm like, well, I mean, I am happy in a way that they got arrested. I hope everybody.
Don't say that. That's a terrible soundbite.
Well, yeah, you're right. That's awful. Thank you for not letting me finish it, so they only have that soundbite. That's fantastic. Thank you, Vito.
I'm glad my fucking wife's in prison.
Yeah.
No.
I think I think this could be it.
It could be a wake-up call. It's a rock bottom situation.
Sure. Yeah, and hopefully, but
you're pushing it to the limit too hard.
Yeah, it's I talked to a family member of theirs yesterday. They contacted me, and the kids are in a good family place, which is good. I'm very happy about that.
I don't see a lot of people. You know what's crazy is I'm getting like people going, Vito helped push Nick Cicada into this lifestyle. And I'm like, I have talked to Nick Cicada maybe I haven't talked to that guy since October. Like, we're not buddies,
Yeah.
He's better friends with, my co-host Dick Masterson. You can blame him all you want. Yeah, I can do that, but I don't fucking know. I don't talk to Nick Cicada. Nick Cicada doesn't call me up and go, hey, Vito, should I drink and do drugs and have firearms? Yeah, Nick, go nuts. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I really regret telling him that's a great idea, Nick. Go for it.
That's a great idea. Yeah. Should I store all my guns with my drugs? Yeah, man. That's, the fun closet.
I don't know. I never saw. People keep telling me, they're like, you fucking liar. Why don't you go all the way? I never saw any guns.
Well, I also don't understand how the law works because it could be legally registered firearms, but if they're in the presence of illegal drugs, it becomes a problem. I don't know.
No, it is. I don't even know if that might be a federal law or it could be a Minnesota state law. But if you have a firearm in the commission of a felony, it gets tacked on.
Yeah. And are these felony charges then?
Yeah, the 5th degree possession that they're all facing is a felony. The gun possession is gross misdemeanor.
So have you said what drugs you've witnessed them doing, or
I've talked about the drugs I've done.
You've done.
I did coke 3 times. I did Molly probably half a dozen times. So that was my.
I mean, we were joking about on the podcast last night where it's like, well, if you were in California, you'd be fine, but we don't know. The Minnesota laws, are they tougher on drugs? I would imagine than us godless Democrats out here in Cali.
We've got horrible.
You guys got a Democrat. Well, that's the thing. We were looking up the laws. We're like, oh, you got a Democrat governor. Maybe you're good. Who knows?
Yeah, we got a Democratic governor. I think. Or no, I think the House is Republican. Hey, who gives a fuck? Anyway, it was it's just bad. It was. I think what they had. I think California would have probably even picked them up. I mean, they'd have been out with no bail in California, but
right.
But
you saw a vast amount of illicit substances. Is what it sounds like.
I saw illicit substances. I'll put it.
You saw illicit substances.
I mean,
a bathtub full of methamphetamine. Yes.
Well, I mean. If it's not a bathtub, is it really methamphetamine?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, no. And by the way, for the record, no.
See, you're better at the PR game than you know.
Yeah.
Now, look, I have a couple people saying different things. Some people are saying, oh my God, he's going to wait forever. I have other people going, a Class 5 felony is actually the lowest one.
Max,
the book. So I thought one would be the worst.
Max punishment for this one is, I believe, well, this is without the firearms charge, and a lot of people with legal experience I've talked to have said that the firearms charge, if it sticks, could really complicate things because then mandatory minimums in Minnesota start to take effect. But I do know that the max for the possession charge is 5 years and a $10,000 fine.
Well, a lot of times when they book you, you know, they haven't been in front of a judge yet, so a lot of times the cops go, let's put the scariest fucking charges we can on these people right away, and then the second they go in front of a judge, you know, he's either going to go, okay, well, these, you know, you're overcharging, or you're going to knock this down, or something. Well, they want to give you a very high charge, so hopefully you end up plea deal or something.
Right, yeah, they'll know what the official charges are after arraignment and all that, but,
I guess I just want to tell people, don't take this as like, oh, Nick's definitely going to get arraigned on these specific whatever, like, you know, a lot of things.
If I had to guess, I would say probably more of a county sentence. Like, it'll get pleaded down, and there'll be some kind of, like, 90-day sort of a thing, or maybe...
I really can't imagine anybody's getting 5 years in prison for this. Like, look, nobody, obviously they're going to be harsh on the drug thing. Who knows? But, you know, ultimately you got a family with kids, you know, it's a husband and wife who I assume don't have any crazy priors.
I don't believe so, but I also
your
think
wife did, but
yeah, I also think that she doesn't have any priors, but I also believe I also think that it'll probably get pleaded down. Unless they're stupid and they try to fight it. I mean, it'll. I think any lawyer would tell them, like, look, I'll work with the prosecutors. We'll cut a deal. But, you know, this is where you get into that point where, like, you're the guy who never played football, and now you're telling the team what kind of, like, blitz package to run. You're just like, oh yeah. I think.
So that's kind of all of internet podcasting at this point. It's going, I don't really know anything about any of this, but here's my reckless opinion on it, regardless.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's doing, like, you know, hard.
It's going to jail for life. Yeah. You're all fucked. No, I have no fucking idea.
Yeah.
All right, I got to ask a question. And do you have any idea who? Do you believe this was like called in like a welfare check or something?
I don't. You know, I'm being accused by some of being the one who did it.
I know you are, and I'm not making that accusation.
I absolutely.
I know that if I don't ask, a bunch of people are going to go, Vito, you needed to nail Steel Toe,
right?
Who called in, who tried to get his own wife put in prison.
Yeah,
I don't believe you did that.
No, I didn't.
What do you think?
I didn't do that. The only two theories I have are maybe a Ricada family member saw the stream and called something in, or the only my most likely.
That's a good point. Is everybody saw that stream, and it's very possible anybody could have gone. I think Nick has a drinking problem. I'm gonna call.
But I don't think family would just call the police. Maybe Child Protective Services, but not. I feel like they'd try to talk to their family member first. I'm gonna go just someone from the internet. It called. Yeah. That's the most likely one to me. Kiwi Farms got mad at me for saying it was Kiwi Farms, but I mean, I don't think it could have.
No, Kiwi Farms would never do anything wrong.
Of course, I can't believe they would get offended by that assertion. So.
Well, you know, I joke, but it is I know it's a stressful situation. I'm sure it's not something you want to have happening. But like you said, I mean, we can hope that at the end of the day that the charges don't. We don't want anybody going to prison, right?
No, what I'd like to see is just everyone get help and get clean. That's my goal from all this.
You got to be look, and again, you're not even. I don't think we're teetotalers here. You want to do a little cocaine now and again, fine, but you can't have it, fucking up your life.
Vito, you're gonna get a job as an addiction counselor any day now. People get arrested people get arrested for felony drug possession. They get out, and Vito's like, "Look, I hope you get clean." And by that I mean a little blow once in a while.
A little bit, a little sniff. We walk away. Yeah. All right.
You're like,
I can't talk. Look, I'm a big fat guy. I know addiction.
Yeah.
I see a cheeseburger. I go, I wish there was 5 more of them. I get it.
You're like fucking Matt Damon driving Edward Norton to a poker game right after he gets out of jail.
Well, poker's fun.
Yeah.
We all understand.
Listen, man, I appreciate you coming on. I'm sorry if you had anything else you wanted to talk about.
No. I just wanted to say, you know, and also people go like, oh my God, you know, there's this big rivalry and these guys hate steel. I don't know. There's like a lot of stuff going around. I'll say this honestly, I like your show. Every time I've tuned in, we have no beef. And I think it's fascinating what you're going through. It's sad as well, but obviously I'm, you know, here for the latest news, here for the latest gossip.
Sure.
And I hope it works out for everybody.
Yeah.
You have kids. But your kids. You have kids, right?
Yeah, fantastic.
They're with you or what?
Half the time, but they're fantastic.
Half the time.
And I also have to say, you know, publicly, my ex-wife has been amazing. You know, I called her.
Yeah.
When I left the whole situation, I called her and I said, look, I got to come clean with everything I've done. I said, I'm not going to put this on anyone else. This is what I've done. And I told her every, you know, dirty detail, and she knows, and she's been very supportive of the fact that just, you know, that it's away from everything. So
I hear you taking a lot of responsibility for your behavior in this like divorce situation. I've seen some clips of that. But you are kind of saying also that, you know, she was kind of partying and going a little bit nuts. Are you saying, you know, there's blame on both sides?
Blame on both sides as far as what, like the divorce?
Yeah, who caused this divorce?
Nobody can be.
The kids caused it.
It's 1,000.
Tell them you made this divorce happen.
The youngest is the one that, and I've been talking to her about it. I'm like, you know, you've been a real piece of shit.
You fucked up a good thing.
Yeah, way to go. This was supposed to be forever. Why'd you put her under so much stress? Now look at her.
That's just good parenting.
Enjoy your preschool graduation.
That trauma with them, and they become a great person.
Enjoy your preschool graduation, you selfish monster.
I won't be there. Little piece of shit.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much for coming on. We'd love to
I
talk
hope
to you
it all works
anytime.
out.
Yep.
Thank you.
Take it easy.
I'm trying to help you out here. Don't have Vito on your show ever
All right,
again.
I understand. All right.
He's a pedophile.
No, he's not a pedophile. He's not a pedophile.
He's a confessed pedophile.
He's not a confessed pedophile.
He's a confessed pedophile.
He is not. He is not.
He's put it in writing. Aaron, go on Twitter. He's a confessed pedophile.
Oh, well, then there you have it if it's on Twitter.
No, he confessed. He said, I am a non-offending pedophile.
No, that's not a... No, I believe he was probably kidding. The whole Vito thing was over. He didn't think that cuties was a big deal.
No, go into it. Go down that rabbit hole, Aaron.
The Vito says, I've never said... Dude, I got to drop you. I can't have you saying stuff like that on my channel. That's just fucked up, dude. I can't. I like Nova. I really do. I think Nova's, you know, decent enough guy. But no, Vito is not a pedophile. 100% he is not a pedophile. Now, Vito, you have a job to do. You cannot get arrested for pedophilia because you're going to really make me look like an asshole. So please, can you promise me in chat right now, Vito, that you will not be arrested for pedophilia? Could you do that? He says, LOL, I'll do my best. Good. You get arrested for pedophilia, you understand I'm fucked. I'm aiding and abetting now. Wouldn't that just be like me being drawn to criminals like a fucking magnet? I thought this was bad. Fucking Vito. Arrested for sticking his thumb. Aaron Imbold said, quote, Vito is not a pedophile. How fucking dare you? Vito says, the only kids I like read my comic, superkiller.com. There you go. Yeah, you can't win with the internet. They're like so close to a W, Aaron. Then you talk to Vito. Motherfucker, I would talk to Pope Benedict if it would, you know, pop a number. Oh, Vito says .org. Well, now I don't know what the fuck to believe. You know who gets their .coms and .orgs fucked up? Pedophiles. I believe people misunderstood Vito when he never admitted to being a pedophile. He said he was sending something to Dick Masterson in a PDF file. And I think people got confused and thus just a hilarious misunderstanding ensued.
Up next is a video that I kind of felt like was going to get submitted this week. Let's just lay the groundwork for this one, folks. It was only, what, 2 weeks ago that I watched a video of Nick Rakita, the internet lawyer on YouTube and Rumble and other places, I think, who basically he's having I guess he's having a personal life meltdown, all right? And he's been streaming himself completely drunk and saying really awful things, and I reacted to a video about this like 2-3 weeks ago on this very show. Well, as a follow-up, he's been arrested. All right, for drugs and firearm possession while having drugs or being under the influence, something like that. And someone submitted this video for me to watch. They said to start at the 5-minute mark, so I will. I don't know exactly what this is going to be. Let's go to the supposedly to the 5-minute mark. Apparently, this guy is another internet lawyer friend, or used to be like associated with Nick, but they basically like stopped doing anything together or something. As I guess this guy's had his big downfall or something. So I guess they said 5 minutes. Okay, here we go. We'll start here.
Last night in jail. This can be changed, and I think it will be. But until he changes that stance, I think he's not come around to the reality that he's currently in. All right, let's go to it. Let's go to it, and you'll see what I mean.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to go on the record before we do a couple rules this morning, giving observers. First, you are to turn off your device so you are muted and turn off your video camera. Second of all, there have been requests to record this proceeding. Those requests are denied. The rules, general rules of practice prohibit any recording other than the official record.
They really haven't gotten any of this stuff figured out, have they? It's 2024. I mean, my bankruptcy proceeding was in the year 2020, and they allowed anyone to call into the call and lie about who they were, and it was really messed up. Like, there's no security or anything. Here you got people who are like observers are coming in. Ding, 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 ding. Dude, this is supposed to be a court proceeding, right? Or an arraignment or something. What the fuck is this? Can you shut that fucking notice off? Like, what is going on? Is there anyone in charge? And like, it's supposed to be like super important legal shit. Why is no one like controlling the situation? Ding, 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 ding. It's gonna sound like you're at a grocery store. Someone's come through the front door 100 times, right?
Of the judicial branch, which is recorded by a certified court reporter. I imagine that transcripts...
Also, I do wonder, why is this over the internet? Like, everything today is gone back to normal since COVID, right? So why is this being done over the internet like this? I wonder if there's a particular reason. I don't know where this is located. So.
Love your layout.
That's under General Rule of Practice 42 or 4.02, Subdivision 5 at Prin 5. I need to tell everyone that a violation of that rule could lead to contempt proceedings. We're on the record in 34 cigar 24. For the record, I have an email. And Madam Clerk, if you can disable that the buzzing or bell noise each time.
They're not going to disable that, are they?
The court would appreciate.
They're going to leave that shit on.
This is the state of Minnesota versus Nicholas Ricada. Am I saying that correctly? You told me before.
Yes, sir, Ricada.
I have your date of birth is December 16, 1981.
Yes, sir.
Currently reside at 12291.
Wow. So wait a minute. They said his whole public address? They doxed him? Now I'm assuming he's already been doxed, right? Because that's fucked up to say his address. They said the number, and then they blocked it after he already said the number. What is that? You see what I'm saying? This is supposed to be a professional proceeding, and this is how they operate? Just dox the fucking guy? What the fuck?
Okay. Your appearance today is based on 3 counts to a complaint order for detention. The record should reflect that Alex Konahachi appears for the state of Minnesota. Mr. Ricada, you are self-representing yourself at this point?
Yes, sir.
Whoa! He's self-representing? What? He got arrested for a drug and a firearm charge, and he is self-representing himself. Well, all I have to say about that is it's gotta be a money issue, right? But he could have got a public defender. Maybe he feels the public defender system sucks. But why in the holy hell? Why would he be defending it? That is an awful idea. Really. That is a terrible, awful idea.
Okay. Count one is second-degree possession, 25 grams or more of cocaine or methamphetamine. This is in violation of statute 152.022, subdivision 2, print A, print 1. The maximum sentence for that count is 25 years in prison and a $500,000 fine.
So it was what? Crystal meth? So you said crystal meth?
Count 2 is possession of ammunition or any firearm with the user of controlled substances. This is a gross misdemeanor, so the maximum sentence is 364 days in the Candiac County Jail and or...
So he had meth and he had a gun on him when he had the meth. The problem isn't that he had the gun. The problem is he had a firearm when he was in possession of the meth. That's the misdemeanor.
My audio's bugging out today, my bad.
$1,000 fine. Count 3, endangerment of a child when present with the sale or possession of a controlled substance. Again, a gross misdemeanor.
Oh, his
It's
kid
not
was
too
in the
bad,
house
bud.
too? Oh, man, with the drugs? Oh, man.
Maximum.
You want the coke out, Nick, and kill yourself, you stupid motherfucker.
Wow.
I'm going to warn everyone again. This is a court proceeding.
Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. That's absolutely unbelievable. Why is this allowed in a court proceeding? This is a court proceeding. It should be under control. These people are supposed to be fucking professionals, and this is what they allow to happen in the court proceeding. That's fine, right? He's like, oh, I'm gonna warn you. No, don't warn. If you don't have it under control, you stop the court proceeding until you have someone competent who works for you to run it. This is a shit show. This is a joke. People can call in and say shit like that in his court proceeding. Right now, I'm not kidding you. These people should all be fired who are involved in this right now. That should be immediately, because that happened.
Ah, yes.
Immediately, they all should be
DSP,
fired.
the law expert.
Everyone involved. That's completely unprofessional. That should not be allowed to happen at all.
If you were in a courtroom with me, I would remove you. So, any violation of that will be removed. Ms. Black?
Judge, I just disabled people the ability to unmute themselves, so I will work to unmute people as they need to speak to the court this morning.
All right, thank you. Aside from Mr. Akita and Mr. Kornahachi, no one needs to at this point. Lastly, I think I was saying that the count 3 gross misdemeanor has a maximum sentence of 364 days and or $3,000 fine. Mr. Akita, you understand what you've been charged with? And second question, the maximum sentences associated with each count?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, I don't mean to insult your intelligence given you are an attorney, but it's important that I know that you understand your rights here. First of all, you are presumed to be not guilty of these charges. It is the state, not you, that has to prove what has been alleged in the complaint with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. You have a right to trial by jury. All members of the jury would have to agree that the state had met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt before you could be convicted. You have a right to counsel. You have a right to represent yourself, of course.
What I'm curious, so I don't know anything about what happened. I just know he got arrested. So, I'm assuming this wasn't been found in his house. They found him in possession of these drugs. There's no way he's driving around with that many drugs on him, right? So, that means that there was probable cause to enter his house and search for drugs. What happened, right? This guy's a professional streamer, right? He streams all the time. So what gave the police the right to go in his house, look for drugs, and they found him and arrested him? I wonder what happened.
If there's a trial, you could give your side of the story and testify, but you also have the right to remain silent. Indeed, you don't have to prove anything, so you don't have to say anything. If you remain silent, the judge can't make a comment about that, the prosecutor can't make a comment about that, nor can the jury take that into consideration. You have a right to confront, challenge, or cross-examine anyone who testifies against your interests.
His pastor told the cops, is this true? His pastor told the cops. Allegedly. But how did the pastor know what he had in his house? Unless he confessed, maybe he went to confession and he told his priest, and his priest then told the cops? Huh.
The right to call witnesses and the power of subpoena.
By the way, this video is incredibly long. I'm not watching 15 more minutes of it. I'm just trying to figure out, like what is of interest here exactly? I don't know what happens in this arraignment. So I don't actually know.
All of the state's discovery before trial, and including exculpatory information and evidence. And at the end of the day, if you think the court made some mistakes or a jury made some mistakes, you have a right to appeal. Any questions about those rights as I've explained?
No, Your Honor.
This is a Rule 5 hearing. Sometimes we call it a bail hearing. We'll set this for a Rule 8 hearing. Under the rules, you have the right to have that hearing within 14 days of today's hearing, but you could waive that as well, given your right to seek counsel if you so choose. Do you want this scheduled within 14 days, Rule 8?
No, Your Honor, I'd like to waive that. We can combine it into a contested omnibus hearing.
All right, so we could, for today's purposes, combine Rule 5, Rule 8?
Yes, sir.
So apparently there were 2 hearings, but he wants to combine them into one super hearing, so he doesn't have to do this again. Which, considering the fact that the guy is insanely trolled on the internet, as you can see, is happening, I guess that kind of makes sense. That he just wants to get this over with now.
And before you ask for a speedy, you want to hear what the state is requesting as far as release conditions?
Yes, I'd like to hear what the state is requesting.
I didn't say it, but you also have the right to have me read the complaint today.
No, sir.
All right, very well. Mr. Kornhachi, what is the state requesting as far as release conditions?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is requesting $50,000 unconditional. In the alternative, we would agree to RPR with standard drug conditions, which would include no use, random testing, no use and possession of firearms, contact probation as directed, don't leave the state without permission from the court, remain law-abiding, keep in contact with probation, and other standard conditions.
So, $50,000 bond. Then he has to also stay clean, random drug testing, cannot have a firearm. And that's it? That's all they want? They're not going to give him any jail time? Is that what they're saying?
Mr. Okada, any objection to those conditions?
I object to the $50,000 bail. I think it's unduly burdensome in violation of the Eighth Amendment.
What?
All right, what about the conditions?
Did he say... What did he say? He's rejecting the bail. It's in violation of his 8th Amendment. Is that what he said? His microphone is terrible in this room. You can't hear what he's saying. I can't understand what he said.
Release conditions sound fine.
The release conditions sound fine.
All right, the court will set unconditionally amount of $50,000, cash or bond. Conditionally, you'll be released in your own personal recognizance. In all instances, you need to be law-abiding and show up for all your court appearances. Conditions are as follows.
Okay, there is some confusion in the other chat. I read that as this is a personal recognizance bond. In other words, he doesn't need to post anything except he has to be subject to the conditions. And he did because he didn't object to the conditions. I think that's what he's doing here. So I don't think he has to post anything. That's the way I read it. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Abstain from the use of alcohol or any mood-altering chemicals not prescribed by your physician. That will be subject to random testing. So the court will order.
So no alcohol, no drugs, random testing.
You meet with probation upon your release, sign their agreement, and cooperate fully. You are not to possess any weapons, firearms of any nature, or be in the presence of anyone with a firearm or dangerous weapon, and do not leave the state of Minnesota without prior approval of the court. Any questions about those release conditions?
Yes, Your Honor, did you say 50 or 15,000?
50. Okay, let me ask this. Do you still want a speedy omnibus, or can it be scheduled in normal course?
You're scheduled in normal course, Your Honor.
Very well. Madam Clerk, do we have a date for that?
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm just going to interrupt. This is Katie Block, the court administrator. Do you want this next hearing to be in person or remote?
In person.
Thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Ricada, you said contested, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so yes, in person.
All right, I'm bored. That's it. Like, I've seen enough. There's really nothing that we're seeing here. It didn't really add anything, right? Kind of like, okay. So basically, he got arrested. We don't know the truth because it's not said in this court hearing, right? Or at least what we're watching. We don't know how it led to him being caught with all of this methamphetamine. But he had meth, a firearm, and a kid all in the house at the same time, which is a big no-no. And because of that, he's in big trouble. And it sounds like he's probably going to have to pay a lot of money. And he's going to have his random testing going on for liquor and drugs moving forward. They're going to have a hearing. Like, this isn't even close to being done, correct? Like, there's going to be follow-up hearings and things. But I wonder if he's going to be, like, if there's going to be a trial or if he's going to be sentenced to any jail time. It doesn't sound like it, though, right? It sounds like those conditions are that he just has to stay clean. And as long as he stays clean, doesn't have a firearm, he's good, right? From what I can understand, maybe, but again, I don't know anything about this, you know? I don't even know, honestly, I don't know why this was submitted, because it's not like I can really add anything to it. I'm not a legal expert or anything like that. If anything, the one thing I got out of it is that literally none of these courts are ready for anything on the internet. None of them should have it, because they all just act like it's just gonna be fine, and then trolls start going in and mess it all up. Like, this is a crappy shit show. The fucking noise keeps going off. People are fucking, you know, insulting the guy, Nick. It's like, geez. I thought this was a professional court hearing, right? And I've had some experience with this 4 years ago myself, right? It's ridiculous. Okay, so I'm being told those are his bail conditions. The court case is ongoing. The maximum sentence he can be sentenced to is 25 years for the drug charges. But basically, the way for him to stay out of jail is for him to give those conditions, and then he can basically, he's out on bail until his court proceedings. Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. All right. Again, I don't know why that was really submitted. Sadly, there's not much I can really add to it. I have nothing to say. I don't know anything about it. I wish him the best and his family. It's awful that this has happened. Obviously. And a lot of people love it when people get into awful places, right? They want to dance on the grave. They want to revel in the downfall of others. And a lot of people have said to me, Bill, aren't you happy that this has happened to him because he covered your bankruptcy and said awful things about you during your bankruptcy? No, absolutely not. I wish him the best. I hope that he recovers. I hope that he comes back clean, sober, and that him and his family have a great life. That's what I wish for them. I don't want anything bad to happen to people. Ridiculous, right? People just want to see other people have downfalls on the internet. It's messed up. I don't support that whatsoever. So I don't cover shit like this. The only reason I'm watching this is because it was submitted. And again, I don't really know what you expected to hear from me or get out of this, because I don't want people to be hurt. I want people to have good, happy lives, you know? I really hope that he turns things around, and that I wish him the best. All right? There you go. All right. That's this part of DSP versus the internet. Let's split it, and we'll come back with more Ultra member submissions. I do believe that the clips coming up are much shorter. So, all right. See you in the next part. So, we're going to go to the submissions tier playlist. Thank you to everyone who's a submissions tier member of this channel. I appreciate you supporting this channel. Here we go. And let's do... Last week I started near the beginning of the playlist. Alright, let's start around... here? Yeah, let's start around here. How many videos in is this? Let's see. 5, 6, start at video number 9 of like 21 or something like that. Okay, so hold on. Okay. So again, if you're an Ultra member, you're guaranteed to watch your videos. That's why we just watched 2 hours of Ultra member videos. Now it's time to go to the standard and, or excuse me, the submissions tier. Thanks to everyone who supports this channel. Shout out, by the way, to Hiseo, who popped their 14-month membership here and said stopping by to say hi. Thank you for that. E says, hopefully you'll be able to enjoy real high FPS gaming in the future. 60 feels like 30 when you're used to 144 or higher. Wow. Okay. Smoother animation does not equal better animation. Okay. AI animation used in the video is linked in the description. Okay, let's see what they mean by this.
I'm mad. And bleeding. Tom and Jerry made 60 FPS using AI. Interpolating pixel art with AI. Even a simple animation can be made fluid and lifelike using AI. Your animation to 60 FPS. AI's animate to 240 FPS. What Mulan would look like in 60 FPS. 5 million views. Fuck it, right? I'm an animator. Why try?
Yeah.
There's some hot. Here it is all for you. Hey, hey, animate this video. I just don't get it. I don't get it. This is the Mario in Unreal of animation. A complete slap in the face to the animator. I could give you several reasons. Hell, I could make a whole ass video about why this looks so bad. And you know what? I think I will. I think I will. Because either I rant to you for the next 10 minutes to satisfy the goblin in my brain, or he's gonna tell me to do something far worse.
We are watching in HD. Fuck. You sure? Oh yeah, it's 50. 50 frames? He purposefully made the video 50 frames. Okay. I've never even seen 50 frames, but okay.
Okay, let's just cover the basics. This is 24 frames a second, this is 48. Look close. You see the difference. Good job. Basically, unless you're watching a soap opera, a gaming video, or Gemini Man, most of the video you watch is displayed at the standard 24 FPS. Now, 24 frames every second sounds like a lot, because it is, but it's pretty rare for animators to consistently create a new drawing for every single frame. Even during the most complex and fluid movements, animators will often hang on a single drawing for longer than 1 frame.
Right.
It's on screen for 2 frames, we call that animating on 2s. It's up 3, it's on 3s, 4s, and so on. There's a lot of reasons you might do this. Maybe you want to make 2 things feel different from each other, and the different frame rate helps you sell that. Maybe a low frame rate is part of the style. Maybe a character's movements are so far away that nobody's going to even notice. Maybe a choppier movement looks better with less frames. And I could go on, but you get the point. It's not just a compromise.
We did a lot of animation testing, and we found out pretty early on that in order to capture the spirit of the comic books, we'd animate on 2s. Sometimes we would hold frames for 2 or 3 frames.
When there's 24 frames a second, instead of doing all 24, you do 12, and the mind fills in the gaps between them. It makes it feel more graphic. There is a clarity and a crispness in that, so we latched into that as an aesthetic that I think made it feel more like a comic book.
And here's the thing. Just like animating on 2s or whatever looks fine if it's done right, animating at more than 24 FPS can look great. There's nothing wrong with having more frames when the artist intends for there to be. Yes, the issue at hand isn't the prospect of HFR animation. Instead, it's this shit-ass trend I'm seeing more and more of, where some degenerate with Moonbrain will take a perfectly fine animation and remaster it, that is, stick it into an AI and press render, to create new frames in between the perfectly fine existing ones. This is widely referred to as interpolation, and not...
For the record, the content that I am remastering on DSP Throwback is my old camera footage, pre-direct capture. And the reason that we're upscaling it with AI to have more frames is because it looks awful. The old camera stuff was choppier than 24 frames. It was actually meant to be like really, I wanted it to be higher frame rate, but the cameras back then weren't good. They just weren't recording at a higher frame rate. I had cameras that claimed they were 60 frames and they weren't. And so, a lot of the times taking those videos and upgrading them to intheass makes it look way better. Like right now with the LA Noire playthrough, when you're watching just an investigation or an interrogation, the 60 frames looks really good. The problem is, it doesn't always work. There's cases where the driving doesn't look right in 60 frames, probably because the game wasn't designed for 60 frames. Later on, they remastered it, and then it probably ran much better. I would never go ahead and take a video from my era of direct capture and upscale it. There's no point. The direct capture stuff is fine. The reason I upscale the stuff from my old days of the camera pointing at the TV is because the camera was a lesser tech. It's not clear, and the frame rate is choppy because of the shortcomings of recording like that. What he's saying essentially is animation is done intentionally. Like an artist might go on 2, so it's only 12 frames per second, or they might decide to go 24 frames instead of 30. Maybe they purposely animate it at 30 because they think it looks more cinematic. All these people who are just taking this and running it through AI and tossing it on YouTube and getting insane views for it, all right, are doing absolutely no work and basically getting millions of views off of animators' work, which is fucked up. The animator worked hard to make that artistic for a reason. Why then bastardize it and ruin it because you think that you've remastered it for an audience without, and a lot of the times I guarantee that's done without permission. You think someone got permission from Disney to upscale Mulan to 60 frames? Of course not. They just did it, and they got millions of views doing it, right? So I get where this animator's coming from, and I know why they're upset. The AI idea here that we're gonna upscale everything with AI is messed up. And by the way, this is 3 years old. So this was actually early on when they were doing it. This is happening with everything, right?
Not only does it completely fly in the face of artistic intent, it also just so happens to completely undermine several of the most basic principles of the entire medium of animation. Seriously, there's like a whole book about this, written in the Middle Ages by the 9 guys. People call it the animator's Bible. Now, I'm not a religious man. The book outlines what we call the 12 principles of animation. You got timing, staging, exaggeration, anticipation, straight ahead versus pose to pose, solid drawn, arcs, follow through and overlap, squash and stretch, secondary actions, appeal, and easy. I don't expect you to internalize and remember all of that, but suffice to say, all of these principles are, in their own
Audio
way,
should work properly now. I had my mic on by mistake.
Cartoon. And here are the ones that the AI completely fucking ignores. Are you beginning to see the problem? Side note, if you're an animator, you should seriously buy that book if you haven't already.
I guess it's rare.
That's expensive. I want to buy this book, but for not expensive. If only there was some kind of program that would...
Oh, okay, it's his ad placement now. All right. Well, I agree with the animator. When you're running everything through AI and claiming that you're remastering it, you're making it better, you're not. There's artistic interpretation, and there's sometimes an animator wants to show things in a certain way for a reason. Just because you increased the resolution, you increased the frame rate, does not make it better. Sadly, people are just simpletons in this line of thinking, especially today. You see what's going on with AI, how everyone's doing this to everything. So, all right, thank you guys. Time to split the part. When I come back, more of these submissions to your videos here on DSP versus the internet. See you then.
Oh boy, chat. Do we got something special today? Welcome to the Googly. The Googly of Baldo the Lawyer Man. We're burying this motherfucker 6 feet deep. Oh, grab your shovels. Grab your shovels, chat. We gotta dig a fucking hole for the Baldo Man. Oh, rip Nick Ricada. Welcome to your Googlies. Oh, you're going down. You're going down in the dirt for a nap. It's sleepy time, Nick, and you won't need a bottle this time. Oh, no alcohol or pills needed, buddy. You're gonna go for a long nap. Oh, shit. What a week. Poor Baldo, man. You know, I talked about Nick recently, about 3 or 4 months back. I was on with Andy Worski in between all of his stuttering. We had talked about the good old days and talked a little bit about Nick, you know, and at the time he had put a video out called Dear John, where he took a massive shit on an ex-fan. And I took a very nuanced approach, and I said something then, and I still stay by it, that Nick Ricada, out of almost all the people I've ever seen online, came the closest to having a professional career. He was at the cusp, the edge. He was at the precipice of taking off from this YouTube shit and doing something spectacular, and the pressure had gotten to him. Something was fucking his life up. That's why he lashed out. Well, we've definitely come to find out exactly what the fuck is going on. Now, if you're unfamiliar with who Nick Rekieta is, you're about to get a hell of an education. I've taken time to go through and try to hit the high points. Now, maybe you've heard of Nick. Maybe you've seen a little bit about him. He's a guy that gained a lot of fame doing a lot of streams around certain trials. At one point, he had 100,000 plus people watching him. Imagine that. Imagine that level of success. You start off as a modest little lawyer from northern Minnesota, reading off legal documents and talking to an audience of maybe a few hundred people. And you parlay that over the years into an audience of 100,000 plus people watching you do court coverage in a unique way. So unique that you have television stations and Netflix documentaries and news articles writing about you. You've got Rumble offering you personalized contracts for big buku bucks. Everything's looking up. Everything is looking great. I mean, there you are. You're a family man. You have the perfect life. You have the ideal life, the life people strive for. A lot of people out there have dreams of what they want. They want fame, success, money. But we also have those modest dreams, those attainable things that are just out of grasp, but if we put enough work into it, we can have it. And that's what Nick Rekieta had. He had a family, a wife, loving wife that he was married to for many years. He had multiple children, lived in a beautiful house, had an inheritance, had a degree in a profession that would have provided for him for the rest of his life. And then on top of that idyllic life that most people would strive for, he found numerous successes. It's insane. And he was right on the cusp, right on the edge of taking that and turning that into something that was going to be amazing. And you're about to hear the story of a man that allowed victory to defeat him. You're about to hear the story of a man that allowed his faults and foibles and follies, to his personal vices, to overwhelm him, to overtake him, and to destroy that which he had built up. Let me put it this way. I think we have a tendency, when we look at celebrities, actual celebrities, talking mainstream here, to wonder, how the fuck did their life turn out like that? Why is Britney Spears so insane? Why is so-and-so such a cokehead? Why did so-and-so become a drinker? Why are they so into casual sex? How could they let that slip through their fingers? They're rich and famous. What the fuck? You know, it's like we can't relate to them because, you know, that level of stardom creates this kind of barrier you can't really understand. But with e-celebs, with people on the internet, it's a little different. When you're talking about somebody with 500,000 subscribers, with a big audience, they're a little bit more relatable. These, you know, e-celebs, these micro-celebrities, I think give you a better perspective into what's going on. Because understand this, Nick Rekieta has crashed and burned in a spectacular way. And he did it on not even 1% of the fame and success of those kind of celebrities. So if a man like Nick can fail, I think pretty much anybody can. But he really allowed it to overtake him. And it's been something that's built up over the past couple of years. And it was gradual. But near the end, near the last year or so, it's become so noticeable that I don't think that you could watch a clip of what Nick has done or how he's behaved or how he's acted and not see that there's some sort of problem, that there's something going on. And there's been multiple speculation and people have theory crafted as to what exactly is going on with Nick Rekieta. Is it drugs? Is it infidelity? Is he taking, what is it? Ozempic, that diabetes medicine? Is he hooked on the diabetes meds? Is he turned into Wilford Brimley because he doesn't want to be fat? Like, what's going on with Nick Rekieta? What really fucked him up? Well, some people, and I always go back to this. It's a skit from Kids in the Hall, a Canadian comedy show. They had about a office worker, regular guy working a regular job with his coworkers, and he gets promoted. He's put in charge of like the water fountain. It's nothing. It's just a moderate amount of power, but he goes drunk and mad with it. And I think the level of success that Nick had, even though it hadn't broken into mainstream, but it was quite successful for a YouTuber, I think that allowed the darker parts of who he is to take over. You know, I think everybody sort of has a tendency to daydream. We all do. We like to think about scenarios and situations where we've been on the receiving end of shit we didn't like. You know, part of life is eating shit and smiling. We've had encounters with people or put in situations we didn't like. And we have those fantasies, that daydream of revenge. You're like, I'll show those motherfuckers, and you comfort yourself with that. And it's maybe a 5 or 10 minute thing, and then you move the fuck on with your life. But what happens when somebody has those kind of thoughts and then has the power to act on them? Well, you know, you'd hope they'd have the self-control to hold back. But in the case of somebody like Nick, he didn't. Once he had access to money and a little bit of fame, once it got a little bit easier, once he got a little bit of what he wanted, those daydreams became a reality. I'll drink when I want, I'll do drugs when I want, I'll fuck when I want, I'll say what I want, I'll do what I want. Fuck my responsibilities, fuck my lifestyle, fuck that idyllic dream that most people would really strive for, that they would want. Now, I'm not going to have this stream be a casting stones at people's stream. I've seen people say, well, his friends should have intervened, or the opposite of that, and putting blame on somebody. Oh, it's those fucking Kiwi farmers. They pushed him to the edge. No. I'm going to clearly state right now before we get into this, Nick Rekieta is an alcoholic and more than likely a drug addict, and nobody, be it his friends intervening or other people casting stones at him and talking shit, are responsible for that. That is Nick Rekieta's fault. And nobody can fix Nick Rekieta but Nick Rekieta. An alcoholic, a drug addict is not going to fix themselves, get better or get worse based on outside factors. That's their own shit, their own demons. The blame for what we're about to watch in this tailspin into stupidity lays solely at the feet of Nick. Nobody else. Not a single other fucking person in the world. It's not his friends for not intervening, and it's not Kiwi Farms for calling him a retard, or talking about ceiling cats, or Joshua Moon talking about shower calls. That's too easy of an out. So we're going to watch a descent into madness, and Nick gave me permission. You'll see that in his drunken rambling stream that really kicked the week off, where he's like, oh, Jim, I want you to roast me. I'd love if you roast me. Jim, talk about me. Talk shit. Well, okay. Okay. We'll get into it. We're going to get into it. So going forward, I'm going to try to structure this a little bit, and it gets dark at the end, too. Of course, there's always humor and darkness mixed in. Probably one of the best combinations you can have. One of those dark comedies, except it's real life. It's a real guy. This guy really did this shit, and you're gonna see it all as we go through. But of course, before we do that, because I'm a massive whore, I have to be a massive whore. I have to tell you that over at the merch shop, where you can buy a hat for your hat, if you click on the little see all, you'll see a new non-practicing merchandise section full of new merchandise. Breaking Baldo mugs and shirts and hats, and even a Sonichu, or I'm sorry, Magichan. The Curse of Magichan, we'll be going over that as well. Poster and puzzle piece box. Because we're all fucking autistic, I figured puzzles would work out for us. If I could have done model trains, I'd have done it. This guy's collapse, his implosion, has been ongoing for 2 years. And even though it's escalated, like I said in the last year, it's so much to go over. We're talking ceiling cats and thruples and cocaine and arrest for weapons charges and child endangerment and pastors backstabbing people. We're talking hot tubs and licking bottles. We're talking Dear John and Oh Mandy and shower calls. There's so much shit. Even just kind of putting a rough timeline together, even I was shocked. I was like, God damn, Nick, what the fuck? How do you go from 100,000 people on a live stream to this? What the fuck happened? We're going to try to get answers for that. So let's start this baby up. Where are we going to start it, Jim? Well, we're going to start it from the most recent thing backwards. Kind of a little artistic flair to it. Because I'm sure you've seen the news stories, like this Fox 9 article that's totally legit. Nick Rekieta, Minnesota lawyer and YouTuber facing drug charge, blames unknown man named Jim, which is pretty fucking close based on that last live stream, Jesus. But I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to read to you what's currently going on so we can go back in time and see how we got here. So sit down, chat. Get comfy. Daddy Jim's going to read you a news article from Fox. Minnesota-based lawyer and online legal analyst Nick Rekieta is facing a drug charge in his home county. Rekieta was arrested Thursday along with his wife and a fellow online personality. That fellow online personality, by the way? Ooh, is there a story to that one? Prosecutors filed charges against Rekieta and his wife on Friday for second-degree possession, child endangerment, and a gross misdemeanor firearm charge. According to the charges, law enforcement attempted to execute a search warrant on May 23rd at Rekieta's home in, well, I'll redact that. Trying to be a nice guy here. I know his shit's all over the internet, but I'll try to abstain from listing locations. So at his home. And was greeted by a girl at the front door who would not let them inside. After Rekieta refused to provide the door code, law enforcement used a door ram to get inside and found Kayla, the third internet personality, and 4 juveniles inside the dwelling. Law enforcement proceeded to search the master bedroom and bathroom, where they allegedly found a variety of drug paraphernalia, including 3 small baggies that tested positive for cocaine, 8 green tablets that tested positive for ketamine, and a digital scale and several other items that tested positive, the charges claim. Authorities also found a Sig Sauer AR with several magazines and a loose ammunition under the bed, including a spent shell casing on the bedroom floor, and located additional firearms and ammunition in the garage, according to the records. Police took Rekieta and his wife into custody, and he told law enforcement that he and his wife stayed in the master bedroom, where law enforcement claimed to find the most drug paraphernalia. but then refused to answer questions about the cocaine according to court records. Before the arrest, some online users had raised concerns about Rekieta's health, this week sharing a clip of him appearing to doze off during a stream. Law enforcement noted Rekieta had several injuries to his arms at the time. They described the injuries as sores that are common with controlled substance users. Rekieta, who owns a law firm based in his hometown, saw his online following skyrocket during the pandemic as he covered cases including Kyle Rittenhouse trial and Johnny Depp's lawsuit against Amber Heard. He has more than 150,000 followers on Twitter and nearly 450,000 subscribers on YouTube. Rekieta and his wife are set to make their first court appearance on Friday morning. Oh, well, shit, it's Saturday, isn't it? Yes, that's come and gone, Chad. It's come and gone already. Ooh. Oh, how did it turn out, Jim? Oh, we're going to find out. Now, I have a surprise. I know everybody thinks that Kiwi Farms is like hot shit. Like they get all the breaking fucking news. Oh, Joshua Moon. Oh, he's got all the breaking news. Jim beat you motherfuckers. I used the Freedom of Information Act and I got the body cam footage, Josh. Oh, slam dunk, bitch. Boom, shakalaka. Oh, Daddy Jim got that body cam footage. Oh, let's watch the body cam footage. What happened at the Rekieta arrests, Jim? We beat the Kiwi farmers to the good shit. Oh, here comes that body cam footage. Oh, it's so good. This is because Rekieta was arrested on his way driving to his house. So score one for Jimmy. Let's take a look at how this went down with the police officers. Here is the arrest body cam footage of Nicholas Rekieta.
I need you to step back. I need you to step back right now.
There were body parts in my yard.
Sir, this is your last warning.
You gotta be kidding me.
You got about 2 seconds to stand down or I'm gonna pepper spray.
Oh, you're gonna pepper spray?
You understand that?
That is just perfect. Pepper spray the man who's expressing his opinion under the First Amendment.
Oh my God, Jim, how did you pull that off? A lot of legal finagling. I had to go do it. Count it as a victory. Tell those Kiwi farmers they lost. Tough nuts, Josh. Enjoy the Ukraine or wherever you live. All right, I'm in America, where winners stay. And I got that body cam footage. Score one for Jimmy boy. In all seriousness, though, let's take a look at the mugshots. Oh, a couple of questions you might be asking yourself as we get into this story. We've already established Nick Rekieta is a popular online internet personality. That's him in the middle. And I'm going to be honest with all of you, that is the exact face I would be making too. Do you know what that face conveys? Holy shit, everyone on the fucking internet is going to see this. That's what that fucking face says. Fucking hell, I'm going to be on 4chan and 8chan and Kiwi Farms and Twitter and Reddit the moment this is posted. That's such a defeated look. That's fuck me, there's no way I can get out of it. I can't hide anywhere. I can't reach. That's the look I would have. Just ass mad, platinum ass mad. That's the look. That's the fucking look he's wearing. It's almost like you can hear his thoughts. Inside his head right now, he's thinking, fuck you, Josh. Because he hates Null. He's thinking, fuck you, Josh. This is your fault, Josh. I hate the Keno Casino. Now on his left, looking like a deer in headlights, is his wife. I'm guessing the drugs are working the way out of her system? I don't fucking know. We'll get into the charges later. Now, you might be confused. Wait a minute. If that's Nick with the black eye in the middle, and that's his wife who looks like she's coming out of the K-hole, who's the chick on the right? Who's the blonde on the right? Well, that's a little bit of a side piece. That's a soon-to-be formerly married woman. Her name's April. You could think of her as a living fuck toy. She's the little, she's a living fleshlight. That's who that is. They kept her in a little cage. They brought her out. She did tricks. She'd do tricks for people on occasion. So there they are, all together, in their mugshot. Nick pissed as hell, because he knows that people are going to be looking at this mugshot. His wife coming out of the K-hole. And April wondering when her parents are going to pick her up, because she's like 14 years younger than both of them. Am I going to get paid for that? Oh my God. Am I going to get paid for the work I did? Like, Mr. Ricky Rackets, the Rail King, you owe me like a $50 for the blower I gave you? And these guys in these blue outfits, they're taking my picture. Oh, fuck. My husband's gonna see this, and it's gonna be a problem. Could you maybe snap your fingers at your fucking wife and pull her into reality for a minute? Mr. Ricky Rackets, the Rail King? Because I need to get fucking paid because you got laid. That give you a little bit of an idea of what's going on here? A little bit of an inkling of what might be going on. We got a thruple situation. Ooh, a little bit of a thruple going on. Oh, what's that? Nick has a response. Oh, I'm breaking news. Holy shit. Apparently, Nick Ricada has a response to my stream right now that nearly 18,000 people are watching. He sent it via Twitter. Holy shit. Okay, what is it, Nick? What did you want to say?
Love the cocaine. I love the cocaine.
What?
Love the cocaine. I love the cocaine.
Oh, all right. I guess he loves the cocaine. Maybe that's why he lost the case again. Damn it, Nick. Oh, it can't keep happening. Why does everything we touch turn into shit? Poor Vic Mignogna. He's in a breadline now,
Hi.
Nick. What did we do? Oh, he's gonna be voicing used fucking McDonald's Happy Meals. Nick, we've destroyed this man. Oh God, Nick, what did we do? And now the Monty thing and the coke charges. Oh, sweet loving God. Why did I wear this fucking shirt? Oh, the arrogance and the irony of it's overwhelming me. I'm gonna puke. I'm gonna vomit a little bit, Nick. Oh God, sweet Christ. What have I done? Made a little bit of a mistake, I think. Might have made this little mistake, maybe. So, how do we get here? We see that Nick's been arrested for drugs and weapon charges with his wife and his mistress for the world to see. What a predicament. But how do we get there? What was the real start of it? Well, let's back her up. Let's take a look at one of the theory-crafted ideas for why Nick Ricada is currently living in his own self-induced hell.
I got to this anonymous letter, or the anonymous package. It was postage not paid. Like, I had to pay the postage on it to receive it. And the post office was like, well, where was it sent from? And it had my address as the return address with me as the sendee, which is not true. And in it had this burned piece of paper, which I feel like I'm going to get serial raped here. It says, the stars are aligned.
Sitting in my driveway, too tired to get upset.
Hail unto thee, Nick Chan Ricadachu. And then with that came this. And this was so weird because this came before the mention of Sonic in the trademark dispute that we were talking about last night. A Sonichu medallion has...
Now, this crazy son of a bitch receives in the mail basically sigils from hell. The paper is marked with sigils. I'm sure it was from an X user trying to summon him a succubus, but they fucked it up because they're from X, of course. And they sent him a cursed Sonichu medallion, and the crazy motherfucker puts it on.
It's, been passed to me. I don't know where this came from. I don't know what it means other than what it means, but that is, that happened. That happened. It cost me $2 to pay the postage on it.
He actually paid for the privilege to be cursed. Think about that. That should have been the first warning sign that there was a drug problem. Because only a junkie would be so fucked in the head to pay for the privilege to receive a fucking voodoo curse.
Dude, if you need more guns, just let me know. I'll some.
This is friendly, I think. This is friendly.
Oh, Bronca, I don't think he needs more guns based on that court reporting. Based on those police reports, Bronca, I don't think he needs more guns, maybe less guns. Maybe instead of giving him more guns and ammunition, Bronca, you could go collect them from his house so his kids don't trip on the shotguns. You know, with the spent shell casings, because he's shooting at ceiling cats. Hey, Nick, I know you're a raging alcoholic with a coke problem. Would you like some more firearms for your house? Hey, it's me, your buddy Bronca. I've got these ARs. Hey, buddy, would you like some fucking ammunition for your massive fucking gun collection? Get the kids together and do a rail, and then show them gun safety, buddy. Yeah, no, I think he's good. I think he's good. He's been a Sonichu cursed. Oh, it's the demon. Now, initially, Chris, after banging his mother repeatedly, went to prison. And then the spirit inhabiting him, this is the back lore of the Sonichu curse of Magichan, went into Ethan Ralph. If you remember, Ethan Ralph was on the scene and got closest to Chris. Yep, Jesse from Pod Awful, other people were there. but Ralph dressed as Chris Jan and came into contact with Chris, allowing for the possession to take his body over. And within 2 years, remember that timetable, within 2 years, Ralph had lost a relationship with both his children from 2 different women, had his wife flee him, lost all his money, had to flee the United States, became a poverty junkie in Mexico, living off tortas and fighting street dogs so he can get a night's sleep in his metal shed. And then once Ralph had been punished enough, Magic-chan, after having fed on his soul for long enough, decided, hey, that Ricada guy looks kind of tasty. That Ricada guy, maybe I'll go over, see what he's up to. And what does he do? He puts the fucking medallion on. He takes the medallion and he puts it on himself like a psychopath. So this is kind of theory number 1. You know, it's one of those components as to what happened to Nick Ricada. That he's been possessed by the demon that compelled an autistic man to butt-fuck his mother and drove a fat retard into pill addiction and alienating his entire fucking family from his life. And now, after having put on this cursed totem, everything has fallen apart for Nick. And it did so in roughly the same amount of time. I guess this goes to say that if somebody sends you a Sonichu medallion, destroy it, and then beat the shit out of them because they're trying to curse you. They're not your friend. Now you may think this is all laughs and jokes, chat, ah ha ha ha. Oh, it's all funny. But I'll have you know that professional paranormal investigators are weighing in on this. Maybe you're familiar with the irate gamer, okay? Chris Bores, you remember him? Well, after he put down the video games, he decided he was going to go bust some ghosts. Wanted to be a real-life Egon. And he's out there giving advice after having watched the case of Nick Ricada.
Hey guys, Chris the Ghost Doctor here. And last night I ended up answering a question about a online personality. I guess his name is Nick Ricada. I hope I'm saying that right. I don't know who this guy is, but my reply ended up getting a lot of buzz. So I told everybody that I would do a video on this and kind of explain things in a little bit more detail. So they sent me some pictures of this guy back in like 2019 as compared to now. And if you see him back in 2019, he's very he looks full of life, he talks very well, and now his face is very gaunt in his videos. I guess he slurs his words.
Hey, it's
now,
the fake KVGN.
all jokes aside, right?
I
know this is funny, and there's another Boars video we're going to watch too. But, like, he's unfamiliar with Nick. All right, like, Chris is off doing his own shit. He's doing, like, ghost stuff and video game stuff. He has no idea who the fuck Nick Ricada is. But even him, an outside observer who has no knowledge of Nick at all, looked at a picture of him from just a few years ago and compared it to what he currently looks like. And he's like, yep, that's demonic possession. This guy is so fucked up, it has to be demons.
Yay, he's
That's
into
how
ghost
fucked up
hunting
to a
these
normal
days.
outside observer Nick Ricada looks right now. The change between just a few years ago and now to a completely neutral third party. He looks so bad he's convinced he has hellspawn living in his fucking soul.
On the verge of passing out from time to time, and people are like, what is going on with this guy? Because I guess he's an alcoholic. At one point he put a necklace on, and I guess there's some theories out there that it was cursed, and could that do anything? And yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to say that's the complete catalyst of it, but it could have, him putting a necklace on that somebody sent him that is cursed, could have opened the door. If you don't know how to properly cleanse yourself or your space, you know, once these things start to slip in, they can kind of like plant their flag and start to invade that space and wreak all kinds of havoc on their life. I think somebody told me he divorced over time, I saw. So yeah, they can just get in and cause all kinds of havoc in your life. And I saw that he's an alcoholic too, and that's kind of taken over his life as well. And the problem with this is every vice, human vice out there, drugs, alcohol, even porn, has their own frequency level that attracts beings in. They have their own frequency beings.
Okay, okay. One thing you need to know about Nick is that over the last year, as he's done multiple streams, he will occasionally start to look around the room, baffled, in silence. He'll stare off into a certain direction, or he'll stare up at the ceiling. And people have made jokes about ceiling cats inhabiting his house and living in the rafters, or a literal corner demon which he looks at all the time. And this is our ghost expert, certified 100% believable Chris Bors. He's a fucking expert, concluding that yes, the frequency of Magichan has instantiated itself. Is that the word I'm looking for? Has become corporeal and latched onto Nick and is now living in his house. So when you look at those old clips of Nick Rekieta, why is he looking off in the corner? What is he doing? Our ghost expert here is confirmed. In fact, he is staring at demons. Literal hellspawn.
You know, you have these alcoholic spirits around you, constantly feeding off you because they love that. You know, they're not living. They can't drink a beer, so they have to drink it through you. They're feeding off you, and
you see, Nick Rekieta is not really an alcoholic. Nick Rekieta's not really an alcoholic. The demon inhabiting him is. That's a great. Anybody ever use that one at AA? Fuck your 12 steps, okay? I'm possessed by Satan, and Satan is a fucking alcoholic. This is not my fault, all right? It's his.
This is why we see the life force kind of like draining out of this guy over time, because maybe that's exactly what's going on. Something is feeding off him. I've come up with different classifications of spirits, and parasite spirits are just one of those things. They feed off people, places, and things. So yeah, this is a thing. I'm dead serious here. Over time, he's also gotten talking about sex more and sex acts and things like that, and that's another attribute to this. You know, you get more guttural in all your actions because you have no
inhibitions. Basically what Chris is saying is, yo, I looked at this dude and all he does is massive rails of coke and drink himself stupid and fuck whores. Has to be demons. Now there's a little more to the video, but I think you get the gist of it. He even did a follow-up video talking about the medallion itself. How could you get rid of this evil totem? How is he not like the King of X, by the way? Holy shit.
Ghost Dr. Chris here, and today I want to talk about curse removal, because I'm getting a lot of questions on, you know, if you have a medallion, a Sonic 2 medallion, how do you remedy that situation? How do you get rid of this curse? So the best way and most effective way is to throw the item away, get it out of your house. If this thing does have an attachment or like a tulpa like energy attached to it that's causing havoc on the unseen level that you can't see, just get it out of your house.
But that's funny.
Causes chaos once it's there, and once it's in your house, it's gonna plant its flag in your house and start causing all kinds of chaos that ramps up.
Yeah, like, maybe burn the fucking thing. You know, I'm not a huge paranormal guy. I like it for the entertainment value of it, but Chris isn't wrong here. Again, he's the fucking expert. I love the fact, too. Can we all take a minute to appreciate the fact that, you know, he got shit for so long for being a knockoff AVGN. And now he's like a ghost expert, weighing in on the demonic possession of Nick Rekieta by Magichan. I love that. I want him to do more videos on that. I'm not even bullshitting. I fucking love it. I want to see Chris Bors investigate the paranormal. We need that. I need that in my life, as short as it is, Chris, please. When I die, I'll become a ghost. I'll be your sidekick. We can work together. And this is my helper spirit, Medicare. He also likes to attach to people and make them do obnoxious things. None of this is my fault. It's all Jim. He's doing it. So Chris's expert recommendation, burn the fucking thing. What are you doing, Nick? Are you stupid? You got an anonymous letter with demon sigils on it, and you put it on like an idiot. He tempted fate. Magichan got a hold of him. Now, this is such a weird thing to talk about, but it is bizarre that everybody that's possessed this stupid little medallion has had horrible things happen. Chris Chan going to prison for banging his mommy, Ethan Ralph's life imploding, and now Nick Rekieta is under arrest for drug and weapon charges. I don't know which E-celeb is going to get this next, but burn the fucking thing, throw it out a window, have your neighbor roll over it with their car. You don't want Magichan knocking on your door. But what you do want, what you really want to make sure of, is that you buy one of those Magichan posters or one of the Magichan puzzles. Available at Medicare.myshopify.com. Quality work. Don't worry, Magic Chan likes the merchandise. It's okay. I checked ahead of time. You know, these cursed images, these cursed totems, aren't the only thing. I like to point you to a cursed image. There's Nick Rekieta, along with other individuals, all of whom have had bad outcomes. And this had nothing to do with Magic Chan. The man directly sitting next to him, Coach Red Pill, or as Nick likes to refer to him when he's drunk and high as a kite, Chef Red Pill. Mwah! Chef's kiss. Got his head blown off in the Ukraine. He's dead. Coach is fucking dead. Ethan Ralph with a double thumbs up, showing the sexual prowess he possesses when he gives a little truffle hunting to a hooker. Had his life implode. And then we got Andy over there, who currently is doing pretty well, but he did have his whole aim thing, and was really down in the doldrums for a while there. All four of these people, real bad luck, and Nick's been the latest victim, which makes you wonder, was anybody else there? If we're talking about bad luck and curses, if we're talking about who's next on the hit list for some nefarious ectoplasmic evil that lurks out there, that's hunted these men down for some reason because of their gathering in Knoxville, who's not in this picture? Who else was at Knoxville that might be a future victim? I wonder. Who could it be? I mean, it's not like he's out there challenging the spirit of Magic Chan, saying, "Bring!" Oh my God, he is. Josh on Twitter, wear the medallion or shut up, you worthless limp cock. To which Dick Masterson responds, "Send me the medallion. The demon must be guarded." After watching everything that's happened, Dick, really? Are you challenging Magic Chan? Magic Chan, the demonic tulpa that's destroyed 3 men now? And now you're begging for the curse to come to you. That's what Nick did. With open arms, he said, "Give it to me." I don't know if we want to do that, Dick. That sounds like you're tempting fate. Oh my God. Bad outcomes. Bad outcomes, chat. So that was one of the theories that existed. And as silly as it sounds, people have really been kind of taken aback by this whole cursed medallion thing. Now, if it ends up going to Dick Masterson and everything falls apart for him, we're predicting that, right? If Dick Masterson gets this medallion and puts it on, he is officially cursed, and within 2 years, everything will fall apart. If that's the truth, if that happens, then we know this shit's real. And that Magic Chan is some kind of demon internet spirit. That we have all some, tulpa, a Grigori, whatever you want to call it. That the internet itself is given life to. From all the negative energy of watching Chris Chan, we have created and crafted this demonic being that is hunting down micro e-celebs. And Dick Masterson is with open arms inviting it to come visit him. So start the fucking clock. If by May 2026, after receiving this fucking medallion, something horrific happens to him, we know Magic Chan is very real. And of course, you're going to want to have one of those posters and puzzles as a commemorative item. It'll be worth some resale value. Of course, it's all fun and games, right, when we're talking about this, because realistically, what has done Nick in? It's easy to say that, he didn't listen to people when they gave him some advice about what he should do, you know, it was a demonic spirit, but it was his own actions. He gave in to his own actions. He didn't moderate his behavior. He didn't, you know, kind of slow his roll. He went a little off in the deep end with the drinking and potentially with the drug use. He should have listened to the He-Man PSA. Remember those 80s shows where they used to give you lessons as a child and tell you, hey, you don't want to grow up to be a fucking loser, do you? We should listen to He-Man. He never took the advice. Look where he is now.
In today's story, Elena tried taking a magic potion which she thought would help her. Well, she found out there aren't any magic potions. And you know what? There aren't any magic drugs either. Anytime you take one from anybody but your parents or your doctor, you're taking a very big chance. You're gambling with your health, maybe even your life. Drugs don't make your problems go away. They just create more.
But now Nick has exhibited behaviors that are pretty indicative of somebody that's in the grips of alcoholism or somebody that's a little out of control. You can see this on clip channels like Eliza Clips and others that have put together compilations. I'm going to show a little bit to you. I want you to watch this and tell me, does this strike you as odd? Is this something you've ever seen somebody really do? Because I've never seen it. But once you kind of put it together and see how much he does it and the reasons why he gives you for doing it, it's a little fucking weird. Let's watch this.
Is that why I licked the bottle? Real quick. I know there's a clip video of me like licking the bottle a million times in the dick stream.
Myself yesterday. Rage. Every time. Oh, well, distrust everyone. Everyone's a fag. I'd say no quotes. No one ever will. They're all doing it for money, clout, or whatever. And you've heard people don't seem to realize this because apparently justified.
Oh, alcoholic licked the bottle. I've been licking the bottle for 6 years, I think. When you pour whiskey into a glass and you set it down, a little drip goes down the bottle. When you pay $200 for a bottle of whiskey and a drip goes down, you're like, that's like 86 cents. Lick it.
Okay. Let's go over that just because it's insane. No. Nobody licks it because that's 86 cents. Remember, Nick Rekieta is somebody that had 100,000 people watching him on live stream. He makes a lot of money from super chat donations, makes a lot of money from local support, has an inheritance, has a degree that gives him a good job. Nick Rekieta is not the kind of man that's going to give a shit about 86 cents worth of liquor and try to be fiscally responsible with his booze. Sounds to me more like some kind of bullshit cope from somebody that's a little too much into drinking. That you just have to lick every fucking drop. And yes, I've seen a lot of people comment on his nose. I see it in the chat right now. Why is his nose so red? Well, there's this thing, maybe you've heard of the band called Gin Blossom, but there's this thing that drinkers get where because their nose goes into the glass when they're drinking so much, it dries it out over and over and over and over and over again and creates a skin condition where it gets bulbous and red and super inflamed. And Nick Rekieta looks like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer a majority of the time that he streams because he has a fucking gin blossom. Because he buries his face into the fucking glass. But there's more. Let's watch.
Why do you lick the bottle? Well, if I set it down on my carpet and let the drips run down the bottle, then there will be liquor in my carpet. So if I just let drips go down the side of the bottle and I set them all down, I'm going to have a sticky, old fucking whiskey mess on the carpet all the time. That's terrible.
That's terrible. So first it was because it cost him money. And then it was because he doesn't want to make a mess. But I'd like to point you to a couple of things. Like how he's lying through his teeth. This was included in the police report when they came to, well, when they used a battering ram to knock his fucking door down and then arrested his family. This is what they had to say. The important part's that second paragraph, that little standalone sentence. Charges say officers noted the dirty condition of the home with clothing everywhere, dust and dirty dishes. That's kind of like an elbow drop, isn't it? That's like a cop taking one off the top ropes, Macho Man Randy Savaging his ass for no reason. Like, really? Like, damn bitch, really? Like, this was a cop's reaction to walking into Nick Rekieta's, I'm worried about whiskey on my rug? How about you dust? How about you vacuum? How do you get mold on clothes, Nick? Why does the cop think it's so fucking disgusting in your house, they literally had to talk about it? Like, what the fuck, bro? Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? Shameful. So he's getting a little bit into the drink, and you're really going to see that with the I Lost the Appeal to Montegraph stream that really kind of kicked off the week. But there's more to go over. And before we go into our first break, I'll give you a little hint about another aspect, really, of, with the drugs and alcohol, what else is kind of going on to create, like, the perfect storm to fuck up this dude's life? Well... I guess you could say maybe it's a little bit of a sex addiction. Maybe somebody's a little bit horny. Maybe he's a goonin'. Oh, God, I'm gonna goon. Goonin' just a little too much. Goonin' just a little too much out there. So we've talked about the curse of Magichan taking over Nick Rekieta's body and causing him some mischief. Apparently Dick Masterson is now willing to take that curse on. We've seen him licking bottles and giving justifications on saving money and doing it, when really it's just he's filthy. But it's the gooning. It's the sex portion of this that also plays a component in it. Now, there were signs, maybe, that there's some weird shit going on. Things people maybe missed. Like, lying on the floor and having women step on him might have been a clue that he's a horny boy. Just, being like, hey, I want these women to step on my balls.
Let's get up on that. Hold on. It'll all be paid off sooner or later.
I don't quite understand what's going on here. I'm glad your wife is so okay with this, Nick.
Not yet. How did that happen? Did she kick your knees out or something?
No, I don't. Just willingly.
The funniest part is when she's down on you.
Okay, so... I want to... God, can we take a step back just for a second before we really move forward to get into the throuple stuff? And really acknowledge that when Nick kind of first presented himself online, it was more of an image of a wholesome, humble family man. It's a guy that homeschooled his kids, was in his happy little marriage in a nice, small, little Midwestern town. He had a practice, and he talked about the law. He'd rail on occasionally, not at great length, but on occasion, about degeneracy in society and, people letting the vices get the better of them. He'd talk about people's sexual immorality on occasion, or about their stupid behavior on occasion. But his, image, his brand that he really initially started with was the humble, wholesome family man. But as time has gone on, it started with more and more drinking, especially on stream. And then, kind of playful sexual stuff, which you saw, getting stepped on. Now, there are images I can't show you. There's an entire portion of Saga I can't really go over because I can't show it on YouTube, essentially, where he went, where he was outed for being into swinging. See, people had this image that he was this wholesome family man until this Jamaica shit came up. And suddenly you're seeing stuff on his locals page where they've got liquor bottles shoved up their asses, he and his wife. And, people are tracking down images of them on a vacation, and they track it down to a swinging event in, like, some Caribbean island, where it's literally, cucked, blacked shit that he's doing. And, he's at first denying, but then as you see, he starts to become more open about it. He's more out in your face about it. Until you start getting hot tub streams with other couples. Now, you remember that girl from earlier? You know, the one that wanted her paycheck because she's really unhappy being the. Oh my God, old people are icky. You need to pay me because I touched your ding-a-ling. That chick? Well, she showed up on a hot tub stream with her husband, and let's take a look at the throuple at the start of the throuple threat to the sanctity of a marriage.
And we're live. Oh my God.
Oh, is that?
Hello, everybody.
It says 0 viewers.
Right, because we screwed up the first one, and now we're on this
there's
one.
There's a person there.
And now there's people. We are here with Vito and his lovely
and his wife, Dick
Hey, we
Masterson.
can keep this. Oh no, I've got a compliment for Nick here. Phantom X says, "Whoa, Nick looking buff. Is it the angle or has he been hitting the gym?"
Ah,
I have actually been hitting the gym.
Twice.
And Jim is
twice.
tired of getting hit.
Jim is probably tired of you.
Oh.
Pink's
Oh my God.
everywhere. I guess we're swinging tonight. Maybe I put it on the table. They've rejected me.
Look, guys, here's the deal. There is no swinging tonight unless Nick and I get drunk enough and we decide our lips look too tasty.
It's just them.
I mean, everybody thought they were joking at the time, but turns out they weren't.
Aaron's butthole is mine.
You notice we ladies are on the inside. It's to keep these boys off each other.
sexual
They're
tension.
They can't help themselves.
We pretend that the heads of our penises are magnets with the same charge, and we just go.
Guys, I lost my voice, and you know how.
Hey, fun fact, as they're all getting drunk in this hot tub together talking about touching dicks and hey, we're into, you know, the swinging jokes and threesome jokes, that guy on the left is divorcing his wife. They're getting divorced. Their marriage is over. They came into contact with Nick and his wife, and their marriage is now over. Can you guess why?
It gets very uncomfortable.
Okay. No driving and drinking. Good advice. I don't know what the lawyer would say about that, but I think it's fine.
I believe Nick's official advice on drinking and driving is, nah.
Aristocox
You didn't
says-
drink and drive until you're
wait.
convicted.
You didn't, what did you name this stream? 'Cause
Steel Toe members only
Okay.
hot tub stream with special guests.
it wasn't correct. Aristocox says hashtag swing stream. That's fine.
Oh, this is hashtag swing stream.
Welcome to the swing stream. Welcome to the swing stream. Now, I want to jump ahead a little bit here. This was, you know, weeks and weeks and weeks ago, months ago, that they did this throuple hot tub thing, joking about swinging and everything. And I want to let you listen to this guy who's making all these jokes about how my wife's a whore and she likes to fuck other people. And listen, I'm going to let it speak for itself. Let's fast forward to the future.
I remember Nick ripping 2 massive fucking rails right in front of me, and I literally put my hand on his shoulder, and I said, dude, you need to fucking chill. I'm worried that you're gonna fucking die. No, don't worry. It's okay. I read up about this a lot. I can show you all the literature and everything else. It's okay, because it doesn't all hit you right at once. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Another time I told him, I go, this guy, like, I'm worried about this. I remember telling him one time, I go, my fucking wife is doing cocaine a lot, dude. How the fuck do we stop this? And he goes, you have to understand. Instead of going, holy shit, you're right. We've got families. This is a fucking problem. He goes, you have to understand, sometimes people have stress levels that are up here, and their minds can only handle this much stress. And then when you do the stimulant, it bumps you up like this, and then you can handle more stress. I'm like, Nick, you fucking lunatic. Lower your stress levels.
Well, he did. He lowered his stress levels by burying his dick in your wife. That's how he lowered his stress levels, Aaron. He shoved his penis inside your wife. That's how he lowered them. Oh my God, Nick, please! Stop doing rails off my wife's tits! God, please, Jesus, Nick, stop fucking her! I can't keep Nick, please, just put the cocaine down! You fucked her 82 times in a row, God! Oh, sweet Jesus, she's divorcing me, stop fucking her! This was a mistake. Why did I get in the hot tub, Nick? Jesus Christ, you stop fucking my wife! Nick, please! Stop fucking my wife! Oh God, Ricky the Rail King is banging her again. It's the 82nd time. Maybe you should have thought of that before you got in that hot tub.
And we're live. Oh my God.
Oh, it was all fun and jokes then.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. He was talking about meat
Slobber pockets.
Glass says take out the milkers. Do you understand that it's not sexy to call them that, and therefore
Says
that
who?
milk-
Guys, don't listen. Disregard.
What do you think he's referring
Don't listen to my wife. Just disregard her. Uh-oh, somebody's getting divorced. Uh-oh.
Tits.
No, those are not milkers.
What are milkers?
Those are milk containers. Milkers would be the things
The
that
hands milk.
Take out
These
your
are
hand.
milkers.
Okay, so we need a hand check. I don't know what this is.
I was a Dole hand model. I modeled bananas and oranges.
Malevolent Bystander says definitely disproving that swinger rumor. Yes, next weekend we will have the Viscontis in here as well.
Yeah, and again, April, this guy's now soon-to-be ex-wife, moved in with the Rail King, Ricky Rackets here, and his wife, and formed a throuple. Now, Nick, during the police report, said that she wasn't living there, that she had just visited for a while, and yet in apparent DM messages that were sent to people in law, to people you talked to when, referring to all of this shenanigans, she had said, I should say, that she did live there. So this dude's wife was so, Nick Rekieta fucked her so good, she moved in with him. Think about that. And there's poor Aaron, just devastated. Oh, that's rough. I mean, this is a dude that found out his wife, because they're not technically divorced yet, was getting arrested in a drug bust with Nick Rekieta and his wife on somebody else's show. Ricky Rackets, the Rail King, got his wife arrested, and he found out through secondhand information.
Hey, I'm not trying to ambush you, but I'm getting tons of messages.
We're not reading messages. People are sending
you need to. This is big for the show. No, this is big for the show. April has been arrested today with the Ricardas. You know anything?
I don't believe that.
Is that her?
I don't think so. No, that's not. No. There's no way. That's for sure been edited.
When Nick Rekieta and his wife are in jail for possession.
Those fucking Kiwi Farm. That's an edit. That's Joshua in the corner, the ceiling cats in the corner demon editing photos. That can't be my wife being arrested with the man that she's been fucking for 6 months. Impossible.
Along with Aaron Imholt.
No, that's definitely been altered.
It's fake. If it's not fake, the show will never end. Will Heron, Aaron, can you tell?
Oh my God.
It's real?
Whoa.
Oh, God, that hurts. I've had heart attacks, so maybe this is related to that. Maybe the stent moved, but I've got some pain in my chest from hearing this. I think that's empathy. Am I empathizing? Is that sympathy I'm feeling? Pity, maybe? You got cucked so hard, bro, that your wife getting arrested with a dude she's fucking. Like, you weren't even aware. You had to, check your phone. Because nobody told you. She went to jail for banging a fucking coke fiend. She didn't even contact you. That's brutal.
Holy shit. Wow. I'm getting more messages right now. Oh no. Oh no.
Wait, Aaron, this is real?
I don't know.
Fuck. Wow. I just got another text about it.
It's just a laughing emoji. It just says, ha ha, how's he reacting to his wife with Ricky the Rail King? That's what it was.
Oh, fuck.
Dude, you got some work to do, brother.
Well, I mean,
technically you don't.
I think we can get those papers signed now.
Wait, so this is real?
I just looked at the roster.
What roster? It's a nice lineup?
The county jail roster.
I just got an inmate number.
Hey, yo, bro, welcome to our show. Love to have you on as a guest. Here's the inmate number of your whore wife that's fucking some other dude. Thoughts? Audience, thoughts? Any super chatters out there want to talk about this guy getting ambushed by the fact that his wife is banging a cocaine fiend? Anybody? Oh, we got $10 from Will Heron. It says, ha 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 ha. How's that hot tub stream hitting you now, buddy?
her inmate number. This is, and the county jail number. Wow. Holy
How do people find this out this quick?
They find everything. They found out who my fucking cousin was.
Wow, that's like the same thing.
That was he giving him a little snark there? Oh yeah, them finding out about who your cousin is totally the same as your wife fucking some other guy and going to prison. Yeah, it's a 1-for-1.
Fucking cousin was.
Wow, that's like the same thing.
I feel.
Yeah, I feel it just lets it hang in the air. I feel dread. I feel horror. I feel shame and pity. Now, I mean, Aaron obviously is gonna proceed with the divorce. I'm guessing. Jesus, why wouldn't he? You got your wife running around having sex with some other guy, getting arrested in a drug bust, all this other crazy fucking shit. Like, who wants that headache? But again, brought it on himself by doing a hot tub stream. Everybody was all gung-ho about wife swapping until it got a little too real. Then things went a little downhill. A little bit downhill. So we've gone from a very successful guy doing a lot of live streams to a very large audience. You start to see the liquor starting to kind of creep in, the bottle licking, and he's looking a little more disheveled, a little less put together. Suddenly he's doing a little more outrageous stuff that's a little counter to what his image was he initially presented. Women stepping on him, or hot tub streams with people from different podcasts, to the point that the chick's moving into his house, and that's got to be weird. I mean, I'm not going to harp on about his family dynamics, but he's got kids. So, I mean, if you've got some coke whore living with you, it's going to be a little awkward around the breakfast table. They want to talk about My Little Pony and Transformers, and she's going through withdrawals because she needs a little more cocaine. Hey, Daddy, what's going on with this strange blonde lady? Oh, it's okay, honey. She's just in a K-hole right now. What is that? It's kind of like when you don't get your Frosted Flakes. You're missing out on the sugar. She's missing out on something that's like sugar. K-hole withdrawals. That's all. Don't ask. Sweetie, don't talk to the whore. That's hired help. We don't talk to them. Okay, they're not really people. This isn't a real person. You don't talk to that thing. That's just for mommy and daddy's amusement. Okay, you eat your Cocoa Puffs. I'm gonna drive you to school. It's a little weird. I'm gonna say a little weird dynamic around that breakfast table, but whatever. Not here to judge lifestyles, just end results of lifestyles. That, again, what's the end result of the lifestyle we're watching as things just get worse and worse? This is mugshots. It's you and your wife and your whore going to prison together for the entire internet to see. I'd say that was probably some bad decision making along the way. But there were other things. And these are a little bit longer. We've got his interactions with fans and other people, people that he associated with. So we're going to take a look at some of that. You're going to buckle in because we're going to watch this. It's about 20 to 30 minutes long. We may jump around a little bit. But it kind of shows his reaction to a former fan. Now, this was the one I took the nuanced approach on and said, yeah, it's a little weird. This guy's got some kind of a awkward parasocial relationship. He's trying to get going with Ricada. It's getting a little... It's weird, and that's understandable it's weird. But Ricada's reaction to it was also strange. He's taking a man at his lowest point in life and using it as a punchline. Using his wanting to commit suicide, essentially, to mock him. Because, why? He's upset.
Some of these kiwi farmers, some of these commentators. Here we go. This is fun. Not only.
Also, do you notice his demeanor? All right, kind of compared to even earlier clips where even the licking the bottle thing, where he's talking about licking the bottle. I mean, just physically you can see it. He's a little bit gaunt, a little pallid, eyes are a bit sunken. That's where the ozamic, diabetes med thing came on. Is he trying to lose weight? Is there like a drug thing going on, cirrhosis thing going on? Well, now we know what it is. It's Coke. But you can see it. He's slurring his words. I mean, this is what his streams became. He used to be a very energetic guy. He'd read He'd read legal documents, make jokes, had a good rapport going on, did the unbreaded thing, did the trials with Rittenhouse and Johnny Depp. Had a cycling in and out guests nonstop, very fast in response. But you can kind of see he kind of starts to get a little slower on the uptake. You know, he's not as fast as he was, slurring his words a bit more and more. You can just tell if you've ever been around a drunk or drug addict. You pick that vibe up easily.
Some of these Kiwi farmers, some of these commentators. Here we go. This is fun. Not only do I know them, do I know their failures? Do I know their social security checks? Do I know their inability to even contact their own family for help? Do I know their desire to leave their own state? Oh man, I cannot fucking imagine being in the place that this man is, that he has to go to a YouTube streamer to beg for a shred of attention. Say, please, Rackets, I love you. Oh man, begging is embarrassing. I love you. My family hates me. I can't get a job. I'm so mentally handicapped. I can't do anything. My name is John. All I want to do, I want to die. I want to put a bullet in my mouth, but I can't afford a gun.
This, by the way, give you a little background context. I'm fairly certain everybody knows who John is, but I'm just going to leave it as John. It's somebody who was a big fan of his in his locals. To be fair, to give you the whole background, who slowly over time started to get just upset with how Rackets was behaving. And apparently before that happened, he'd gone to Nick and basically said, my life's shit. Nothing's working out. I don't have any friends or family or support. I'm very depressed and I'm going to kill myself. And I don't know what to do. And you're the only person I can think of to reach out to. And again, it's a little weird. It's parasocial in its nature. But Nick has a conversation with him and, gets him some help. And then later on, this guy starts to get kind of disgusted with how Nick is acting and starts talking shit. And Nick gets upset. He's like, I helped you out when you were in your lowest point. But instead of, saying it bluntly like that, like, hey, this guy's an asshole. I helped him out when he was at his lowest point. Now he's kind of talking shit about me, or keeping it private and having that conversation. He gets shit-faced drunk and does this, which is going to be 30 minutes of him mocking a guy for wanting to kill himself.
Texting me this, by the way. Like, hey, holy shit. Brother, you want to kill yourself? Like, that's not good. No, I deserve to die. Well, I mean, probably, but seriously, no, that's not good. Can you buy an Uber and go to the hospital? No, I can't afford an Uber. You can't afford an Uber? $8. You can't afford one. Why? I'm on Social Security because we use some piece of shit. But I'm so successful. Oh, man, that's fucking embarrassing. Man, that is embarrassing, right? I'm such a piece of shit. My family hates me. Nobody loves me. I'm just going to kill myself. You're messaging me. You're texting a fucking YouTuber. Holy. Oh, my God, man, that's embarrassing.
Doing well. Thanks.
You're texting me.
Being busy. And how are you?
Like, holy shit. Please don't kill yourself. First of all, you can't afford the bullets. You've already expressed that. You can't afford the Hardys that would kill you either. You're just you. You're just a useless pile of garbage. You can't afford an Uber to the hospital. You're texting me. Begging me. Please. Oh, man. I'm spiraling. Don't kill me. Don't let me kill myself. I'm like, why? First of all, I can't control you from killing yourself. Only you can do that, brother. Have you tried calling 911? No. I can't spell. I'm Korean. Literally just 911. No. How far are you from the hospital? 4 miles. Why don't you walk towards the hospital and then call 911, tell them where you're walking? Because you cannot do it. Oh my God, man. This is embarrassing. You can't get to the hospital. But you buy a limo or a private jet to the hospital like a normal middle-class person. They're like, oh, I can't make it in the middle class. I have crippling disabilities and anxieties. I love you, though. I love
you. Can feel, right? Can you feel the vitriol, chat? Kind of that anger bubbling underneath the surface. Like, this isn't somebody that's addressing a small betrayal. He's very angry. Now, the liquor has kind of tempered it a bit, but he's throwing in more and more details, trying to kind of undercut him as much as he can.
Same.
Now, we're only 3 minutes into this. He goes on for 30 minutes about this. And again, it's because this particular person, John, whatever, is also somebody who's on Kiwi Farms, and he really is upset with Kiwi Farms. He's upset with Josh, and he's upset with the thread that exists on Kiwi Farms about him. So it's like this ultimate betrayal to him, but he's going to go on and on and on and on about this.
You're the greatest streamer of all time. You're the fucking best streamer ever. Oh my God. I love you. Please teach me how to do life. Like, I can't teach you how to do life because you're retarded. But what I can teach you right now is that you probably shouldn't kill yourself. And this is taken away from my life, my evening, you know, and my wife and children in my normal middle class, upper middle class home with real things. And I'm talking to a fucking retard, a literal, goddamn, by definition, suicidal retard. And all I'm trying to do in this entire world is save this person's life. Save this person's life from the most dangerous person they have. Right, John? Right, John? Right, John? Were you walking to that hospital? No, you weren't. Were you, John? You were sitting in your shitty Section 8 apartment that you could not fucking pay for because you can't hold a job. And your relatives all told you were an embarrassing reject.
Now, I want you to look at the juxtaposition we have here. As Nick is telling you this story about how he tried to save this guy's life, which is a noble thing. You know, this guy's, he's down bad. He wants to kill himself because his life is shit. Now, as Nick is telling you that story about how he saved this guy who has a shit life, he's making sure to emphasize how shit that life is. Basically coaxing him into trying to do it again. Hey, John, remember when I saved you from trying to kill yourself because everything you touch turns to shit? Hey, John, remember the fact that you're poor? Hey, John, remember you can't hold a job, nobody loves you? Hey, John, you remember the fact that everything is terrible and you really have no reason to exist anymore? And I saved your life, but those things are still true, John?
I can disown you. And the only option, your emergency contact at the fucking hospital, John, right, John? Was a YouTube streamer you paid to be your friend. The YouTube streamer you paid to be your friend. Now, John, what happens in most cases when you pay someone to be your friend? And then you tell that person, right, John? Tell the person, holy shit, I'm going to end it all. What are they saying? What does the person you pay to be your friend say? Say, sorry, brother, I don't know how to help you. They say, hey, John, here's my personal phone number. I hate you're doing this, John.
So he goes on at length about this. This is the Dear John video. And I bring it up because I think it kind of highlights when the drinking started taking over more. Now, I'm not here to try to give you how do you deal with somebody you have no idea who they are on the internet or some weird parasocial shit. Again, it's nuanced. It is. But this is not something Nick Rekieta of 2 years ago would have done. He wouldn't have gotten shit-faced drunk and talked incessantly about how shit this person is and about how suicidal they were and how fucked up they are and what a worthless sack of shit they are. He just wouldn't have done it. He would have done something else. He would have reached out, or maybe he would have unloaded on them, but he would have done it in a better way. And I think it kind of highlights, like I said, that escalation, right? That acceleration that took place over the last year, where you can kind of see like the alcohol and the other shit kind of coming in. I mean, he went from a guy with a stable, normal life to somebody that's drinking more and more, getting drunk on stream, missing streams, apparently, allegedly doing drugs, based on a police report of finding drugs in the house. Can't say they're his. We don't know 100%. But the police saying, oh, you know, the wounds on his arms look like track marks. His behavior's erratic. You know, he's lost weight. The way he looks, the way he acts, kind of seems like somebody doing drugs. So, I mean, you know, it's a fair guess. And then, you know, engaging in risky sexual behavior that's already led to a dude's marriage disintegrating. And I can't say that that the rackets are responsible for that. Maybe Aaron and April hate each other and they never got along and they were going to get divorced anyway. But having a throuple relationship probably didn't fucking help. And if you listen to Aaron in that one clip where he's talking about, fuck, you know, Nick's doing all these rails, he's sorting big fucking lines, and now my wife's doing the same shit. It feels like, you know, he's saying, hey, this guy was a bad fucking influence. You know, this was a guy that didn't give a shit and was a bad influence on her and made a problem even worse. So, you know, you've got all this erratic behavior that's being fueled by, you know, activities and behaviors that aren't fucking cohesive to a good, happy lifestyle. And it gets worse and worse. And this is one of those examples. What's another example then? Well, let's look at Eric July. And I know, oh my God, oh, Eric July. Oh boy. You know, I asked when I did that stream about 4 months ago, why am I supposed to hate Eric July? What's the funny thing about the guy? And the most response I got was he can't handle trolling and he overreacts to shit. Well, I mean, fucking spoiler alert, nobody likes to get trolled and people overreact. I mean, that's kind of basic bitch shit, right? That's not something that paints a huge target on somebody in my eyes. Like, the whole point of trolling is to piss people off. If they get pissed off, you succeeded. So, you know, if he was getting trolled and got pissed off, sounds like they accomplished the job. But that's the end result they're looking for, is him getting pissed off. Or he overreacts, so okay. But I mean, what about those two things makes him this huge lolcow that, you know, should be having people show up to his relatives' graves and pissed on? Because that was one of the things they kept talking to the guy about. We're going to go to your grandfather's grave and desecrate it because you overreact to trolling. And then they show up at the grave. I don't know. But while this is going on, between all these different parties that are invested in it, you know, Nick Rekieta is supposed to have a friendly relationship with Eric July. But he starts making some snide comments. He starts saying shit like, I wish you a million sales to Eric in regards to his comic book while this is all going on. Or telling him he needs to take a joke better, or kind of siding with the people that are giving Eric shit until they have a showdown on his podcast.
I gotta say, you mentioned that I never reached out to you. I don't have any DMs either.
Well, I've never taken issue with you like that.
You called me out on 2 live streams by name.
Well, yeah, because you were talking about me, Nick. The fuck? Like, again, this isn't here we go, we're back to square one, where it's like, I'm the responding agency here, and then you're like expecting, having that expectation of me. I haven't contacted you because I haven't had a fucking problem.
Sounded like one today, brother.
No, I gave you my position, and that was my genuine opinion of the situation. I thought the shit was fucking corny. That was my position, and that's cool. That's all that it was. And yeah, like if I had like a genuine problem, and this is what, and I made. I see you didn't acknowledge this, but when I said what it is that I said, I was like, hey, I don't have it. Disappointed as I might be, I don't have any fucking, I don't wish no ill will, and I don't got no fucking problem with you. Because if I had a problem with you, I'd just tell you, Nick.
All right.
So yeah, that's why you haven't got no DMs from me.
Okay. Yeah, I have not seen any reason to quote unquote correct you or anything other than clarify my position of I think this shit's gay completely. Dick started it. I mean, Dick responded to Nina, but yeah, Dick started it, and that you eventually engaged. I think your fans engaged at the beginning and stirred shit up. And I do think that even though I don't think it's the cool thing to do, that not feeding the trolls would end this, but I'm not telling you to do that because you have a business model that involves monetizing your haters, making fun of them, showing them out to be fools, which they often are.
Also, I'd like to point out the irony here. You know, we just watched Dear John, and if you remember, that video starts out with Nick going on at length about those fucking Kiwi farmers. And here he is chastising Eric July, saying, hey, you engage with your haters and you feed the trolls, and that's your problem, man. This fucking situation exists because you don't know how to hold back. When Nick literally is doing that. I mean, how, Nick, are you going to get angry with Josh and Kiwi Farms and people fucking with you online or talking about you or speculating and theory crafting, you know, and engage with that, and then offer the advice to some other guy going through some shit and saying, oh, you're doing basically all the shit I'm doing. I mean, was that introspection that we just caught there? What is that? Somebody explain it to me.
I've laughed at plenty of those. I still laugh at it. Riley's a fat fucking retard and a stupid idiot for showing up at your business. If he did that to me, I would tell him he's a dumb motherfucker.
Okay.
So the reason I've never messaged you, and I say this publicly, is because you didn't want to talk about the lawsuit. I didn't want to accidentally drag you into that conversation. You could reach out. You did today, which is awesome. Is there anything else you want to say? I don't want to sit here and belabor this. I got no bad blood with you, man. I hated hearing that you thought that like I was being dishonest or disingenuous in any way, because I've never been. And if I had a problem, I would fucking tell.
Again, I want you to think about how weird this is. Compare this to Dear John. I think this is really important. What was the two things already within the first 2 minutes of this that fucking kind of blow my mind? He was upset with the Dear John video because trolls were fucking with him, and he saw this guy as part of that trolling group and these fucking kiwi farmers. He then turns around and tells Eric July, don't engage with your haters, even though that's what Nick does. And now he's going into this. I'm going to back it up. I want you to listen to this again because it's kind of stunning.
They often are. I've laughed at plenty of those. I still laugh at it. Riley's a fat fucking retard and a stupid idiot for showing up at your business. If he did that to me, I would tell him he's a dumb motherfucker.
Okay.
So the reason I've never messaged you, and I say this publicly, is because you didn't want to talk about the lawsuit. I didn't want to accidentally drag you into that conversation. You could reach out. You did today, which is awesome. Is there anything else you want to say? I don't want to sit here and belabor this. I got no bad blood with you, man. I hated hearing that you thought that like I was being dishonest or disingenuous in any way, because I've never been. And if I had a problem, I would fucking tell you. But I don't have a problem with you. I want you to make all the money on earth.
Yeah, here's the second point. I want you to really, really take this in. Nick felt betrayed because a former fan was going on Kiwi Farms and talking badly about him. And he probably is angry at Josh about that. And yet he can't seem to understand why Eric July would take umbrage with Nick when he is friends with people that are doing that exact same thing. He's looking at Dick Masterson and Riley and these other people, and Nick's kind of giving the statement where he's like, oh, I thought they were being stupid, but whatever, it's not me doing it. Yet, Nick, you went on a 30-minute drunken tirade talking about how John was suicidal and maybe he should have pulled the trigger. You got that upset about it, but you can't figure out why Eric July might be upset that you're not going to bat for him? Or that maybe he'd be upset seeing you associate with people that are talking about pissing on his grandfather's grave? That's strange to me. It's strange to me how you can have a 30-minute tirade and basically be doing everything that you're throwing kind of on to Eric July. It's weird.
And I appreciate that.
Tomorrow.
People will always go, why don't you ditch Dick? And I go, because at the end of the day, no matter what you think about Dick, me, anybody else in this situation, Dick is honest.
Oh, wait, you serious? Let me laugh even harder.
And I'll say this about Eric. I like Eric. I want Eric to make $1 million a day. I don't think he engaged in fraud.
A few minutes later.
Never until today, until I gave you time on my show that was not for you. You begged to come on like a beta bitch in my fucking chat. You came in, you gotta talk to me man to man. You didn't talk to me man to man. You never sent me a goddamn DM on Earth. You talked about me multiple times. You never sent me a fucking DM. Not one.
Notice how the anger's ratcheting up while he's holding the drink, by the way? We talked about this earlier as he kind of has descended into a spiral. Completely sloshed when he's talking about Dear John and his anger at this ex-fan for kind of stabbing him in the back. And now he's angry at Eric July for coming on the stream. He didn't express that anger in person sober, but now that he's got the drink in his hand, now he's angry.
Not one. You have my phone number. You didn't send me a single goddamn thing. You thought all appropriate to talk to me, and when all I was gonna do was play your clips and break down why you were legally wrong and nothing else. You came into my chat and you begged
really
me
bad
to come on my show.
Alcoholic.
Like a weirdo. Like you don't have a bigger audience than me.
A few moments later.
You think
that I'm the bad guy because other people trumped you up and told you were
Yeah,
so
it's
great,
not
you're
looking
so
good for the
fucking
rackets
smart.
tubes.
And I told you the entire time, don't do this, don't say this, don't answer this. Get better lawyers. Get people who don't pander to you. Get people who will be honest with you. Pay people who will teach you how to mitigate risk. You didn't want to listen. You didn't want to fucking listen because I'm just a white bread ass nigga, right? I'm just a dumb motherfucking who's never heard of the streets. I don't know shit about the streets, right?
Yeah, it not.
I didn't grow up on the streets, dude.
Ricky Racket's the Rail King, telling the black guy that he's more street than he is. You know, fun fact, in case anybody's wondering what this is about, there was a lawsuit that got instigated or tried to get instigated between Eric July and some kind of religious organization because of similarities in a title of one of the comic books or a character. And, you know, Nick is talking about, oh, this is in regards to you need to get a lawyer and you need to do all this stuff. Eric won that. It was settled. It was arbitrated. Both sides walked away happy. You know, coming to the understanding that nobody's going to confuse a comic book and a church. But again, I guess, you know, Eric is, he's not hood enough to understand that. He's not hood like the Ricky the Rail King here is.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
I don't know where you grew up, but where I grew up was the #1 crime neighborhood in Houston, Texas in the 80s. People got shot every fucking day.
I don't know where you grew up, but I grew up in the most crime-riddled area in Massachusetts. We had somebody steal pencils once. Fucking FBI and helicopters were all over that neighborhood. Black man, you don't know what it's like being in the hood like I do. Did I mention my family's worth hundreds of millions of dollars? As I was around so many of those Negroes, I saw them through my metal fences grandfather had installed at the mansion. Used to throw peanuts at them and say, "Excuse me, yes, you, the poor Negro. What's it like living in the hood?" And they'd tell me in their jibber-jabber hood talk. I remember those days, Eric. Can you comprehend what that was like?
3 murders a day came from my neighborhood. Every day where I grew up. And I was the only white kid there. The only one. You talking to me about this shit because you're black and because I'm white? You're the most racist motherfucker on the planet. Everyone I knew growing up was black.
I have this picture of him. I have this picture like Rackets having this argument publicly with Eric July in like a street corner in Compton. Just holding up a megaphone and being like, "Hey, this N-word is pretty fucking racist." I just want to see the reaction.
Everyone I hung out with, everyone I was friends with. When I moved to Minnesota, it's 95% white. All my friends were black or Mexican. You want to come at me on racism, you fucking loser, you fucking racist piece of shit? You want to do this? You want to play this card? You Marvel copying piece of shit. Oh, they're racist. Oh, they don't like...
Where was this anger when he was on your show? You were sober. Why are you acting like this now? Oh, you're drinking. Maybe part of the reason you're having difficulties in navigating these relationships online with fans or former fans, critics or supporters, or people that you just happen to know through happenstance like Eric July, is because the alcohol is disinhibiting you. Because you can't control yourself because you're giving into your vices. Maybe this should have been the warning sign, the pull up, as everybody has said repeatedly, I don't know. But it starts to kind of establish this pattern of behavior. Now, are there gripes that he could have that are legitimate? Of course. I don't know the relationship between these two men that great. I can just give you an observation based on the interactions I see playing out. What did I see of Eric July? Bunch of people saying he overreacts. Okay, great, and? Then I see people threatening to piss on his grandfather's grave. Then trying to get him in a lawsuit with a fucking church. You know, all these people fucking with him. And I keep watching and I'm like, okay, but why are we fucking with this guy? What's the motivation? Why? What did he do? Is Eric July out there in a fursuit shitting in diapers? Eric July touching kids? Eric July robbing banks? Like, what did the guy do that brought, this much attention, that made him a giddy target of fucking with? And nobody really ever gave me an answer besides he overreacts. And then I watch, streams like this, and it's not Eric July freaking out, it's Nick. Right? Like, am I wrong on this? I feel like I've taken crazy pills.
Black man success. I don't want white people to succeed ever. I hate white people. They're gross. They're stupid.
Take it easy, champ. Why don't you stop talking for a while?
My reparations for black people stealing, so I can be the white guy who loots a black store for once in my fucking life. Rather than you stealing all of the Afrin from a Walgreens, I'm stealing all the goddamn, shit, ethnic hair products. Ethnic hair products from a black guy. I want to steal everything from your store.
Jerry Curl.
I'll bring David Blaine to do every fucking second of it. I think black people are hilarious. They're my best friends. White people have never been my friends in my life. But you're gonna come. I already know. You and your fucking little posse of race baiting SJW Marvel cocksucking pieces of shit are gonna come out and be like, this race is.
Well, I mean, Nick, if he was like that, why were you friends with him in the first place? Like, if he was a race baiting SJW piece of shit, why were you associating with him? I don't know. But let's fast forward a little bit and take a look. How did it turn out? Well, Eric won his lawsuit arbitrated his lawsuit against the church. Nothing happened. Like I said, because why would it? Like, how are you going to confuse a comic book and a church? But let's look at how things went. Nick, I wish you $1 million. Eric makes $1 million. Well, his comic book, $1 million, was wildly successful. Nick even responded to me saying this because I said, Nick, quickly wish me $1 million hat sales. Why more way more than $1 million? I want a hat on every child. Not sure why everyone thinks I'm serious. I always loved and supported the concept of the Rippaverse and always said I didn't care about the quality of the product. I love the idea of the independent creation. My messaging on this was consistent before and after the drama. I hope you get 1 million chemos. This probably is why I'm still alive. He's wished me 1 million chemos.
I heard Yaira broke $1 million, so big congratulations. You're welcome, Eric. I kept wishing you would make $1 million. You have several times, so awesome.
So awesome. What's Eric been up to lately? Oh, McFarlane. McFarlane fucking Toys is making a statue based off the comic book he just drove to wild success. So I don't know, man. I mean, I know Nick was out there saying you should have listened to me and you got these lawyers and you do it this way. It seems like he did pretty fucking fine on his own there. Seems like he was doing just fine on his own there. So you're starting to kind of establish. He's getting into fights more and more. Maybe they're justified, maybe they're not. He's drinking more and more. Seems to be getting a little out of hand. Missing more of his local streams. Things seem to be kind of weird. He's doing these hot tub streams. He's got these women coming over. This guy's getting a divorce. Just some weird shit's kind of going on. And that leads us in to this week. And this week is when shit hit the fan. This week is when everything kind of came toppling down. That's why you're getting mugshots. And it starts with a stream regarding a civil suit he's involved with. Now, Montegraph might be somebody you're all familiar with. Back in the day, I had my own encounter with Montegraph. Montegraph, what did I call him? I called him Q Boomer. And he had his little friend, Agent 99 or some shit like that. And they'd go around starting shit with people and threatening them to dox them and do this other shit. And at the time, Montegraph was fucking with this guy called Drummer. I think it was Drummer. I think that was the name of the YouTuber. I can't remember 100%. And so, I thought that's fucked up. And then I got into my own little shit-flinging contest with Montegraph like 4 or 5 months. Now, I'd like to... I want to give some backstory here because Nick has said on occasion, and you'll see it in the stream as we go over this, that I introduced him to Montegraph, but there seems to be like a weird insinuation that somehow I got Nick into this. So I'd like to clear that up real quick for everybody. So here's fact number 1 about Montegraph. This is a stream I did with Nick. It's an archived version of it. If you look in the upper right-hand corner and look at the date, it's from the end of June. And if you look at that year, what's that year say? Oh, 2019. Now, Montegraph ended up suing Nick Rekieta because Nick started making statements that Monograph was a flagrant pedophile and that he molested boys and different things like that. And then he said, sue me. He challenged Monograph to sue him. But remember, the stream I did with Nick about Monograph and about a lawsuit he was engaged with was in 2019. If you look at this is from Kiwi Farms, where they talk about when the lawsuit began. It says on the 11th of January of 2023, through summons issued on December 12th of 2022, Steve Quest, who's Monograph, sued Nick Rekieta for defamation, intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress based on statements made in October of 2022. So that's over 3 fucking years later. Now, if you go back and watch those streams about Monograph that I did with Nick, where we talked about the case, or about the independent ones that I did talking about what he was engaged with Drummer, you'll see that I talk about Monograph as being a Q boomer. I make fun of him for being old and weird, and tell him his memes are shit. But that's about the gist of it. I mean, there's nowhere in those streams where I say that Monograph is a pedophile. So I'm not saying that Nick is like insinuating that I'm the one that put him on this path to make these statements, but I never said them myself. And besides that, this is 3 fucking years later. He decides to go off on Monograph. So I just wanted to put that out there to clear that up a little bit. So this all leads into, this is a backstory. So Nick is dealing with this lawsuit, this civil lawsuit with Monograph, who's suing him. He hires like a big boy lawyer, Randazza. You know, like this is the free speech lawyer. This is the big buck motherfucker that's going to come in and clean house. And he's up against Monograph, who's got like a guy from a strip mall. And they file some kind of appeal or some shit related to the rules under which the case is going to be held, Colorado, Minnesota, whatever. And you'd think that's going to be like a clear, easy victory, right, for the big dollar lawyer. The Randazza is going to come in there and he's going to win that case. But Monograph wins it. His lawyer, his strip mall lawyer, wins it. So Nick starts up a stream to talk about the Monty appeal in regards to a civil case that's now been going on for 2 fucking years, based on these statements he made back in October of 2022. And this is really what kickstarts this week. It kind of brings in all these different threads we've looked at for what's going on with Nick Rekieta and all these kind of weird things that have been happening for the last year or two. All kind of comes to a head with this stream. And it's fucking wild. It is crazy. Nick is completely fucked up on a level that you can't look at and not come away and be like, this guy has an addiction problem. And he's saying some bonkers shit that's going to definitely impact him, not just in his civil case, but in his upcoming criminal cases. We're going to get into the main show. This was just slightly building up a little background to get you into the crazy shit, to get you into some absolute insane shit, where we go over the Monty stream, the arrest, the charges that were filed, just fucking everything. Buckle up, because if you thought he looked a little slosh before, a little off kilter, it's nothing compared to what you're about to see. I mean, there's no denying it. Once you see how he appears on the stream and behaves on this stream, compared to kind of what the police are saying and just everything that's going on, you're going to be like, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense why they found a bunch of cocaine and fucking ketamine and whatever else they found in that place. Makes sense that he seems a little off. As I said, this really started with this stream. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it should have been like the big warning flag. You know, the death flag, the red flag, everybody should have seen it and been like, oh, shit's coming down the pipeline after this. But Nick does his stream. He starts his stream. And I'm used to him being over on Rumble. One of the things that you need to know about Nick Rekieta is he had a Rumble contract where he got paid exclusively to kind of stream there. He had to direct people over, and it's this weird shit, kind of flipping between Rumble and YouTube. But I don't know if that contract didn't get renewed, if they dropped him, if there was troubles with the negotiations, what the fuck happened with it. But he's been streaming more on YouTube. So I happened to see that he's over on YouTube streaming pretty late at night. And I was like, oh. And I saw it said Monty, so I thought, oh, maybe like the case is over. So I show up in the chat, and it's about 40 minutes into this thing. And apparently he had gone on a bathroom break, and it'd been nearly an hour. He disappeared from, like we do a 5-minute break here, maybe 6 minutes. He just said, hey, I got to go bathroom break or check on my wife or something. And I'll be back in 10, 15 minutes. 45 minutes later, coincidentally, about the amount of time it takes to have a K-hole experience, just saying, he comes back to the stream. And we begin with this. So let's jump into it.
I'm muted. I'm fucking muted. Jim, God damn it. Let me reread this chat. This is from Medicare. Medicure, if I was Asian and gay. He says... Medicare says, 45 minutes. I think this might be my fault, chat. Hashtag buy a hat. I wish him a million bathroom breaks. It looks like he took it literally. Yeah. Yeah, dude. God damn it. You guys can see, I'm fucking tossed. This is great. This is how streaming should be. Everybody's mad if you stream drunk. You're the one person who's not mad ever on the internet is Medicare. If you stream drunk, he's very happy.
I mean, that is kind of. He does have a point. I did show up, and I was very happy to watch this stream unfold.
So Jim was the longest piss on record. Medicare, I wasn't pissing. Look, it was my time of the month. I had my period. I bled. I recovered. I took Midol in the middle of it, and then here I am. Here I am, my brother. Tell me more about COVID masks. God damn it, you sick fuck. Why don't you ask Minnesotans for help? Jim's out here. He's like, look, my immune system is like a 12-year-old boy at a Catholic church during COVID. Please don't fucking COPD me to death. I'm like, Jim, God damn it. Let me get your death interview. All I want to do is to make all the money on earth off of your death. God.
Let me just take a moment again to interrupt everybody after he had said he'd like to make some money off my death. Swing on by the merch shop over at medicare.myshopify.com or whatever the fuck it is, and click on the non-practicing merchandise section for all this fantastic merchandise, from Magic Chan posters to puzzles, Breaking Baldo glasses and mugs, the Don't Do Anime shirt, Breaking Baldo shirt, and the Bitchin' Breaking Baldo hat, available now for purchase with a 10% off discount if you're a new user who signs up. Again, that's medicare.myshopify.com, non-practicing merchandise. All right, let's return to Nick talking about making money off my death. Because turnabout is fair play.
Damn it, I don't care if you live or die. It's like an anime dungeon or whatever. With all sorts of hentai in it. All of us would do that. All of us would do that. Except, we would never admit it. We would just put it on your supple, leprosy-riddled shoulders. Or your arm fell off. Your arm fell off. Like, I know you're mid-jerk, but your arm, like the leprosy pervaded your shoulder, your arm fell off. You wouldn't have to try as hard on my shoulders, don't get me wrong.
It's a little bit, we call that in the book writing world, a little bit of foreshadowing, where he's talking about arms falling off from jerking off. You'll see what I mean later on in this stream.
And like falling down, like forearm and upper arm or whatever, that just did it. That just did it, and I know, but like the leprosy severed of that. I would crowdfund every amount of hat I can to just get your leprosy-riddled arm back on your supple Detroit transgender youth at a camp's body, also Jewish.
I like how he said something. It's like these interactions with men on the internet leave me a little befuddled. Coach Red Pill, really, and there are video of him saying this, treated me like a father figure, even though he's older than I am. He compared me to his dad. And then Ethan Ralph went on a 20-minute spiel talking about my Jake Gyllenhaal muscles. And now Nick Ricada is talking about how supple my body is. I don't know what this weird shit is, but it keeps happening.
Just kidding, Jim. I'm literally just kidding. Honestly, I don't give a shit who fucking makes fun of me. Really don't. I hope you live a million more milliseconds or whatever. Dude, seriously, get healthy. Do what you need to do to get healthy. I don't fucking care about this internet shit. It's so stupid. Get what you need to do to get healthy. You're in Minnesota. You're dealing with the same communism as I am. Now on to me, because Jim is an unimportant little faggot wallowing over there like, oh, I'm dying. I've got terminal illnesses or whatever. Like, yeah, that's good. Would you die already so we can grift off your death? Oh, I'm going to do my Medicare stream where I make fun of somebody for 24 hours. Like, Jim, will you just die already? Will you just die?
Why won't you die, Medicare? Jim, why won't you die? In a million milliseconds with your supple Jake Gyllenhaal muscles. Die.
Please, dear Christ, let me tell the world how Black Lagoon is the same as Andy Worski looking to PPP's asshole. Like, will you just do that? And I can cough like 3 times an hour for you? Or I have cancer rates. Like, I could just do that. I have a wife named Jade or what? I don't even know. The Jade thing always makes me laugh because I think of the Charles Bronson movies where he hates Asians. So I'm like, yeah, every woman in those movies are named Jade. Why wouldn't Medicare be married to Jade? I don't know. But legitimately, please live. Please. Please live so we can throw you off a snow-covered balcony next year. You can die or whatever. I don't care. Like, I'll throw you into Tim Walz's butthole.
I just love. Have you ever been around somebody that's like really shit-faced? They're like really. They're beyond 3 sheets of the wind. They're at 20 sheets at this point. And it's like a flow of consciousness where you don't really like. They're going for they have like a joke or a premise they're going with, but it like melds into other things, and it's word vomit. It's word vomit, and they're totally into it. And it's almost like you're just watching it like almost stunned fascination, like a documentary. Waiting to hear like some old British man talk about it like he's watching lions and leopards in a pack or some shit.
Or Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis. Do you know what I'd pay? Jim, please. Pretend to be a child. So I can donate to Make-A-Wish. Just to have you learn black...
By the way, I had a fucking killer joke for that he never addressed. I don't think he did. When he said, Jim, pretend to be a child in chat, in chat I had commented and said, I don't know with Vito around if I feel comfortable pretending to be a child. And he never picked up on that one. It was killer. It was gold. Should have mined that one.
People dancing from Jacob Frey and record it. That's all I want to do. My life is literally, I want to watch you learn from Mayor Jacob Frey how to dance like black people. And I want Jacob Frey to learn from you how to not get raped by a gay Cuban. I don't know if I want to pretend to be a child with Vito in chat.
There we go.
Oh my God. No, you can't be a child with Vito in chat. Vito is barred from this chat. He cannot be within 500 internets of this chat. Because if he does, he might find a minor. And if Vito finds a minor on the internet, he literally fucks the CD-ROM drive because he doesn't have a new. He fucks the CD-ROM drive until his dick runs Jewish, and it circumcises him again.
I think that was Nick Recanis saying that Vito is a Jewish pedophile. Feel free to clip that one, send it on to Vito.
I did this wrong. There's no innocence here, and you know it. Jim's basically a baby.
It's true.
Nick, what the fuck are you talking about? Vito being a pedophile, Monograph being a pedophile, Medicare being dead from cancer AIDS, Legal Vices being Korean.
Good
How is
morning.
this hard?
Anyone have a steel toe on hand?
Bailey,
Tears
did
of
you piss
joy.
out your bladder? No, I only pissed for a very short amount of time.
Hum along if you can't sing along has just swung by. May he swing by
Medicare,
many
you want
more.
to come on? We come on my face or whatever? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on.
What the? See,
We don't
Medicare,
hum
you wanna
along
come on my
long.
face? What's the next level, chat, beyond a thruple? What would 4 people be? What would we call? Is that a cruple? Quadruple? So it's a quadruple couple, a cruple? A crippled cruple. Is he she's trying to invite me to become part of the crippled crupple? I'm not sure.
Don't blame you, lol, tongue out.
I hate these fucking Korean chefs. Why don't you just give us sushi? Would Koreans call sushi if they were Japanese? Sushi! Oh my god. Everybody's fucking... It's okay. Guys, I'm fine. Oh my god. Jim, by the way, how long do you have left to live, Jim? Seriously, I want to know. Because I've had this dream of going to your house, just sitting outside, like petting your roses or whatever.
Hey, bro, when are you gonna die so I can come over to your house and pet your roses? I think he's really pushing for that crupple. I think he's really... Is this how he sweet-talked Aaron and April into it? Hey, Aaron, when are you gonna die? By the way, ever get your dick sucked by a dude? Is that how he snuck in those DMs, Aaron?
Do you have flowers? I don't know. Where you live doesn't beget flowers. Petting your whatever your perennials are. Then your perineum. Like, oh God, Jim, I just want you to live through this. Will you please have an enlarged prostate, but then get over it? And you're like, no, Nick, I can't. COVID has got me. I called the government at first. I told them that COVID was going to kill millions of people, and then it did. And I'm like, Jim, the elderly aren't people. Neither are blacks. And you're like, no, but that's who they killed. So he killed old people and black people. And I'm like, well, there aren't old black people, so those are white people. And then he killed black people, and you're like, I'm like, Jim, why are you so scared? And you're like, I have COPD of the vagina or whatever.
I'm just as lost, chat, watching this the second time as I was listening to it live, but boy was it entertaining. I don't, like, if talking about like Mayor Frey and gay Cubans moving into petting roses and then COPD of the vagina and COVID, I don't know where we're going with it, but I'm on board.
You just don't want to die from Governor Tim Walz. Jim, I will protect you. I will put my mouth, buttocks, whatever it is, over your fragile, sensitive vagina. I'll save you from that. But your skin isn't going to give you COVID, and I didn't have COVID. What am I? Jewish? I don't have COVID. Come to your house, sit around in your front yard until you come out because you can't stop me anymore. I'm just sitting there meditating over tea or whatever. Like, Jim will come. If I don't build it, Jim will come. You come out, you're like, what are you going to build there, champ? I'm like, I don't know, Slugger. Can I call you Slugger? Because I think I'm older than you, but if I'm not, you look younger than me because you look like you're dying. I want to build a movie theater for you, Jim, to just play Charlie Brown movies for the rest of your life. It's probably going to be 2 or 3 minutes. I want that to happen. I want to just have us have a good time. Why?
You know, the funniest thing I find about this is, like, when you get this shit-faced drunk, it's you know, like, you're on a stream, you're doing this. Like, you can't turn it off. So what you're hearing right now, this pure insanity of just the stream of consciousness that's hard to follow, is probably what the whole family heard around the fucking breakfast table the next morning. Like, this is the shit. They probably had no idea what they were sitting down to. Like, Mom, why is Dad talking about petting roses? What the fuck is going on? A movie theater, Charlie Brown. Mom, I'm scared. And who is that blonde woman, and why is she K-holing at the breakfast table? She should be in the slave quarters.
Why is it so hard? You're like, but I'm in St. Louis Park. You're not. I know. That's a joke. I'm in St. Louis Park. That's where all the Jews are. Jim, how much gold do you have? He's like, enough to mortgage 12 houses. But because they're Jews, 24 houses. 3.5% to maybe 12%. Jim, don't do it. Instead, I need you to go. I need you to go to the Mayo Clinic. Hand him a jar of Hellman's and say, please, gentlemen, save me. Save me. Here's Hellman's. Put it on the back of the bread. Put it on a sandwich. Put it on. Oh, God.
You know, I want to take a moment. Many people don't know this, but Nick Rekieta actually is a stand-up comedian. He's done stand-up comedy. Interestingly enough, I think it was for the guy whose wife he ended up fucking. So let's see. Stand-up comedy. Future career? Question mark? Yes or no? Let's start that poll. How supportive are we, chat? Come on. I'm thinking we've got the next Jerry Seinfeld here. I'm thinking syndicated TV, maybe an HBO special, sometime on Netflix. How much would you pay to get in for this? Well, what's the top dollar amount you'd be paying to get in for this? Somebody chat, good old LA comedy. That's one way of putting it. I think I found the next career after the law. Stand-up comedy. Just get totally shit-faced drunk and talk nonsense about mining gold and petting roses. Classic Seinfeld. What about the airline peanuts? Tim Frey's fucking Cuban men. I fucking know what's going on.
Put it on a soup. Chicken wings, I don't care. I just need the Hellman's mayonnaise to keep me sustained. Jim, I'm kidding. Seriously, dude.
Also, do you notice? He's drinking out of two completely different glasses nonstop for the last 10 minutes. He had the giant fancy mug and then the glass whiskey and just banging them both back nonstop, just downing them.
Get well, have fun, make fun of me all you want. I don't care.
Oh, you heard him. You fucking heard him. That's permission. I have permission for this stream.
I love you, man. You introduced me to Monograph. You cost me all this money. You're the fucking guy who did this to me. I will forever never forgive you.
Okay, so remember when I started this segment off by showing you those archives and clearing up a few things? You know, let's just rewind that for a few seconds.
You introduced me to Monograph. You cost me all this money. You're the fucking guy who did this to me. I will forever never forgive you. Like when you finally die and they bury you in the ground, I'm going to go find your corpse and dig you out. I'm going to donate you to the U of M, and I'm going to say, oh no, this is a Muslim whose suicide vest didn't go off. Can we put it back on him and send him into Israel?
He wants to blow my corpse up because of the Montegraph lawsuit. You know what I find funny is, remember when Ralph got super shit-faced? I know, talking about Ralph, why would you do that? Who is that guy again? You're right. But remember when he got super drunk? Just shit-faced blasters like, Nick Rekieta told me it was okay to come on your... Nick Rekieta said I could masturbate on your gravestone. And now, here's Nick drunk, openly talking... What is it they say? Sober thoughts or drunken words? Talking about wanting to dig my corpse up and desecrate it? I almost wonder if he really did tell Ralph it was okay to come on graves.
And we will FedEx that motherfucker to Israel. His name will be Muhammad Allah, who, I don't know, Boba Tea or whatever. I'll put the vest on him. Say, go in peace. Find your 72 virgins. And that man will flow right into Israel. He will blow up in town square. He'll kill probably 2 or 3 Jews. No Jewish women, because they keep them for the calendars. They don't put them on the front lines. And then, only then will he go back to Muslim heaven. He will find, oh my God, 72 World of Warcraft players. And all of them play Warlock. And they're all like, please, 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 don't bend me over, keep me standing. Because that's how I like it.
Does anybody know what the fuck he's talking about? Like, I'm amazed that he can sit straight up. If I got drunk to this point, I wouldn't even be coherently saying words. They'd just be sounds coming out of my mouth. Be like wind. People would think I was whistling. How drunk is that asshole? He's whistling over there. How many Bacardi 151s has he had? Nick's just pounding back glass after glass of whiskey, going on about digging up graves and putting suicide vests on them. Like, what the fuck is this?
Jim would be like, why is I didn't do the suicide bombing, and I'll call hell myself, and I'll be like, hey, by the way, Jim, I did this to you, but I'll buy a hat. I'm kidding. God damn it. Bob Smith says, Nick, or I don't care how drunk he is, who gives a fuck. Nick said, buy 2 hats. Do you have one that comes in yarmulke? I need that for my circumcised penis. Literally, the chat doesn't know. You do know. I love Edgar. He's a guy who grew up watching.
You see what I mean by how weird this is? I think Nick is 42. He's like 1 year younger than I am. You grew up watching me. We're the same age.
I was 30. Because we don't grow up in our teens anymore. We grow up when we're 30 or whatever. And Jim's out here making fun of people. And I'm like, oh, God, I used to make fun of people, too. I can do this. He's doing that. And now Jim's making fun of me. And I'm like, God damn it.
Prescient.
Good, I'm going to keep doing it because I want more. I want him to stay alive. I want him to, like, do that thing where he travels around the mall and they have that treadmill. They have the black guy running on it. They're like, see if you can keep up with the black guy. And the police officers get on there and they just fall over and over. But like the one Mexican gets on there, the black guy has a green card in his hand. The Mexican overtakes him every time. He's like, oh, I will shingle your roof or whatever. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. And he just chases him down. I want Jim to have one of those with his wheelchair with Bill Gates, like where he's...
Just so you know, chat, we're now officially 1/3 of the way through this portion of the stream. There's 25 more minutes of this amazing comedy bit. So, he wants to dig me up because of the monograph thing, blow me up, gay Cubans somehow, hang out on my lawn, something about Hellman's mayonnaise repeatedly. Now wants me on a treadmill, running from the police like a black man. I don't know what this conversation is. It's charming. It's fun to watch as a outside observer. There's nothing more entertaining than a drunk man being drunk. But do you know what's not entertaining? Being the drunk man's kid at the breakfast table. That's not entertaining. It's funny for everybody else, but not when he's your daddy, Nick. It's a great show for the audience, but probably fucking terrifying for a kid. I don't know.
Sitting on Bill Gates' lap, just like rolling 12 miles an hour. He's like, I've got super buff arms. I don't. Jim's arms are way better than mine. And then you think about it and you're like, oh my God. If this man were in Hiroshima, he would need a fucking handicap ramp to survival. They didn't even have those. They didn't even have those. They flash images of Japos on the wall. They put them into dust and made them into pudding for Dr. Phil or whatever. You're like, oh God, what would Jim have done there? Like, no, he wouldn't have done that. He would have been FDR. He would have been FDR. No, he would have been an American president in his wheelchair. Rolled up. And he would have died and left it to Eisenhower to solve the goddamn problem of the Japanese. Eisenhower created anime, Jim. You didn't. Why? Why'd you lie to me? Why'd you lie? You said you created anime. You're watching these big titty anime bitches. No. No. You created the interstate highway system.
Now, I know I put a little bit of a damper on you, chat, as we're watching this, and I'm not going to moral fag. I'm not going to sit here on a high horse and make, all these flowery statements about responsibility. But I just want you to, in the back of your head, just kind of keep that in mind. As we're watching this, it's funny. It is funny to listen to him ramble. I was entertained listening to him ramble. But that alcohol takes a while to get out of your system. And if you're doing that every fucking night, if you're doing drugs every fucking night, if you're screwing whores every fucking night, the people that are exposed to it at the breakfast table are the ones that aren't going to understand it. And they're not going to find it funny. So think about that, the difference of proximity here as you as the outside observer and the people that would be on the inside watching this. And just ask yourself how funny it would be. How funny it would be to have daddy drive you to school. How funny it would be to have daddy talk like this at the breakfast table. Or be in a bad mood because the shit's coming out of his system. Or how funny it would be Daddy doesn't have time to hang out because he's got to fuck a whore in your house.
You created legal drinking age of 21. You created everything wrong with America. You tried to give it to FDR, but it was Eisenhower. Eisenhower's you. Like, oh, I have a wheelchair too. No, you didn't. You didn't, Jim. You didn't have a wheelchair. You had internet access and a time machine. And you went back, you dropped the bomb on the Japanese. Thank you, by the way. You should have done more. But you didn't. Instead, you left karaoke bars, sushi. What the fuck is wrong with you? Big booty bitches, like knocking themselves, like animated ones, because no Japanese women have an ass. They don't have an ass because they don't matter. Because Japanese men just want a hand. Hand up, hand out, just like communists. They're like, oh, wait, I can do this. And their hand becomes a futanari. Have you seen? I know you know this. Their hand, a slit opens up here like in Vampire Hunter D, and instead of a mouth, an intelligible conversation, a giant black cock comes out.
I do like that he knows at Vampire Hunter D about the hand with the mouth on it. He does watch anime. There's no way he'd know that if he was completely unfamiliar with it. I'd replay the Goon clip, but I've really milked that for about all it's worth. I can't go back to it. But we're like halfway through, 15 minutes into this, and I'm so lost. I don't know what the fuck he's... Remember, this is going over the fact he lost the appeal, or Randazza, I should say, lost the appeal because Randazza is representing him. To Monty, in his civil case. This is him talking about civil litigation for saying wild shit online. And during this fucking stream, he talks shit about Monty again, which I'm sure Randazza loves. I'm sure he's fucking thrilled with that.
Like, this is Elizabeth Warren. They die fucking themselves. And you're like, no, this is good. I'm like, Jim, no! No! Why would you create anime? No, please nuke them again. Please nuke the Japanese again. Just tell me it's a campfire. Like, what? We don't direct a campfire. I'm like, no. Keep your paper wall, rice paper, it's even worse. Keep your rice paper walled structures. I hope your government buildings are rice paper too. The North Koreans at least learn how to use concrete. But again, ask the Chinese how you give birth, they'll tell you the men behind the sun, right? Or whatever. They'll bind your legs and they'll...
Do you, like, what the fuck is he talking about? I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, trying to follow, it's really difficult. It's funny, but it's really hard to follow.
Call that baby retarded because it looks Vietnamese, and they will just kill you. And no, you sit there and you're like, no, we want to create anime. We'll create Japan. Japan will be better with anime and Tom Cruise. Stop! No, don't do it. Don't do it. Remember that rollerball movie where James Caan killed Japanese people with his bare fucking hands? That's what we need. That would stop anime. A nuke doesn't stop anime. Bare fucking hands of James Caan, he'll kill every anime motherfucker on the planet. He can team up with Charlie Bronson in Kinjite. He's like, I don't need your kimono wearing motherfucking slant-eyed ass.
Yeah, somebody in chat is like, is he in a loop? Are we watching somebody in a loop? A little bit. You know how Ralph would say any loop? Hey, you find somebody with like a substance abuse issue where they imbibe a little too much alcohol, they're doing a little too many pills, they're doing whatever it is they're doing. They find themselves in these mental loops where it's almost like they've gone delirious, right? They've completely disconnected. Like you'd be like, this could be a story that you'd watch on, what's that YouTube channel? Trip Report, you know, where the guy reads off everybody getting fucked up off some substance a little too much on the dangers of alcohol would be this a 30-minute episode on this fucking portion of the stream. He's just kind of looping in and out and flowing with the consciousness, and it's really hard to keep track. So we're going to fast forward a little bit because it's pure insanity, because we have so many clips to get through. And this is just the Hey Jim portion of it, which is about 30 minutes.
The dialysis center, and all their kids are the fucking daycare that I went to. I went to that daycare. It's America's Choice Daycare, West Gulf Bank in Little York, by the way. Look it up. All you want. It's great. And then you're like, why do I have less representation in my vote? We couldn't vote yet. We were children. Why do I have less representation in kickball than the Indian kids? One of them is a sniper. I didn't even know what to do with her. I didn't know they respected women. I wanted to tie her to a bed and light her on fire. like every other not Jewish, Indian man. Bob's and Vagine are all that matters. Everything else is just embers.
So I think he's saying he wanted to go to a daycare and light one of the children on fire. Am I misinterpreting that? I wanted to go to the daycare and take one of the little girls who's a sniper and tie her to the bed and light her on fire. We're so down where this is like 2 whiskey bottles deep at this point, where the stories are getting dangerous to be telling.
Ashes of a bed. And then I'm like looking at the other fucking Indian kid, and I'm like, how is math so easy for you? Why is that? He goes, oh, because my name means garbage. And the only thing I can do is climb the economic ladder. But if I can't detail what the ladder means, I don't know how to climb it. Like, are you that guy from Slumdog Millionaire? He says, yes. It'll be released in 15 years. Please watch it. I won't. Slumdog Millionaire is like the movie Alive.
Now, I want to take a moment to pause it here and just reiterate something. This was a guy, at one point, that had a viewing audience of 100,000 plus people watching him on a live stream. Crazy numbers. Bigger than I've ever come close to. Bigger than the biggest people on Twitch do. Like, yeah, there are streamers out there that'll hit really, really absurd numbers. But, like, he was up there. 100,000 plus people watching him. He could turn a stream on and have a ton of people watching him. Now here he is, drunker than you can imagine, probably on something else, maybe, allegedly, potentially, streaming to an audience of maybe 2,000 people on YouTube, talking incoherently about shit. Look at the disparity between that. How do you go from an audience of 100,000 people making 5 to 6 figures a month in super chats to streaming at midnight about a lawsuit you're losing, drunk off your ass, incoherently talking to an audience of maybe 2,000, of which maybe 3 or 4 people have donated the entire time because they pity you? What the fuck happened in the span of 2 years? What other than giving in to your vices and letting them fucking control you?
Like, oh, there's a soccer team crashed on a mountain. I hope they eat each other and die. Slumdog Millionaire, I'm like, I hope he dies too. Same movie. So here we are. I'm like, Medicare, why don't you just die in front of all the Asians and you could at least eat garden animals or house animals or whatever? He's like, no, I'll die on my own terms. But you talk too much, Jim. Make hats, you make souffles or whatever, like a French faggot. You're sitting out here like, we will make a souffle out of a Jim's speech. So we need tarragon and saffron. And like Jeff Garipe cooks his wife better than you can. And everything I know.
In China,
that's a bit of a banger. That's a bit of, I gotta give it to him. That was a good one.
Cat very
as far as the stand-up routine goes. It's a little mean, you know, because JF's wife is she's still technically lost in those woods. But you know, it's a fucking good one.
In this world, is that Rumble should have given you a contract that says this is like a reverse mortgage, but we're not taking the home.
Oh, I see some people in chat are a little confused. That's my fault. Maybe you're not familiar with people in the sector. Jeff Gierpe is a right-wing commentator who was on a podcast with Andy Warskick for a while, went off and did his own political commentary, and was in a relationship with a mentally handicapped woman. We're talking full-on spuds here. Super potato. And he is sexually attracted to that. So he's very happy she was in the relationship with him. Everything seemed lovey-dovey. And then one day he drove her to the woods and just let her run free. And I'm not making that up. That's what he told the police. She disappeared from the face of the earth, and he said, you know what? I took my retarded wife to the woods and let her out of the car and said, go live free in nature now. And nobody's seen her for like a year now. So that's who JF Gierpe is, for those in chat wondering.
From your kids, we're taking the home from your wife in the hopes that she doesn't parallel park it in the Pacific Ocean. Medicare says, iPad touch are long. Can't imagine how many electronics kids end up destroying by just using them. Jim, 5 children. Pretend they're all rich. You know, like they're not, but pretend they're all billionaire rich because they're children and children are stupid. What they do is they're like, oh yeah, I can have another one. Like when Leonardo DiCaprio looks at a Victoria's Secret model, he's like, yeah, I got one, I can have another. Your kids look at your iPad, their iPads. They're their iPads that they're ruining. You go, yeah, I can fix this. No, you can't. You telling me you can't fix this? No, I can.
Okay, that was the Hey Jim part of the stream. We're still nowhere near done. It's gonna get crazier because what he does next on this stream actually realistically hurts him in his civil trial and his upcoming criminal trial. And you're not gonna believe what he does. It's fucking insane. This is fucking lunacy. Because now he's done with the Dear Jim portion of the stream where he's gonna, dig me up and put a suicide vest on me. And now we're gonna get into him talking about the judge.
And then we get to file a motion for
Oh boy, that's what I'm talking about. It's time to talk about nothing ever goes better for somebody involved in civil or criminal litigation than talking about the judge overseeing the hearings. We've seen this Monty stream. It's kind of, he's just really shit-faced. And, the whole Dear Jim thing, it's weird, but it's funny. But next up is catastrophe. Like, this is such a bad decision. This is such a horrific decision. I can only imagine his lawyer was somehow alerted to this and was watching it like, oh, fuck. Well, to be fair, with Roy Diaz, that probably charges, he's probably like, keep doing it. Oh, yeah, no, insult the judge more. Because then I get more money representing you. Please, actually, have another drink. You know what? I've changed my mind. I bet Red Diaz was cheerleading him on. He was cheerleading him on this. So let's see what our boy Ricky Rackets the Rail King has to say about the judge.
And then we get to file a motion for summary judgment after discovery because the judge, Jennifer Fisher,
hand waving,
like the office, decided that we needed to have discovery. The only fact outstanding on discovery was Montegraph's alleged damages. I don't know why we need those. I don't know why Montegraph needs those. But that's the thing that was standing out. Everything else was there. Our judge is literally fucking stupid. I'm going to say it. Jennifer Fisher, Chief Judge of Wilmer, Minnesota, Candy, Ohio County, is touched not by an angel, not even by a priest, but probably by retardation. She does not know.
So it's a good start. Let's start off by saying that our judge is a fucking retard. Make sure to name her explicitly and the district she serves in so she knows you're explicitly talking about her. And then explain how fucking retarded she is.
Basic facts or elements of common law. She doesn't know Minnesota statutory law. When she tries to apply the law to facts, and I know this from previous cases with her, by the way, she gets it wrong.
I love it. He's like, not only is she fucking retarded in my case, but I've worked with this retard. Let me tell you how fucking retarded this retarded water brain is.
And you know what's crazy? I know what people are going to say. Those cases that I had in front of Jennifer Fisher, the chief judge of Candy, Ohio County.
The filter truly captures the essence of Racket Suiting out of his mind.
Common law principles on contract. Incorrect. She applied because she said, I can do whatever I want, basically. She was not.
Mouth driller drilling face.
Judging in the district court. She was judging at the small claims court level. She said, no, that's not how contracts work. I'm like, Judge, that's how contracts have worked for 450 years. You don't get to just change that. Like, we win. Guess what happened?
Very true.
We won the next time we got to the hearing. Because like any boring, stereotypical woman, they will sit there and tell you why you're wrong over and over and over again. But lo and behold.
Yeah, so this stupid fucking whore that wears this little fruity black thing, she's got a little gavel on it, thinks she has power, dumb bitch. Well, this stupid whore, or as a dog, as Coach Red Pill, Chef Red Pill would tell us, thought she had power over me, but I waved my dick at her, and I'm like, hey, bitch, I'm Ricky Rackets the Rail King. I don't know what the fuck's going on here, but you little retarded ass needs to get the fuck off that bench and lay down, bada boom, you know what I mean? Spread those legs, honey. Oh, I don't want to hear no law officiating. I want you to suck this dick.
If you just wait a day, they'll come around to your thing and go, you know what? You said I said you were wrong, but you weren't wrong. I just really love the taste of liquor being squeezed out of my vagina. And then they drink it. And then they do whatever.
Yeah. Squeezing liquor out of the vagina. Now, let me just time code this. 216. Okay. I have only once in my life seen somebody say something like this to a judge. Only once. And I'm not talking about insane people that are high on meth in the fucking, holding cell at the local jail. I'm talking full-on schizo shit. Would you like to know who said something similar to squeezing out pussy juice to a fucking judge? Would you like to know the one person I've ever encountered that's done that? You might be familiar with him. A little guy by the name of Francis E. Declan Esquire III. They didn't have alphabets, not even numerals. Send an automatic typewriter today. Yeah, that guy. Well, he was a prolific writer, and he hated the legal system. So one day, Francis decided to write a judge and explain to him that his wife was a fucking whore. And it's so close to what Nick is saying, it's spooky. Just take a listen.
As additional evidence, during the last week of my within-mentioned month-long, worse-than-a-farce Nazi court criminal trial in Nassau County Court, 1958, where dwarf-dead felon, gangster, parroting, puppet, rectum, lapper, sodomist Judge William Sullivan's ball of fat felon slut wife, she, as planned, sat in the front row, repeatedly stripping her overclothes and completely pulling up her dress and slip and pulling aside her old-fashioned pink bloomers in order to display her anus, her conch. She repeatedly gesticulated and whispered, "I'll give it to you to suck. Finish him."
I'll give it to you to suck. I have to hear that again. This is what Nick Rekieta sounds like to Judge Jennifer Fisher. This is what she hears in her head. What he's going on.
As additional evidence, during the last week of my within-mentioned month-long, worse-than-a-farce Nazi court criminal trial in Nassau County Court, 1958, where dwarf-dead felon, gangster, parroting, puppet, rectum, lapper, sodomist Judge William Sullivan's ball of fat felon slut wife, she, as planned, sat in the front row, repeatedly stripping her overclothes and completely pulling up her dress and slip and pulling aside her old-fashioned pink bloomers in order to display her anus, her conch. She repeatedly gesticulated and whispered, "I'll give it to you to suck. Finish him."
I love that this is like Nick's legal strategy. Like Nick is literally his legal strategy. He's sitting down with Randazzo, who charges $40 billion an hour. And he's like, I got it, bro. I'm going to go full Francis E. Declan Esquire on this bitch. I got it, buddy. I'm going to teach this slut a lesson. Gesticulating her cunt, telling me to lick it. That's brilliant. That's going to go over so well in court, buddy.
And then we get to file them.
So well.
And then they drink it. And then they do whatever. And I'm just sitting here going, most of the judges in Kansas County are men. How are they going to squeeze vagina liquor into my mouth? I don't want them to. But
I told you. I fucking told you. It's Francis E. Declan Esquire. Gesticulating her cunt, trying to get me to lick it.
Is that Galifianakis? Am I Barack Obama? Am I Joe Biden? No. I do not want man juice in my mouth. So I go, can you just apply the fucking law? Can you just apply the fucking law? And when they do, they go, holy shit. It supports Nick's client. Here's the thing. I'm not a good lawyer. I didn't win because...
There's never been... Dude, there's never been a more truthful statement that you have uttered today than that. Why would you think getting shit-faced drunk and then telling the judge overseeing your civil litigation that she is a retarded slut who leaks pussy juice in the courtroom? What the fuck were you thinking?
Because I came up with a novel legal argument. Literally, my clients have good cases. And I go, this person didn't hire that person. They hired someone else. Talk to someone else. Person A did not hire person C. Person A hired person B. Person B quit. Person C sues person A. Person C is not in the company of person B. Of course, like, well, why are you there? Like, because these people are working in my house. It should be simple. But why are you there? Why are you in town? Why are you fighting this? I don't know. Freedom matters. My rights matter.
If you don't fight the government, they get to just say whatever they want. These are prosecutors, guys.
Let me take another sip. Maybe I'll have some more brilliant legal positioning to do. Have another little sip, and then tell the judge about her leaky pussy. This retard with her leaky pussy. I'll see you in court on Monday, Your Honor. Try not to slip and slide. Put out a wet floor sign when you're walking by, you stupid whore. What? Why? Why would you do this, Nick? Why would you ever do this? Why would you ever go on a live stream and do this? What compelled you to think this was a smart decision? Holy shit, bro. Now, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but the reason this is particularly funny is the name of the judge, Judge Fisher. And I'm almost 100% certain, I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That after he was brought up on charges, again, I'm skipping ahead, the judge that will oversee his criminal trial, can you guess, chat? Can you guess who the judge is who's going to oversee his criminal trial? Take a wild guess at who got assigned Ricky Rackets the Rail King's possession and weapons charges trial. If you guessed the woman he just called a retarded whore whose pussy leaks everywhere, you guessed correctly. Not only does he have a civil case before Her Honor, he also has his fucking legal case, his criminal cocaine case, in front of the woman he just spent 5 minutes calling a dumb whore. Imagine the joy on her face. Imagine the cartwheels she's going to do through the courtroom when Ricky Rackets the Rail King walks in. Because she's seen this. There's no way she hasn't seen this. When he walks in that fucking courtroom. And she just looks at him like, oh, do you have a case before me, the retarded whore? Oh, I'm sorry. Try not to slip on my pussy juice. What the fuck? This outclasses anything Ralph has ever done. Ralph has done some dumb shit in court. But like this is next level gamesmanship. This is 4D chess. This is some Donald Trump Orange Man shit. What the fuck am I looking at? We're underwater scuba diving poloing this shit. My best legal strategy is to call her a stupid whore. That's gonna get the cocaine charges dropped. Oh my god. We got more. So after the gym stuff and after telling the judge that she's a dumb whore, he of course has to circle back to Monty because we still got that, civil trial going. Let's make sure we fuck that one up too.
I want everybody to remember the first time I talked about Montegraph was when Jim, Mr. Medicare, asked me to come on his show and talk about Montegraph losing a defamation lawsuit against someone calling him a pedophile.
That is true. Montegraph had lost a defamation suit, or he lost a lawsuit against a guy. And I brought on Nick, because Nick was the online lawyer guy, and I wanted to know what he thought. Like, what are your thoughts on this? What are your thoughts on this guy and how he won this trial against Montegraph?
Because Montegraph wasn't able to intelligibly defend himself from being called a pedophile. And so he lost the case. The guy who called Montegraph a pedophile won the case. And so when Jim introduces me to this guy, like, by the way, here's this guy, he just lost a lawsuit for defamation claiming people were calling him a pedophile and it was defamatory. He's like, no! And I'm like, gross. I don't know why I would believe it. Who knows?
Here's the exhibit. In Exhibit 1 DVD, defendant, with his face and voice, accuses the plaintiff of being a pedophile. The live stream broadcast occurred on April 6, 2019, from the defendant's Blackstone Intelligence Network YouTube channel. The defendant falsely accused the plaintiff of pedophilia a number of times during that live stream. Over 4,500 people heard and saw the video, which triggered this very lawsuit. So this is his follow-up, I guess, because the first one made no sense. And he's trying to... this is more specific. Is that specific enough?
No. I mean,
it's not going to be specific enough to overcome the jurisdiction problems, because he would have to prove that he had directed the acts towards Colorado. If he really wanted to sue him, he would have to sue him in federal court or in state court in North Carolina or wherever the defendant actually is, where they'd have jurisdiction over him. That's the biggest hurdle he's got. What page were you reading that on? 6, you said?
Oh, yeah. So it's the 11-page document, the response. It's the second page, plaintiff's answer. It says Exhibit 1 DVD.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's from the paragraph where it says, see quest response to Morphonius motion. And then the second page of that. It's just that one little paragraph.
Hi, I see.
Yeah. No. And it wasn't... he's addressing other parts of the motion, but I got dismissed on jurisdictional grounds, so they didn't even get to this other stuff.
How's it going?
Yeah. Yeah, he would have had to amend his pleadings rather than just answering the motion. He could have requested that to the court. But I mean, this is why you get a lawyer, right? The interesting thing is, he raises kind of a good argument on page 3. There's one where it talks about he is a journalist with a standard of journalistic integrity. This is actually part of a defamation cause of action. Where is it? Where you argue that basically they...
is it the third paragraph? The defendant's introduction to this very lawsuit explicitly points out what a professional independent journalist the defendant is. Coupled with his investigational skills.
I literally believe and affirm everything I've ever said about Montegraph. There you go. Belief doesn't make it true. Poor man's gold PG.
Fun got a dip to work. TCI Dooblanc in chat.
It's not whether or not.
Doing well, thanks. Working in the BG while listening to this. And how are you?
It just keeps going. Just keeps going. Now, I can't speak to the civil suit. I don't know anything about this legal shit. I don't know how the lawsuit's going. But when this stream was put up, it was about the appeal, and he lost the appeal. Monty got something out of it. And I talked to, I'd asked Nick in the comments, like, how long is this going to take? Because it's been about, like, a year or two it's been going on. And he said, it's going to be, till October, till discovery's done. And then I think he said even a summary judgment could take up to 3 months. So you're looking at, like, February or March of 2025. So he's got another year of this to go on for the statements that he made 2 years ago, where I guess Montegraph had shown up in the comment section. They had some back and forth, and Nick had dared him to sue him. He said, sue me.
Take care, Marin, and I'm just at work,
Dooblanc. Called him a pedophile, said he fucked little boys, and said, sue me if you have a problem with that. And Montegraph apparently sued him. Now, I don't know. The whole Jim introduced me to this thing. That's the introduction. We went over a legal case where somebody else got into it with Montegraph about a live stream he did that was weird. And the guy won because of some jurisdictional issue. I can't remember exactly. But the entire thing was Montegraph's this is the weird thing, because even on that stream, I had mentioned Montegraph is highly litigious, and he likes to get into fights with everybody. So you'd think Nick would remember that portion of it, but he just threw the gauntlet down in 2020, and it's been ongoing now for 2 years, with another year to go, with a lawyer who probably charges an exorbitant amount of money. And while he's in that trial, he talks shit about the judge and then gets arrested for cocaine and weapon possessions. And there's a twist. There's a fucking twist, a dark twist that we're going to talk about at the very end of this in regards to Montegraph specifically. But before we get to that, we're going to cap it off from this Montegraph stream with the DSP moment, which was just very weird. People have analyzed this for multiple reasons. So I'm just going to play it. This was up on Eliza Clips. They clipped it out. So you'll see a little bit before, during, and after, and make your own judgment.
Thoughts on DSP? DSP's invincible and invulnerable. I love him, and
anyone know exactly how Nick got arrested anyway?
Achilles' mom held him by the river and dipped him in the River Styx. I want to do that with DSP, but I want to use my penis in his butthole so there's no ambiguity. He'd be impervious forever. Imagine Achilles' mom going, well, you have a choice. What is the choice? You can either hold him by the ankle and dip him in the River Styx. What's the other choice? The welfare choice is spread them cheeks, bitch. some guy's gonna pretend to nut in you. And Netanyahu, he's Israeli. He's Israeli. He'll father of your supporters, and that guy will win. Just do that. No. Why not? Chicago. Okay, cool. Fuck. Right now, DSP actually looks better than you. You gotta be kidding me, man. Good.
Hey Lux, and I don't know myself.
I literally like DSP.
A few moments later, by sheer coincidence.
Okay, the law. I want to share this on stream. Make Cantini is praised. Why would you do this? Why now?
For those curious, because you're not going to see this on this clip, a super chatter, I think it was, what was it? Anime Sucks, Sneed and Cope, or Cope and Sneed, some shit like that. And sent him some hentai. So he's looking at hardcore hentai right now. Anime Sucks, Cope and Sneed sent fat dragon inflation. I'm sorry, Chad, I was misinformed when I said it was just, what did I say? It was just hentai? Apparently it was fat dragon inflation, the best kind of inflation other than blueberry bitches. Because we all love our blueberry bitches.
Why is my camera so on? I'm trying to shut the show down. Like, we'll play the credits. No. What we'll do is we'll sit here. Guys, here's credits. Oh my god, Nick's drunk. Yes. Cool. I'll do it at your kids' family thing or whatever.
Okay. So my
Mario
take on
just
this
got
is,
inflated to celebrate
I do
the fat
honestly
dragon
think he was trying to make a
inflation.
DSP joke about him jacking out. I'd like to think he was making just a DSP joke. Now, on the Kino Casino, they did like some audio analysis where they're hearing a belt buckle open and somebody under the table. Remember, he's got a corner demon. He'll look off into the corner occasionally. And spoiler alert for everybody like, who's that corner demon? What's this corner demon shit? Well, remember the third person in the mugshot. The speculation is it was our babysitter here, April, in the corner, who slithered on over and was giving him a little relief while he was doing his DSP bit. Now, you can watch the Kino Casino has their episode up where they go over the enhanced audio, which is basically just blasting
Big
it
ups,
out.
corner demons.
But I'm going to stick with it was an attempt at a joke, honestly. And then he's just like he was earlier, so drunk it comes off like he's actually masturbating or getting a knobber under the table. I will give him that. But this stream happens, and everybody sees this stream happen, and they're like, "It's a fucking disaster. This is embarrassing, Nick. Like you have to see how you look at this. This is terrible. Like you understand that, right?" And what happens? He gets arrested. Now, I could play the arraignment photo where he goes to his bail hearing, but if you listen to the beginning of those videos, the judge explicitly says it is illegal to replay this. And I don't want to deal with the trouble. See, Nick, how that works? I'm just going to avoid it rather than challenging somebody and say, sue me. I'm just going to sidestep it and not play it because I'm not like a accepted court reporter like all the other LawTube channels got themselves okayed as to play that. I'm just going to assume that I can't play it and just give them a play-by-play. So Nick gets arrested. His wife gets arrested. The babysitter gets arrested. We went over a little bit of it. In fact, there's a little more detail, I suppose, in one of the other articles about this, because there was a Fox article that talked about it, but also Alpha News, which is more like it's like a Minnesota-only kind of news source, kind of goes over it a little bit. Where they talk about him and his wife getting arrested, the child endangerment stuff, the drug stuff, the weapon stuff. That's the one that talked about how it was, dirty in the house, the female juvenile not letting him in. All this shit's going on. But they give specific measurements as to why he gets the charges he does.
saying it included 26.67 grams, so over 25 grams of cocaine, 8 ketamine pills, digital scale, the AR rifle with the multiple magazines and spent shell casings, and then 2 credit cards belonging to the babysitter were in the bedroom, along with other various drug paraphernalia and items that tested positive. But it goes into some other crazy shit. I want to show you this picture again. Where is it here? The mugshot picture. Remember how I said, oh, his wife kind of looks like Days, she's a little out of it? In the Alpha News one, it talks a little bit about this. It says, at jail, his wife requested her prescription medicine be brought to her. Upon inspection, jail staff found unknown pills and gummies that did not match the prescription on the container. So, was she trying to smuggle drugs into prison? Like, I'm misreading that, right? Like, his wife actually asked the fucking prison guards to smuggle drugs in? That's too dumb. Like, she has to be, like, dazed and confused. Or maybe she didn't know. Maybe Nick or April stashed some shit in there. But, like, unknown pills and gummies, which makes it sound like THC gummies. And you asked the jail staff to bring the drugs to you. It's a brave move. Jail records also show April was booked into custody with the rackets, but she appears to have been released from custody without being charged. Yeah, fun fact. When Nick went up for his bail hearing, which he got, he said that he was going to represent himself, which, whatever. I mean, he's a lawyer, so he could do that. Non-practicing, from what I hear, but a lawyer. Represent himself for the bail hearing. But then he stated to the court that he was also representing both April and his wife in legal proceedings and wanted to have time to talk to them, in which the judge or the bailiff or somebody in the courtroom tells him, yeah, April's already gone. Yeah, she's skedaddled. Yeah, she's out of there already. And apparently dropping DMs with everybody else. So when you told police that, she wasn't in the bedroom and she was just a visitor, but her credit cards are found there, and now she's DMing people saying that she did live there, and she got out of court ahead of everybody else with no charges and didn't tell you or your wife about it, makes me think that she rolled over. Makes me think that she's going to testify for the state against you. How she was the innocent victim and innocent girl in her 20s who didn't know any better, and you got her hooked on the goofballs. And you and your wife got her so fucked up she didn't know what was going on. And sure, Mr. Prosecutor, I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Just like I'm telling every other fucking podcast on the internet what's going on. So Nick, potentially, she's going to rat you up. And then on top of that, you told the judge she's a retarded bitch that bleeds from her pussy. I don't think it's going to go smashingly, would be my guess. I think things probably not smashingly. Maybe not terribly, but not smashingly. Also, can somebody fill me in? I know people have said Nick is he's a non-practicing lawyer. Does that mean that he's a lawyer? Obviously, he graduated, but he doesn't have a law license to use right now to practice, or he needs to renew something? Because I'm curious. You can defend yourself even if you're not a lawyer. But when he told the court he was representing his wife, and he wanted to talk to her before she went up for her hearing, if he's not actually a practicing lawyer, is that even legal? Did they fuck up? I mean, did they fuck up letting you talk to your wife if you're not a practicing lawyer? Because she can represent herself, you can represent yourself, but she can't have just some total fucking stranger that's not a lawyer do it. I don't know. I don't know. I'm honestly asking this question. Like, how much worse could this get? But so we've got the sheriff's report, and the redacted information shows that this is a basic report. But you might be asking, what are the charges? I mean, here are Nick's charges. So we've got drug second-degree possession, 25 grams or more of cocaine, and they said it was 26.67 grams. Drug second-degree sales or possess penalty is what they're the penalty for it is. Then we've got possession of ammo or firearms, user of controlled substance. So it's an enhancement charge, really. It feels like one of those blue book laws they throw out there to try to nail people for shit to make sure they get nailed kind of thing. So you've got a felony and a gross misdemeanor. And then you've got endangerment of child. You know, the kid was present during a possession. So basically the kid knew there were drugs, or there was a kid that maybe could have had access to drugs because you left them out. That kind of thing. Those are Nick's charges. But let's look at his wife. So again, drugs, secondary possession, 25 grams or more. That makes sense. Possession of a firearm or ammo. Again, that makes sense. Both of these make sense. They're both in the same bedroom. Why wouldn't they have the same charges? Oh, no, we've got the same child endangerment. But wait a minute. Wait a minute here. You see how Nick says endangerment of a child present for sale or possession for both charge and penalty? But when you look at the wife, it says negligent or endangerment of a child neglect, and then under penalty, neglect child knowingly permit physical or sexual abuse. What the fuck is this, Nick? I mean, okay, could this be like a typo? Could they have accidentally fucked up and entered the wrong thing by mistake? I mean, that's possible, I suppose. Did somebody put up a false document? That's also possible, I suppose. But this is different, right? Like we saw Nick's, that's just drug shit and gun shit. Why is this here? Why is this charge neglect or endangerment, but physical or sexual abuse? I guess I'm really fucking confused. And it makes it somewhat ironic to me that you're engaged in civil litigation with Montegraph right now, accusing him of being a boy-fucking pedophile, when the state is charging your wife with potentially physically or sexually abusing one of your kids. Or neglect. Does that mean neglect that led to physical or sexual abuse? So my understanding of the sequence of events that went on were a mandatory reporter, which is somebody that is legally obligated to report what they believe is a dangerous situation for children, went to the police. Now, it's been rumored, there's been some documents that have circulated that it was their local priest or preacher or whatever. It was the leader of the congregation at church had gone to the police and raised concerns about the kids. What exactly those concerns were, I don't know. Nobody seems to. But the police, for whatever reason, decided that it was good enough information to then take a week, I guess investigate, get a warrant, and show up at the house and battering ram down the door to charge them with guns and weapons charges, or weapons and drug charges, and then endangerment charges. But then specifically to have this for the wife doesn't fucking make sense to me. Somebody make this make sense to me. I mean, you know, I'm willing to hear Nick out on this. And I know that, you know, you've got a criminal case. Obviously, you can't say certain things. But what, is this a real charge? Is this a real thing? Is this a typo? Did somebody fuck up? Is this just the heading it gets put under because somebody entered a different kind of endangerment? Is this saying that they're accusing her of endangerment? Or that somebody else might have endangered them? And what exactly did the priest say that would lead them to believe this? And I mean, Monograph now could legally go out there and say some really horrendous shit about you and your wife, right? Because now he's got legal documents that say this shit. So what the fuck is going on? I mean, I don't think Nick Rekieta is a bad man. I think he's made horrendous choices. And Nick doesn't strike me as the type of person that would hurt his kids. And I don't know anything about his wife, so I guess I can't say about that either. But I need somebody to explain this portion of it to me. I mean, is this bullshit? Is this fake? Is this a forgery? Because this is what's out there. This is the police report. This is a charging document. I don't know, man. Now, Nick has had a response to this. He's come forward with a response after he got out of jail. And again, you have to understand one of the things in regards to this is what is he going to say? Right? It's different than civil. It's criminal. So he obviously can't come out and say everything he wants to, but this is what he said. About the news. So, hey, obviously a lot has happened. I'm sorry for legal purposes. It must be reiterated that the sorry is for the disruption and is no way related to any pending legal matters. That said, please realize that no one has the full picture or story of anything. It's possible no one ever will. Nothing reported is accurate, and that's not their fault. I've seen so many supportive messages. Thank you for that. I'll still be doing stuff. I'm home now. Stay tuned for show announcements and stuff here on Locals. Nick. So let's unpack this. It's a portion of the stream where you get a little serious. Nick Rekieta started his career as a humble family man that grew into wild success with an audience of 100,000 plus, making buku bucks. He was beloved by many people, supported by an extraordinary amount of people. Came out with a format that was unique and interesting and got a lot of people their YouTube channels. A lot of LawTubers blew up because of him. Was on the cusp of success and greatness with Netflix and with television and with the news. He was one of the people that really could have parlayed it into something incredible. But that success allowed his vices to take control of him. And these legal proceedings, whether they're true or not, have given you a glimpse behind the curtain, so to speak. Because you could take away all of this. You could take away the warrant. You could say it was bullshit and fraudulent and it should never have been. He could find a great argument to get out of any legal repercussions. They could say that the mandatory reporter was misinformed. They could find something. But the fact of the matter is, you still now know that a mistress was living there. You still now know that they had ketamine and cocaine in their possession, that their fucking house was a disheveled mess, that there are guns all over the fucking place, that there's spent shell casings all over the fucking place. As you see him descend deeper and deeper into drinking, you've watched a man throw away success because this isn't even a midlife crisis. This isn't somebody wanting to sow their wild oats because they missed out on the opportunity. You had it all lined up for you, man. It was all there waiting for you to take it to the next level. You could have done amazing things. And instead you wanted to get high and get drunk and fuck sluts. And it's costing you everything. Your hubris and your ego about this are costing you. I'm not here to talk about the constitutionality of free speech and what you should be able to call Montegraph or not. But I would ask the question, was it worth it? Was it worth putting that financial burden and hardship over your own head and your family's?
Nick does a pretty good DSP
I'm not here to
voice
talk
too.
about whether or not an open relationship in a marriage is a good or a bad thing. But was it worth it? Seeing the destruction of Aaron and April's marriage and the effect that it's going to have on your marriage. I'm not here to talk about whether or not somebody should be a daily drinker or if they can be a functional alcoholic. But I'm going to ask you, was it worth it? Getting shit-faced drunk every night and watching your numbers diminish and your fan base shrink and your support go away? And I'm not going to sit here and talk about whether or not it's right or wrong to do illicit substances, whether that's shit that just got legalized in Minnesota like marijuana or completely illegal things like ketamine and cocaine. But again, I'll ask you, was it worth it? Having the police knock down your door and scare the shit out of your kids? Having your wife have to go through a booking proceeding? Having to be embarrassed in front of the internet? Was any of this shit worth it? You stood at the precipice of success and you threw it away.
Yup.
For what? Momentary pleasure. You get a little high, you get a little drunk, you get your cock sucked, and your life falls apart. You threw away the idyllic American dream for what? 5 minutes of pleasure? To all those people out there that want to get big in YouTube, this is a good example of really what not to do. You know, right now VTubing is becoming a big thing. A lot of VTubers out there are killing it. And great, good on them. I love it. You know, people like Peppa and Kirsch and all of them. You know, go out and cultivate your fan base, make your product, build your brand, make your money, and plan for your future. Don't get caught up in how famous or popular you are. Put your fucking money away. Buy a house, buy a car. Because by the time your curve is done, in 3 or 4 or 5 years,
Glorious
you'll be so
Skipper
far ahead of the game.
ACKS.
You'll be set on not having to worry about rent, not having to worry about mortgage, not having to worry about a car or debt or bullshit. You'll be able to live your life how you want to live it. You'll have a chance at that idyllic American dream. Don't do what Nick did. Don't let your ego get the better of you. Don't give in to the momentary dick suckings and cocaine binges and alcohol benders because you're popular for the moment. Don't let those daydream fantasies of revenge against people that told you you'd never make it overtake your rationality. Don't do what this guy did. Otherwise, it's going to be you in the booking photo. And you don't want that. You don't want to be the mugshot. Nobody does. You don't want to be Nick Rekieta with a black eye and people asking, why is his wife getting charged for physical abuse of the children? Why is a woman living in his house? Why is he so drunk? Why were there drugs found? Why was there guns found? Do you think this is something that's easily repaired, Nick? Or anybody watching this? It's not. The damage that's been done from this week alone will have repercussions throughout the rest of your life. It will be the underpinning of any argument you and your wife have about who's responsible for it and how badly things got fucked up. It will affect your relationship with your homeschooling group and your church and your neighborhood and your neighbors, because you'll be the guy whose mugshot they saw, and they'll hear all these fucking stories, and whether or not they're true or how true they are or how factually accurate they are or how far off the mark they are, they'll still know they found a bunch of coke and ketamine and fucking guns. They'll still know some chick you were banging was living there, and they'll ask themselves, what kind of neighbor is this guy? And how fucking reliable is he? I just don't get it. I don't know what happened, man. You really were one of the people that had the best chance, Nick. You really were. You really had the best chance of turning it into something amazing. And I don't know why you've thrown it away. And I don't understand that I can't comprehend why you've thrown it away for so little. You traded it in for so little. You took something that had the potential to grant you an amazing life, and you pissed it away for nothing. And, that's what makes me lean towards there really being a problem with alcohol or drugs. Because no rational person that's sober would do that. But an addict would. They wouldn't be able to weigh the pros and cons, the benefits and the penalties. They'd be living in the now. They'd care about a dopamine hit more than anything else. This isn't even me moral fagging. I'm not trying to get preachy with you. I'm genuinely fucking confused. I know you've got a lot of people you talk to. You've got friends and different associates in real life and online. None of them grabbed you by the arm and said, stop? Or the ones that did you pay them no heed? You never woke up one morning hungover feeling like shit with a black eye like you're in your mugshot and say, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want my life to be this. I can do better than this. You had so much going for you. Your kids would have grown up and said, that's my dad on television. That guy is my dad, and he's on TV because he's smart and he's successful and he's motivated, and people fucking love the shit that he does. That's where you were. They would have been going to school and bragging. Now what the fuck are they going to say? Oh yeah, it's my dad in the mugshot. Why would you throw it away, man? Why would you piss that away? I just don't get it. I really don't. Few people are offered the opportunity to have that kind of success. And you really were smart in how you did it. I try not to take that away from you, especially when I talked about it before. A lot of people say, oh, people have done legal shit on the internet before. They've done law tube stuff before. They have. But that was your idea. The way you did it, the format, the flow of it, the feel of it. That was you, man. That was your creative energy behind it. That was your chance to brand it and capitalize on it and fucking be a rising star with it. And you chose to throw it away. And I just don't fucking understand it. I just don't get it. I hope I hope there's not abuse shit going on with the kids. I hope that the fucking mandatory reporter brought up concerns that were just related to drug use. I hope there's not crazy shit that's going to come out, man, because I don't know if I can take it. I really don't. Because you don't strike me as a piece of shit, Nick. You don't. You don't strike me as a bad person. You never have. And it would be heartbreaking if that turns out to be false. That would fuck me up. If it was Ethan Ralph or some other piece of shit on the internet, I wouldn't be surprised, but I would with you. Maybe I just bought hook, line, and sinker the bullshit at the beginning. You know, the humble family man. I don't know. But that's who I saw you as being, you know, that's who I thought you really were. And I still hope that you really are. But, like I said at the beginning, you can't tell an alcoholic or a drug addict to fix themselves because they won't. They have to decide to do it. And no matter what you think rock bottom is, they have to decide what it is. For some people, rock bottom is a mild inconvenience. It's running out of money when they need it, or it's being in a bit of an uncomfortable situation. For other people, it's being completely homeless and covered in shit until it's rock bottom. I don't know what yours is. One would hope this is. So, I don't know. It's depressing. It's just depressing. It's depressing to see potential fall apart like that. And to see something that seems so good, at least on the outside, crumble apart. You're such an idiot, man. You're such a fucking idiot. I wish you the best, Nick. I do. I hope you get through it. I hope you fix yourself. I hope I hope you can fix this. Because it would be sad to see a good family torn apart over shit like this. And it's shit that's going to live with your family, with your kids and your wife, and it's it's not going to go away, but it is something you could repair if you put the effort into it. And I don't know if you'll ever see the same success you saw on YouTube again, but you could still climb back, and you could still have a happy life. You could still have that ideal life that most people seem to strive for. And I just hope that you're not stupid enough to not try. I hope that you're smart enough to understand that you could get it if you really put in the effort. I don't know what started this all. I don't know why you decided to go down the path that you did. But I think, based on my interactions with you, that you're a better man than that, and that you could still fix it. I know it's easy for a lot of people to shit on you and just do it unrepentantly, and that's fine. I'm not here to judge. Everybody's got their own opinion. But I can't reconcile what you are now with what I was introduced to. And I hope that there's still a piece of that in you, and that that piece wins out. And that there aren't more mugshots. Rather, Christmas cards from the family than mugshots, Nick, is what you should be aiming for. So, best of luck. I really hope there's not kid shit involved in this. And I don't know what else to say. Sorry, folks. I don't have like a eloquent ender for you. That was a real ender for you. An honest opinion from a hat salesman. Look at Jim Bean. Oh my God, Counselor Jim Bean, such a nice guy. Yeah, don't forget, I'm also selling merch based on his misery. Oh, I'm such a cunt. Remember, Medicare.myshopify.com, not practicing merchandise. Get yourself a hat, a glass, a shirt, and a puzzle piece, and then buy a poster as well. Because I am an asshole too. We're all just pieces of shit, just by varying degrees. Welcome to the adult life. The best you can do is try to be the smallest piece of shit that you can be. That's what you're aiming for.
Try to round it through, hold on, think again. Don't you know what you're starting? Sure we got the clue. How bad this we go? Don't you know? No more art. And as I look to the horizon, not a cloud, clouds and stormy weather's go too cold. Seems like it breaks out of nowhere, all around you is not what you foretold. You never see it come back. You see that my mind is to pass for eyes. You're done there, but the time is hit you, you're not surprised.
Drive this begin by.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News, the unreliable ones. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the newsroom. We are here today to present you guys with a special report. It is time for you guys to pay what you owe. After 10 years of his blood, sweat, and tears, he actually obtained gout for some of you. He has given birth to this group of haters called detractors. He's the realest man on YouTube. Phil Burnell, DSP, Darkside Phil. The King of Hate. The Pig Roach. The Lord of Snorts. The King of Gout. The Pig Roach Extraordinaire. The ruler of Goutopia. Has finally done something that I had said he was going to do for the longest time. He's finally divided up his fan base. Excuse me. He's finally divided up his fan base. Those who are on YouTube and those who are on Twitch. And now, those on YouTube have to pay the piper. Let me explain. You piggies on YouTube have been backpacking it for a little while. You guys have been on a free ride for quite a long time. See, everybody on Twitch, they go over there and they pay the price. They sit through the pre-stream, which is absolutely horrendous, and then have to go through bullshit gameplay, if you want to call it that. They are forced to handhold him through games. They have to deal with his tirades. They have to deal with the pre-gin and tonics leading into the end of the night. And more importantly, they give up every cent that they have. Which is why today is August 6th, 2018. As of July, he made about 10 grand last month. 10 grand. Twitch came through for him. Those pay piggies did well. But you guys on YouTube, oh, you dirty, dirty, dirty piggies. You should be ashamed. You guys should have paid the toll. See, you guys let your pork grinds run around. You let them cook a little too long, and you didn't help pay. You didn't help pay up. Dave is in a dire straits. As you know, DSP Gaming is gone as of current, and you know, things are getting tight. Now, I understand what some of you guys are going to say. You're going to be like, "Hey, you jerk, who happens to look like a very cute dog in a tight suit." Damn right. As long as you spell my name right, say whatever you want to say. As long as you spell my name right. You make sure that you know that my suit is pressed. Clean. We support him on KO Gaming. Look at his views. His views are great. Yeah, his views are better. His views are much better. But Dave is only making $10 a day. $10 a day. Ladies and gentlemen, $10 a day. $9.99. We're keeping the penny. Fuck Dave. Is what this man's making on YouTube. Not per video, per day. Now, I'm gonna call bullshit because that's what I do. But that's what he claims. He's making $10 a day. $9.99. Like I said, that penny's ours. And what are you guys gonna do about it? This starving pig was able to convince this woman to come from Michigan, allegedly, all the way over here on your guys' dime, and now he has to feed her, he has to clothe her, he has to get her a cell phone, he has to put gas in the car, and he has to take her out to all the previous places that he took his former daughter slash girlfriend slash soulmate. And I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, $9.99 is not going to do it. $9.99 is not enough for this man, DSP, to sustain himself. Ladies and gentlemen, just in case you don't know, this is his 10-year anniversary. 10 years of content, quality content on YouTube. And for you guys who are in his fan base, that's who I'm addressing, you've lived high on the horse, no pun intended, long enough. And it's time to pay the toll. Now, Dave's going to address you guys shortly. But before we get into that, let's address something slightly more important than Dave trying to bleed you guys dry. How did you let this happen? Now, when I say this directly to Dave, because I told DSP, that if your dumbass had stayed focused on YouTube, Patreon would thrive. Well, at least it would sustain itself and it could possibly thrive. You didn't want to do that. You wanted to go full in. You're a full-time streamer now. Now you're talking about this whole interactive streamer bullshit that makes no sense to me, because I don't speak gout, so I don't know what that is. I don't talk pig. In any case, you're going into this spiel. These kids are eating it up. Good for them. But it's his own fault. He did it to himself. The idiot got too greedy over there on Twitch, got smacked down twice, and now, what did he do? Oh, well, he did exactly what I told you he'd do. He'd run back to you guys and be like, hey, I really need you guys to step up. I know you guys can't go over here to YouTube, or to Twitch, I'm sorry, because, you know, the frame rates and bit rates and all this bullshit. So just continue to support the videos, because I'll keep putting videos over there because I appreciate what you guys did to get me to this point. Now he's coming to you guys and saying, you guys are a bunch of lazy pieces of shit and it's time for you guys to pay the toll. And he's really not joking about that. And here's the interesting part. You guys let him. You let him talk down to you guys like you guys were nothing more than dogs. You let him treat you like pieces of shit. Hence the reason why Dave is where he's at now. Because he let weaker people than him be talked down to, and you loved him for it. You praised him for it. And not to mention that infamous video where he calls all of you guys idiots, which is just amazing. I respect his honesty. The question is, do you guys respect what he really thinks of you? You probably don't. And that's okay. You know, you're still in the delusion of who this man was back in like 2010, as if he gave a shit about any of you guys back then. He certainly didn't. And how he is now is a strong representation of that. I would have thought that as some of you got older, most of you, you know, got smarter. Apparently that wasn't the case. And then for those who are young and looking for a father figure, oh boy, you guys have chosen wrong. And now you're gonna have to kind of live with the mistake. So for some of you young guys
some
who are about to
bosses
get in high
walking
school,
around low,
and they're gonna try to run that hot shit, thinking that shit's gonna, you know, make you the badass in school, you're gonna get that locker treatment real fast. Real quick, buddy. So get used to getting pressed up and then probably pretzeled on a regular basis. But that's okay though, because then you can run the Twitch and you can give Phil what's left of your milk money and be like, yeah, Dave, give me the confidence to face the world that hates me. It wasn't my fault, dude. It was nothing I could do. And let Dave sit there and say, yeah, you guys need a tip now. And then when he turns the camera off, he looks at Kat and he's like, these fucking idiots. Oh, they give me every last dime they have. And Kat's gonna be like, you'll find out the real idiot once I get this house from under you. Just saying. All right, let's move on to the next subject, which I find equally as important. Excuse me. Evo just passed. Evo was great. I'm sorry. And congratulations to the winners. Also, NFL Hall of Fame. Actually, two people in particular that I was pretty happy that actually made it in this year. I didn't think they were going to get in for at least another year or two, but they ended up making it in. Good shit on that. It was a good weekend. It was a real good weekend. With that being said, there is a podcast coming up August 21st. It's going to be on James the Lesser Express Lane's channel, but the podcast is The Jackal's Lair. And it's a weekly podcast they do. Mimology.
I love that no matter what he says, we know he's ashamed of his begging because he goes out of his way to not record it, lol.
And they talk about DSP as well as they talk about other stuff. It's a really great podcast. And they've done 3 shows so far, or 3 podcasts in particular. And on the 21st is going to be special. G Money, who you'll see on the screen currently,
is the name of my light source on D2.
Oh, maybe a day or two ago, and was basically the one who filled me in on the whole asset situation. And he'll be on August 21st to kind of explain that and then talk about a multitude of other things. If I'm right, sometime around the 21st, Dave might actually get his monetization back on DSP Gaming.
Hi.
Look out for my video talking about that in depth.
And my buddy is Paul Heyman.
I think it's gonna be fun. I hope you guys enjoy it. Okay, I've kind of rambled on long enough. Let's go ahead and get into Dave putting his fan base on notice. Dave ready to sending out the collection plate, if you will, so they may contribute, pay their tithes, if you will, to the Lord of Gout. Because you lazy pieces of shit on YouTube had the nerve to go 10 years and not give a damn. Despite all the videos you watched, Jesus Christ, not even hours, but years worth of fucking content. All the clicking on ads that you guys did, all of the attacking detractors and so on and so forth. You've done it all on YouTube. You're the one who's put this man where he is currently. He's admitted that. But then he had the nerve to come back and backsmack you and say, "Ho, it's time for y'all to pay y'all money up." Oh, you see Mr. Benjamin Franklin? Oh, he looking lonely. Oh, what's this? Oh, what's this? It's time for y'all to contribute. And if you guys know what's good for you, you'll do that. And when I say that, I mean that to Dave's fan base. Because, let's be honest, you guys are the weak individuals here. So, good luck with that. But in turn, for the brief moment of time, hopefully you can go ahead and learn something from this, and maybe you'll see the man for what he is. If not, enjoy the gout. Ladies and gentlemen, this is DSP News, always late, never breaking. Unreliable coverage that you can't count on. A GTG Networking Productions. You guys all know the slogan. Goutopia.
At Korozek is Heyman a bear summoning druid. Shame you can't name the bear. Lesnar.
Things have fallen apart. Number 2, sadly, the other part is not great news. Even though this has been best and most profitable month streaming ever. And you guys have been incredibly supportive on the streams. People have come out and cheered, sub, tipped. Constantly, you guys have been very huge supporters of mine on the stream.
I love you guys too. I don't want to seem like a complete total asshole.
Sadly, on YouTube, things have fallen apart. As you guys know, DSP Gaming is demonetized. I just checked KO Gaming because I was curious. Okay, for about a week I've been uploading videos to KO Gaming. How's the channel doing? No exaggeration. It's making about $10 a day. Okay, and that's me uploading all of my current gameplay. It's only making $10 a day, and that's various reasons. Number 1, because it's only my new gameplay. It's not all of the gameplay that used to be on DSP Gaming. Remember, 40,000 videos of backlog that people watch on demand daily that I'm not getting paid for anymore. That's number 1. Number 2, because many people who watch the videos on DSP Gaming have not made the transition to KO Gaming yet. I mean, I think eventually they will, but it's just a combination of those 2 factors. I've gone from having YouTube itself DSP Gaming in particular be a giant chunk. I mean, someone's 40% of my overall income to being $10 a day. That's not good. That's god-awful. Now, here's the thing. I could appeal to you guys and gals on the stream and say, oh, you know, please be generous if you can. I mean, but the thing is, you guys have...
Now, first things first. Right before he actually takes the knife and actually cuts the fan base in half with his next statement, the $10 statement is more than likely a lie, like most of the stuff that Dave says. There's no real possible way that he's actually making $10 a day. He might actually be making somewhere between 30 to 50 bucks a day, to be honest, which still isn't bad for, as he said, a relatively new channel, so to speak, that he hasn't used in almost a year. And he's seeing the benefits, kind of, sort of, what he's still complaining a lot, of doing the longer videos. Now, as G Money had said, and I'll go over that video further another time, the videos are probably too long, being they're about an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes each. But then again, Dave is Dave, and he's lazy, you know. Whereas I should say, he should have done 30-minute long videos, or just cut it off at a straight hour. You know him, you know DSP. He'll just take the longer route. It is what it is. He feels like that's what people asked for. Yes, people asked for longer videos. People didn't ask for you to damn near record your whole session and just post it, which is almost what he's doing. Actually, he's considered doing that, but let's let time tell on that one. Let's go ahead and continue. As Goutopia literally has its own civil war by El Presidente. Gout.
Already been so generous. Like I said, this has been the best streaming month for me when it comes to your contributions on streams. And, you know, even though, yes, I will obviously appeal and say, if you can help, you know, please do. I always appreciate it if you do things like tip me on a stream or sub or pledge to my Patreon, etc. Those things help. But what I can say is, I think really in particular what needs to happen is that there needs to be a wake-up call to the people who are watching me on YouTube. And the reason I say that is, if you take a look at KO Gaming, right now, pretty much every video on KO Gaming is roughly getting about 1,000 views on average. Any video I upload over there is getting about 1,000 views. I mean, hell, the pre-streams are getting over 1,000 views, which they never used to do on DSP Gaming, okay? So what I think is this, you know, quite frankly, those who watch my videos on YouTube take them for granted. They say, oh man, Phil's been here for 10 years, you know, Phil's gonna be around no matter what. He's been through highs and lows, he's been through ups and downs, and no matter what, Phil's just gonna be here, so I don't need to do anything, I'll just keep watching the videos. And I think that's the wrong attitude. You guys here on stream see.
Now, here's the thing. Here's where the hypocrisy in a lot of ways come into play. You told them that. You're the one that told them that, hey guys, despite all the people who hate me, despite YouTube trying to hold me down, despite everything, I'm still gonna be here. There will always be videos of me on YouTube, on KO Gaming, or sorry, on at least KO Vlogs and on DSP Gaming.
LMFA, I forgot he used to get 1,000 views on each video.
Watch Dark Side Phil, no matter what. That's what you told them. You've been telling them that for a while now. So for those people who can't go over to Twitch, or shocker, they have jobs and careers and just have shit to do, they don't have time to go to your stream or streams. Sorry, they don't have time to go to your fucking streams. They would rather just go ahead and watch the videos if they can, which is just as low quality as that shit over there. And I can say that because my stuff is rather low quality. Not the artwork. The artwork's great. Everything else is pretty low quality. With that being said, so I can honestly say that. So for you to sit there and say, oh, they're taking me for granted, this, that, and the third, this is what you asked them to do. If you cannot support me on Twitch, please continue to support the videos on DSP Gaming and on King of Hate Vlogs. That's what you asked them to do, and that's what they've, you know, that's what they've resided themselves to do. They did exactly what you asked. Now, all of a sudden, you ain't somehow screwed up DSP Gaming, and now you're like, oh, well, it's all your guys' fault. You guys took me for granted, and you guys didn't support me enough. So, yeah, now you guys got to pay the toll. And now he's going to start this whole bullshit up where, oh, well, I might have to actually consider not putting my videos on DSP Gaming anymore. It may not just be worth the trouble. Huh? And then he decided to go even further than that and say, oh, well, I might not even put my videos up on YouTube anymore. I might just archive them on Twitch. Like he's going to make any money doing that. Huh. All right, let's continue with the delusion.
Daily, you hear from me, right? You don't just watch the gameplay. You hear on the pre-stream how I'm doing. You know, you can hear me, personally in the videos. I talk about this stuff with you guys, and you know how incredibly grateful I am when you guys contribute, right? I think the people who watch on YouTube don't really see that. They feel disconnected, and therefore, all these videos will be here no matter what. And I think what needs to happen is we need to have a change here, where people who are going to continue to watch on YouTube need to step up. And in particular, I mean, the one way that they can really do that is via pledging to my Patreon. I mean, how is it that every video that I'm putting up on KO Gaming right now, okay, is getting over 1,000 views, but I have under 200 patrons? You see what I mean? Like, I can understand.
Okay, so, yeah, exactly. Damn. Let's go ahead and get into this for a minute. So, one, you guys need to step the hell up. For real. Like, all hoofs need to be on deck right now. This shit is serious. And y'all keep playing games. Two, how is it that he has 1,000 views? 1,000, which is a big number for Phil. So it's a very big number. He hasn't seen that in a very, very, very long time. In the same ways he probably hasn't seen a beautiful woman in a while. Anyway, no judging. You know, if you're in the horses, you're in the horses. In any case, 1,000 views. But he doesn't have 1,000 patrons on Patreon. Did you guys forget the battle call? Did you guys were none of you guys here for the snort? $1 a day. If everybody on DSP Gaming, which is what, 184,000 of you guys roughly, and declining, if you guys each gave $1 a day, gave him $1 a day on Patreon, he'd never have to worry about this. And I say $1 a day because, let's be honest, he wants each and every one of you guys to give him $1 every day for the span of, 30 days, 31 days certain months, or less than other months. That's what he wants from you. That's what he wants. It's really supposed to be $1 a month, but really, he'll take $1 a day. Because $1, ladies and gentlemen, helps this man fight his gout for another night. $1 a day helps this man get the gin and tonic that he needs, so he can fire himself up for the Twitter battle that he's going to engage at about between 3 and 5 a.m. the next day. $1 a day helps keep Kat in her stable, so those goddamn horse thieves don't happen to steal her back. $1 a day, ladies and gentlemen, could make all the difference in a pig's life. It's beautiful. I think Almighty would be proud. Hopefully Snorpernell is proud. Beautiful. In any case, $1 a day. So you lazy son of a bitches can go to his channel and watch the videos, but you guys can't donate $1? $1? Now, let's talk about some real hustle for a minute. Because while you guys on YouTube are sitting there sleeping on these videos, there are dudes over there on Twitch. There are dudes over there on Twitch that are sitting there and making sock accounts and then gifting subs to the sock accounts. There are people over there that are giving 30, 40 gifted subs to inflate numbers. There are people over there really hustling. Swaggins, for whatever interesting reason, doesn't seem to be chasing records right now. He might have put that on hold for a minute. And he wants to apparently contribute to the cause instead of going for personal glory. So even Queen Swaggins, or Empress Swaggins, if you will, has decided to put her own personal ambitions to the side so Dave can prosper, so DSP can continue his reign. Long live the snort. But what are you guys on YouTube doing? You guys show up to the videos, You guys click the ads if there are any ads that show up. You guys put him where he is currently. You've helped him obtain all of these things that you like to go to the detractor comment sections and be like, oh, you're just mad because you don't have what he has. You guys helped contribute to that. You helped him obtain that. And yet, apparently all that's an afterthought. Dave needs more. Oh, and he needs a whole lot more. And see, the thing is that there's so much blood on the floor over there at Twitch, and he don't feel like cleaning that up, and Cat's just not moving the squeegee fast enough. So now we need to go over here to YouTube, and y'all have to bleed a little bit to make this happen. What are you guys gonna do? Is this not enough, or are you gonna just sit back and take the abuse? Let's continue.
If you're an avid stream viewer, all right, you guys are here and you're already contributing, of course I wouldn't expect you to then go over to Patreon and pledge too. You guys want to have interactivity on the streams, right? You want to cheer, sub, or tip to get that shout out. You want to get the recognition during the live stream. That you guys are a group of people who are here live and you want that live interaction. That's your focus. I get that. But what I think is happening is the people on YouTube literally are just taking for granted the fact that they think I'm just going to be here every day no matter what, and they don't understand that this is basically do or die time at this point. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a special video at the end of the stream once I'm offline for the people who watch only on YouTube. I'm going to upload it both.
OMG, he's yapping on my phone and my computer in perfect sync. It's making me sick.
Like
In
a week
back with
now, I have
booze.
no ads on DSP Gaming. I made no money. I mean, $10 a day, you know. This is not going to work. I can't pay my bills like this, and I'm going to basically have to take drastic measures, you know. If that means that I just don't upload videos to YouTube anymore, and I become a 100% full-time streamer, so now I can do more interactive stream events and actually have the copywritten music in the streams, and then I can go ahead and you know, do these sponsored streams all the time or whatever. I mean, if I have to do it, I have to
become a shill. I mean, become a sellout. I mean, become a bitch. I mean, sorry. Let me defend the YouTube DSP fan base for just a second. Just a teeny tiny little bit. First things first. The reason why KO Gaming even has life right now is because of these people, Dave. And so the money that you're making over there, $10 a day, actually more like $30 to $50 a day, whatever the case may be, is thanks to them. Secondly, as time will go on, your views will go up over there, and more importantly, you'll get better ads over there. You understand how this all works because you've been doing this shit forever. So this isn't brand new to you. The next thing, and something that's equally important, is I like the fact how you try to champion those on Twitch who you shit on a regular basis, and yet you have the nerve to come to the YouTube Foundation, the YouTube aspect of your company, if you will, and put all of them on notice like they did something wrong. You chose to leave them. They didn't leave you. Well, at least not all of them. A little bit of more respect should be in order for this. I'm just saying, Dave. If you go to my comment section at any given time, there's quite a few people that come out from your YouTube aspect to defend you. It is what it is. You know, they need to champion their bacon, by all means. I personally choose to stay away from the swine a little bit, but that's just me. You know, too much of a good thing could be a bad thing. You never figured that out. That's why you got gout. In any case, they certainly have given more than they were asked to. Well, they've given more than they should have given in the first place. So for you to have the nerve to turn back around and shit on these people is kind of astounding. But especially when you made yourself like 10 racks last month. Seems kind of shitty. Another thing, equally important, is maybe, just maybe, you want to look at these Patreon goals and realize this shit needs to be revamped. They're shitty. You've got horrible Patreon goals. They're nothing. They really aren't. His goals are some of the same shit you could go to any other streamer and get for free. Free. There's no substance there. it only seems special to him because it is him. Dave thinks everything that he gives away, empty boxes and all, is something special. It's something unique. It's him stepping out of his comfort zone, if you will. It's all trash. In any case, Dave, as the viewership drops, and as the people on Twitch will be forced to carry this load, no pun intended, to carry the heavy load further and further up Mount Olympus that you're never going to reach because they're all stricken with gout at this point. So, you know, we're going to have to amputate eventually. You have to come back and realize that, you know what, maybe I shouldn't have shitted on the YouTube crowd. Especially when you yourself, Dave, said that DSP Gaming is merely an archive channel, which was basically you saying fuck you to the YouTube crowd. It wasn't even worth calling it a live channel. You guys are nothing more than part of an archive channel. And didn't even say, well, you know what, I'm gonna start contributing to KO Gaming. You only did that when your back was against the wall. But when everything was still good and you were still making your 40,000+ on YouTube, oh, you guys are just an archive channel. I don't care about you anymore, I'm a full-time streamer. Only for you to double back and be like, hey guys, it's time for you guys to step up. Instead of you saying, hey guys, I could really use your help right now. I've bled Twitch as far as I can. Or for as much as I can, I should say. And I really need you guys to step up and help me out. Well, don't say step up, because that just seems stupid. Especially since the most stepping you've done is just upstairs. If Kat didn't have to carry you up most of those stairs. I could really use your guys' help. I really could use you guys to contribute. Keyword is use, because that's what you do, Dave. In any case, let's continue.
Dude, to keep going, you know what I mean? So if I can't get enough support from those who watch the videos on demand to keep putting out the videos on demand, then I might have to make a drastic change. You know what I mean? So,
quick question. How much is enough? It'd be nice maybe if you specified that. I mean, yeah, you took the jab at them saying that, hey, I have 1,000 views on YouTube, or on these YouTube videos, I should say, but yet I only have 200 people participating.
Well, Dave certainly won't be carrying K-Heck anytime soon.
You know, just for clarification's sake, it might be better if you just clarify exactly how much you need. Kind of like with that tax situation you don't talk about no more. Not to, you know, kick rocks on anything, I just thought I'd bring that up.
Kind of what I'm thinking, you know, how long people have watched me on YouTube, and they all, you know, basically say, please keep uploading to YouTube, but then I need that support on YouTube. You see what I mean? They need to step up. So, we'll see what happens. You know, what sucks here is YouTube will not take any action. It would be one thing if YouTube would come out and say, okay, we've denied your appeal of your AdSense account. It's over. Fine. At least now I know. But this horse shit of, you know, really...
Clarification purposes.
Oh, well, you know, we don't know what's going to happen, and we just got to sit on our hands until we get some kind of a response out of the AdSense team. So what, wait 4 fucking months, and then they give me an automated response and finally say we denied it? I really get the feeling they're just never going to respond. Like, the thing is, the AdSense account, this DSP Gaming associated AdSense account that is suspended, was suspended at some point during the last year and a half when I was partnered with Curse. I don't even know when. So it could be a point where, you know, they consider it a closed issue, and even though supposedly creator support forwarded the information to the right parties, they just don't care and they're never going to respond, right? I think that's just bad, you know. So in this regard, I think I basically just got to give people a wake-up call and say, listen, I love you guys. You guys on YouTube made me who I am, but
bad when it happens to him, but they were in the right if it happens to somebody else. Keep that in mind moving forward.
At this point, it's do or die. It's either you guys step up and help with the contribution by pledging to my Patreon, or I don't know how else I'm going to be doing this for a living, and it's all going to end, you know? I may have to go all in on Twitch as just a Twitch streamer, that's it. Or I might have to seek other venues, in which case you will have no videos anymore, you know? So it's one or the other, you know? It's not, you can't have it both ways. You can't just say, oh, well.
Anyway, first things first. Even if DSP ever really decided to stop uploading on YouTube, there will always be DSP videos. The detractors will make sure of that. Hence the reason why he doesn't want to have patron exclusive videos, because he's afraid the detractors will contribute, at least someone will, and then spread the video around, which would probably be what would happen. If not, it would be a fan of a detractor or a troll or a hater who would do it. So that's the reason why he doesn't want to go down that route. In turn, people are recording and uploading his streams now. That's why you can't hide the comment section. So Dave will always exist in some type of way on YouTube. He can never escape that. The thing is he knows that too. Hence the reason why he hasn't just picked up and left. And he keeps preaching about this whole Amazon video site or whatnot, which something like that already exists. It just doesn't exist in the way that Dave wants it to exist, not in the way that he's hoping. What he wants is something familiar to YouTube, just it not being YouTube. And I'm sorry, you just can't have your cat and eat it too. It just doesn't work. Well, it could work, but I doubt you're doing it. In any case, let's continue.
It's gonna be okay from now on. And I think that's kind of how everyone on YouTube has been. You know, you guys on streams are the opposite. You guys who've been on the streams have been so tremendously positive and supportive and amazing. I can't ask more of you. You guys know what's going on with me. You guys know what a dire situation this is. You guys know how worried I am that I want to keep doing this and what horseshit this is, you know? So, and I appreciate that you guys know that, you know? I can tell from the things you say and do, the way you're supportive on the streams, those who do step up and are able to contribute. I know you guys are amazingly positive, and I could not ask more from those who are here live with me every single day. I can't, okay? Ben Boxer Charity says, well, you'll build up a library of uploads and will make more than $10 in the future, surely. Well, absolutely, Ben Boxer, but in the future, let me give you an example. DSP Gaming's been in operation for 8 years. It took me 8 freaking years to build up enough videos on that channel so that I would get about, I mean, real talk, it's probably about 80% of the profit.
Now, here's the funny part. He almost told us what he was making. Almost. And then he doubled back because he doesn't want anybody to know. But here's another reason why he wouldn't want to tell us what he was making recently. If you take that number and then go back and do some calculations on what he was making on Machinima, which was at any given time was certainly higher for sure, it would only make him look like that much more of an idiot. When Apocalypse happened, he was in the moment, he was in his feelings, and when Dave does that, he's not thinking, usually drinking, and did a dumbass move. And then when he realized it was a shit move because they had smacked the shit out of him, he went back begging and pleading, please give me another chance, please give me another chance, I'm sorry, you know, blame it on the gin. And they were like, fuck off. And then he makes a video shitting on them because that's all he could do. It was the only way he could lash out. The thing is, at that point, Machinima didn't care. And then he ends up getting cucked by that other MCN, and then Sons of Kojima had to pull his ass out of that, and then he had to crawl back to Curse, which is just a whole lot of cucking going on for no fucking reason. Just saying.
I made on DSP Gaming Daily were older videos, and probably about 20% was whatever new I put out. The only time there would be an exception is if it was a hot new release, then obviously more people would come to watch that. But on a slow day, like especially during the summer now, you know, more people will come to DSP Gaming to watch the old videos than the new videos, you know? So that's the problem I'm having. I mean, I can't go making next to no money, $10 a day on YouTube for the next 10 years before I start making money on KO Gaming. You see what I mean? So something has to give, something has to change to make this keep going, all right?
Now, here's another thing, and I see this in the detractor comment sections a lot. Oh, you guys are jealous of what he has, this, that, and the third. This man right here just told you that he's going to be doing this for another 10 years. He's failing at it now, and yet he wants to keep pushing and do this for another 10 years. He wants to do Twitch and wants to be on whatever video sharing site he can be on. That'll take him, basically. And he's willing to do this for 10 years, if not the rest of his goddamn life. And this is what you guys want to champion. This is what you champion. This is it. And I used to wonder how are you guys going to sit there and make a statement, and then someone, or usually 3 or 4 people, come in to try to engage with you guys, and then you guys run off like scared little rodents. Well, because like Dave, when you guys are confronted, you have nothing to say at all. You kind of talk out of your ass in the moment and then you run. And the thing is you're just a reflection of him. You're the epitome of his influence and his indoctrination on YouTube for the last 8 to 10 years. When all fails, blame somebody else. When things don't go the way you want, blame everybody around you who's successful. When other people are making that real bread, making real money, doing real changes, oh, they're all Muppets. They're all just clones of each other. Just the same reason why he shits on PewDiePie, which is something that G Money pointed out to me in our interview. Basically that he looks at PewDiePie as, oh, well, PewDiePie was, used to watch me, and then eventually he eclipsed you, which is what's supposed to happen. For anybody who watches any detractor, and you one day decide to do a video on Dave, you should strive to try to be the best that you can within your means, as best you can. Now, are you going to eclipse anybody? No, but you'll make your own way. And in turn, you'll build your own fan base. And then in turn, depending on how far you decide to take this, you'll make a name for yourself. And whether it's your voice or whether it's the content in general that you put out, meaning your editing or whatever the case may be, whatever and however you decide to spin or create, whatever that you decide to do, it's you. It's a representation of you. And other detractors will respect you for it. So, and I guess the conclusion of it all is, for anybody who comes into any community, you should be looking to try to push the community forward if you can. Keep in mind, you're always going to have people who are going to like what they like and just shit on everything new, or just shit on anything in general. It's just part of life. You take it and you move with it. But see, Dave never really figured that out. All these people who were quote unquote influenced by him went ahead and moved forward, built off, so to speak, what he had laid down, and prospered because they made the moves that they needed to make. They understood and they saw the changing of the tides and they decided to change with it. Dave didn't do that because he was so damn special that he didn't have to. He was here at the beginning, so Dave doesn't need to change. YouTube should have just changed to his benefit, and it screwed him. But the thing is he passes those same type of ideals onto other people, and then they take that shit into their own lives, which is just stupid. Stupid as shit. But I'll say, life's gonna hit you. So when life hits you back, it's gonna hit real hard, real hard. And you can't run to Dave about that shit, because unless you got some bits or some cheers behind that comment, he's not gonna care. Shit, people donate to him and give him bits and cheers now, and he takes a quick glance at it and doesn't give a shit. So think about that when you guys look in the mirror and consider what your value is. DSP News.
Baby Jim Bob Cheerden says, I know it sucks, but maybe people on YouTube can't pledge or just plain don't want to. I don't have all the answers. It would seem logical you should just transition to focusing solely on Twitch. I as much as I want to do that, Baby Jim Bob, there's no guarantee that it's going to work. So I do want to give a last kind of chance, ditch effort, last ditch effort to try to get people who watch my stuff on YouTube to understand the real reality of the situation and contribute at this point. Because I'm going to tell them.
Here's the thing. I thought Twitch loved him and his streams. I thought his personal hug box over there was nice and comfy. Extremely comfortable. But yet, he's scared to fully commit to it. And he's scared because he's failing at it. He's failing miserably, and he knows it. And if it wasn't for the protection from his partnered account, he'd be dead in the goddamn water. And he knows it. And that's why he needs to basically prod you guys on YouTube, because it's the only card he has left to play. Despite the fact the boyfriend believes he has some type of other online business, we're still looking into that. In any case, that's the only move he has to play at the moment. Unless Cats decides to hit the polls. Just saying. So what else can he do? But it also shows you the lack of faith that he has in Twitch, which shouldn't come to a surprise to any of us.
I'm gonna say, listen, look at the videos on KO Gaming. 1,000 views per video, less than 200 patrons. That's something doesn't jive here. You know what I mean? I mean, even if half the people watching the videos on KO Gaming were patrons, even at the lowest possible level, it would help tremendously in this situation. The problem is no one's stepping up. They're just, again, they're taking it for granted. They think Phil's just gonna upload to YouTube anyway, so I don't care, right? Well, guess what? I think it's time to do or die, because this is the end. This is the end of all of that. 10 years on YouTube will end if we can't get a solution here, all right? So I gotta lay down the law, you know, I have to. I'm not gonna be a jerk, and I'm not gonna be angry about it, but I'm gonna say, listen, this is just the reality, and so, you know, please, hopefully, please, if you can help, please do, you know? Android just cheered. He says, you have been giving the YouTube viewers full quality content, or fun quality content for 10 years. They become so accustomed to it, they think they will never end. I mean, I have to say, I get the feeling that a lot of people, that's it. They don't probably, a lot of them are shocked. Like, they probably, maybe they don't even check out DSP Gaming during the summer, and they're going to come back in the fall and be like, what the hell happened to this channel, right? But they'll just assume it's just going to keep continuing. That's what I mean. Like, if you love the content creator, you've got to support them. It's one thing if it's a ginormous content creator who gets millions of views and doesn't actually need your support. It's a difference when it's someone like me who, you know, look what's happening to me over here.
Support meaning money.
Give me money right now or I'm taking YouTube away, children.
The scenario is coming to fruition here, you know, and I really love what I do and I want to keep doing it. I don't want to be another one of these sad stories of the internet, someone who had much popularity and because of all kinds of bullshit going on, they had to fade away. I want to keep doing this. I love it. You love it, right? And the bottom line is, I don't know of another way out. I really don't. I don't know of another way out because I can't get another job that would pay as much as this. I just can't. If I got a Phil goes and works at some fucking store somewhere or whatever, you know, making 1/3, 1/4 of what he was making on YouTube / Twitch, I don't know how the hell I'm supposed to support myself. I'm gonna lose everything.
First things first, you don't work on YouTube anymore.
Dang Phil, the Forever Beggar XD
actually goes through that. I'll link that in the description after. It's a great video. And he actually kind of breaks some of that down. And so you don't work on YouTube. Twitch, he could get himself a part-time job and still do Twitch. Let's be honest. The nighttime stream is dead. Deader than The Walking Dead. It's unnecessary. His morning stream is probably the only thing that garners some real attention because he has the cult essentially conditioned to show up, and that's where they throw the money at. So there you go. So outside of a emergency fundraiser that he needs to throw himself out there and hoard himself to, the results will be the same. There's nothing truly holding him back. So it's damn near shameful that he'll sit there and say, I don't have another way out. I've done everything that I can do. I need you guys to basically pick up the slack, when that's not the case. When he has a whole room worth of shit that he could go ahead and peddle off to his fan base, shouts out to James Lister Express Lane, and could just sell to them for top dollar, and he won't do it because it's his, and he wouldn't dare part with it. Same thing with Panda's old soap. Since she's over there jerking, you know, she put a lot of time into that soap. And yeah, I'm sure there were some failures, meaning that they probably didn't come out of the mold right, or there wasn't the color she was looking for, or whatever the case may be. Honestly, ladies and gentlemen, who throws out soap? Seriously? Who throws out soap? And did he throw it out? No, he didn't. He may have thrown out the old soap supplies that dried up and just is unused. But the actual soap itself that was molded and was ready to go, but, you know, Panda didn't like the shape of it or whatever, I'm sure he used it. Because, ladies and gentlemen, how else is he gonna get close to Panda? It's the last thing that she touched with some real love in it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he makes Cat buy her own soap so he can hoard that all to himself. It sounds funny, but I would almost be willing to bet money that's how that works. Just saying. He won't part with anything. He says, he gives you 20, 30 different reasons why he can't sell it, but he can't lock down a timeline when he actually did try to do it. something to think about. Let's continue.
I'm gonna have insanely bad credit. You know, everything's gonna go just crazy. Everything's gonna be taken from me. I'm probably gonna lose my house. That's
bad credit now.
Horrible. For what? For what did I do wrong to lose my fucking house? Because YouTube fucked up, right? Because YouTube and Google fuck everything up because they're a terrible company. Now I lose everything.
You're unwilling to change. And time doesn't stop for anybody. You wanted to sit there and do it your way. And they allowed you to do it because why wouldn't they? And you failed miserably. Enough said.
Or shit. And I know that the thing is, I know that we can get through it. I'm feeling very positive about it. I know we can get through it, but it just has to be.
Who's this we? Is there 300 plus people living in that house? Do they get to partake in those delicious home-cooked meals? Why the fuck do you even call it that? I mean, seriously, a meal's a meal. I mean, is it home-cooked? I mean, yeah, it's home-cooked, but doesn't, I mean, I don't know. When I think of home-cooked meals, dude, I think of the shit that my mom makes. You know what I mean? When I go and visit my parents, or when I go and visit my grandparents. That's what I think of, like, home-cooked meals. Like, something that, like, the whole family kind of participates. Oh, that's right. He doesn't sit there and talk to his family. He doesn't go to any family gatherings. See, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was a silly little puppy when I said that dumb shit. My bad. My fault. The man doesn't have time to interact with his family unless he needs money or he needs his father to fly out to hang up a picture. My bad. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Let's continue.
There has to be a shock to the system. You know what I mean? There has to be. All right, what is going on, everyone? Phil here, and this is
all right. Thank you to Mr. Huff Stuffs for that. I very much appreciate it. Shouts out to Mr. Stuffs. That video will be in the description as well as all of the other videos. There's going to be 3 of them in all, maybe 4, but probably just 3. Next, this video is actually from KO Gaming, and this is Dave himself following up with the video that he said he would. So you can actually get to see the grease stains sweat off of him in real time, so to speak. So let's go ahead and see what he has to say.
Special video for those of you who are watching my videos on YouTube, okay? Those who are still watching all of my classic videos on DSP Gaming on a daily basis, you know, 8 years of work that I put on that channel. And for those of you who have transitioned over in the last week to my other YouTube channel, KO Gaming, so that you could continue to watch the ongoing playthroughs and all the new gameplay that I've been doing since DSP Gaming ran into trouble in the last week and was demonetized, all right? For those who want to know, the news is not good. The news is very grim. AdSense, Google AdSense has not responded.
But what if I don't want to know? What if I'm like some of the people that are that go to your stream in the morning and it's like, hey, can we just finish up this pre-stream bullshit and just get to the gameplay? Which is happening more and more frequent. What if I don't care about your problems, man? What if I just want to get into the gameplay? You ever thought about that for a minute there? Have you ever thought about maybe all of your past discretions and failures, which is what they really are, coming back to bite you despite the fact people in your own fan base and former members of your fan base trying to tell you that, hey, that brick wall's coming, you might want to slow down, and you didn't want to do it because you're the realest guy on YouTube and you want to do things your own way. Keyword, you wanted, or keywords, you wanted to do things your way. So when you hit that wall, what else is anybody supposed to do? I mean, you know, I may have cracked open a bottle of champagne and, you know, Secret Life, Memology 101, Mighty D, James Alester, Snor Purnell, Mr. Huffstuffs, Almighty Tevin, David Davison. I can name the rest. Yeah, we may have cracked open a couple of bottles of wine or champagne and spread it around, but I mean, what did you expect us to do? You didn't want to slow down. You didn't want to install the airbag we told you to do, and you didn't want that we told you to install, and you didn't want to put your seatbelt on. What the fuck am I supposed to do at that point? I tried to save you 3 times. You didn't want to listen. The Jinn was talking, and apparently the Jinn beats out common sense. Look at him on Twitter late at night. That's all I have to say on that one.
My appeal to try to get DSP Gaming remonetized, and creator support, which is the helpline for YouTube, is literally just kind of under the impression that we can't do anything until we get a yes or no answer from AdSense. And we haven't gotten a yes or no answer. AdSense has literally just ignored me. And I don't have a direct line of contact with Google AdSense. I can't seem to find anyone to talk to besides submit this form and just hope that you get a response. It's been a week, I've gotten no response. So right now, things are grim when it comes to me and my presence on YouTube. 8 years of work on DSP Gaming, I cannot monetize anymore. I mean, it's great, and I want to say thank you to those of you who have transitioned over to KO Gaming in the last week. Those videos are monetized, and if you guys haven't noticed, those videos are very long. I'm now putting out very long videos on a daily basis instead of the old 10-minute parts I used to do on DSP Gaming. The videos on KO Gaming are like 1-2 hours long, which is what you guys have asked me for years. You said just make long gameplay videos that are more archives of your streams rather than these ridiculously short.
Longer videos, but no one told you to go 2 hours long with that shit. An hour probably would have sufficed. Even half-hour long videos might have been, might have been perfect. But you're the one who decided to get lazy and just basically let OBS run. Even still, you're still doing well with it, and he won't change that particular formula, as he calls it, his way of doing his art, as he likes to call it, until he's forced to, yet again, because he's a Muppet, obviously.
Part. So I'm doing exactly what you want, and I'm trying to make it so that those who still like my YouTube videos and watching my content on YouTube can still watch it. But I'm going to be very upfront and honest with you guys. I need your help. If you guys want to continue to see me upload videos to YouTube, at this point, since I'm making no money whatsoever on DSP Gaming, and I'm making almost nothing on KO Gaming, which I'm going to talk about in just a moment.
But wait a second, buddy. Didn't you say for the longest time that, DSP Gaming, man, I'm getting all these terrible ads on it and this, that, and the third, and it's just not working out, and, all the big guys screwed everything up so the little guys like me can't survive, this, that, and the third. So you were making, or at least you try to say, oh, I'm making little to no money on DSP Gaming. Now you're saying you're making almost no money on DSP Gaming, or at this point you're not making any at all. So it makes you wonder, maybe if you weren't shitting on DSP Gaming back then, and then relegate it to an archive channel, maybe you'd been all right. It's funny how perception becomes reality when you think about it. He wanted it to be an archive channel. He wanted to make that leap to being a full-time streamer, which is just failure in a box, to be honest, which is exactly what he's put himself in. And then all of a sudden, DSP Gaming gets completely demonetized. Now he's screwed. So now he has to go back and essentially hold his videos hostage, which is it's laughable at best, to try to get people to contribute. Excuse me, despite the $10,000 that he made last month. So yet again, this is his greed and massively screwing himself over. And it's not just that. Let's delve a little bit deeper. Now that he's essentially caused a civil war amongst the pig roaches, now you have the Twitch aspect of his fan base shitting on the YouTube aspect of it. Not all of them, but most of them. Those who are feeling special and want to get on Dave's good side are shitting on them, being like, oh, well, you guys should actually contribute more. Think about all the free content. Asshole, you guys came from over there. That's where your roots are at. Just because you branched out does not mean that you didn't come up the exact same way. So you taking shots at them is really no different than you taking shots at yourself. Because if they're assholes for not contributing, because guess what? Maybe they can't. Maybe they just wanted it. Maybe they spent all those years clicking ads and whatnot, contributing to his videos, making him, as he once said, one of the more popular guys on YouTube. Don't you think he's given enough? Maybe you assholes over there need to give a little bit more. Maybe instead of giving him 10,000, maybe it should have been 20. It should have been 20. Maybe you guys need to step up over there on Twitch. Just saying, all 300 of you. I know there's like 550 plus of you now, but let's be honest, the other 250 of those people, in counting, don't even exist. So, for the 300 of you as fan base, you guys need to step your shit up. Because your brethrens over there on YouTube, they don't have to. They brought you guys to where you're at now. Essentially, they brought you guys, quote unquote, to the promised land. They just can't get in. Or they're still being checked for weapons and shit like that. Whatever. So you guys are going to have to carry the load moving forward. That's what should happen. And honestly, none of you guys should be paying this Muppet anything for anything. That's what really should happen. You should force his ass to go out and get a job. But it's okay. You guys love him just so damn much. But he convinced you guys to shit in your own nest. You're gonna go after the very foundation that you guys came up out of. He convinced you guys to do it, and you did it willingly. Yeah, Dave, they messed up, man. Yeah, Dave, they should have transitioned over like us. And like I said, maybe they don't have the means, maybe they don't have the time, maybe they just don't care enough. And guess what? They don't have to. DSP News.
I need you to help support everything, all right? So what's the situation? I used to have a ton of income coming from DSP Gaming. On a monthly basis, I'd say 30 to 40%.
More of that living in the past. Wow. Look at that frame right there. Woo! How many shots of gin did you have before you started this video here, Dave? You're looking kind of sloppy, brother. You're looking kind of sloppy. And that is a patch, by the way, on your chin there, sir. Just saying. Either that or you were doing some pre-stream stroking again.
Monthly income was from ad revenue on DSP Gaming. That has now gone to zero. I'm making nothing whatsoever on DSP Gaming for a week, and it looks like it may be permanent at this point. On KO Gaming, it's great that you guys have gone over there and you're watching the videos, but just to give you some perspective, I went from making 30 to 40% of my revenue on YouTube. I now make $10 a day. $10 a day on KO Gaming with the videos that I uploaded this past week. Now, undoubtedly, the more videos I upload over there, it's going to build up a body of work, and I'm going to start making more very slowly. And especially with August, September, October coming up and all the new game releases, as long as you guys keep heading over to KO Gaming and watching those videos on KO Gaming, yes, I will make a little bit.
I mean, granted, depending on what games he rage quits. Like, for example, he quit the beta for Black Ops 4. Now, don't get me wrong, I've played the beta because I promoted it on this channel, so it'd be only fair to do it. It's not very good. I don't have the same complaints that Dave has. He complains about essentially core gameplay. Like, this Muppet had the nerve to be like, oh, I'm tired of getting flanked, this, that, and the third. It's called situational awareness. Sorry, Dave. It's called map knowledge. Sorry, Dave. It's called basic instinct, which you have none of. Probably a good thing you didn't go into the military, Dave. Just saying. And I say that not for you, but for your parents' sake. It's very obvious that you're just really terrible at first. I mean, you're terrible at games in general, but you're really bad at first-person shooters. Like, here's the thing. And anybody who plays Call of Duty or Battlefield or any game in any first-person shooter knows that if an opponent comes out of nowhere on you, you hit fire, and then you go ahead and aim down sights. Period. You want to try to get as many shots into your opponent as quickly as possible and whatnot before you have to go into precision. It's ridiculous to have an opponent just sneak up on you and immediately ADS. It doesn't work. Not like, well, it works for some people depending on how good your reactions are, but you should always hip fire. The pros will tell you that. It's just what you do. Any Call of Duty player worth his salt, any first-person shooter, casual or otherwise, who's worth their salt knows that. But Dave just constantly needs to aim down sights and then gets mad because, oh, in the time it took you to aim down sights, they already have 3 bullets in you? Oh, that's a shame, man. Just saying. And then he has the nerve to sit there and do all this, and push this propaganda that I'm a real gamer and the game is just horrible and people who support it, you know what I'm saying, are shills or have no right to shit on him. Have no right to shit on him because he has a valid opinion. What I do now is a valid opinion and people criticize it. So the fuck what? An opinion is an opinion. No big deal. It's just that you're really, really, really bad at taking criticism. You want to spew it, but you don't want none of it to come back to you. Now, we'll talk about that when we get into that video later on, because everybody's talking about that currently. But then again, no one's surprised. You know what I mean? It took him, what, only 1 day on the beta, and he was already like, oh, I quit. I'm done. I can't play the beta anymore. He's a quitter. It's what he's good at. It's what he's known for. and he's sitting here talking about all the games coming up in the hardcore gaming season. And the majority, I'd say most of them, I'll say half. I'll be generous. Half of them he's gonna quit. Because why not? It's in his nature. He put his best hoof forward, and that hoof got cut off. If it turns into pig feet, it turns into pig feet.
More revenue. But the whole point of this is I was making some, you know, it all depends on what game, but, you know, way more money than that on YouTube, to the point where now there's no way, there's absolutely no way, as is, I can even afford my bills with the money I'm making just on Twitch. Now, I want to say this, the Twitch audience has been amazing. They've come out, they've been incredibly supportive during the streams. At this point, I really can't go to my Twitch viewers, my stream viewers, and ask for anything more. Those guys are being amazing. They're cheering, they're subbing, they're tipping. They're going out of their way to support me, okay? And they've been like that. Like, the Twitch streams have been growing exponentially. I'm getting more followers, more viewers, you know, on average. And the support this month, the month of July, was amazing. It was one of the best, most supportive months I've ever had on Twitch. But pair that with making nothing on YouTube. See what I mean? So the truth of the matter is this, guys, something's got to give. And, you know, for 10 years, I've been a content creator on YouTube for 10 years, even though this last year, my revenue did completely dramatically drop on YouTube because of the YouTube adpocalypse. I still continue to consistently upload videos for you guys on YouTube, especially those of you who say, man, Phil, you know, I can't watch your videos on Twitch because it's too much. The bandwidth limitations are too high. If I try to watch any video on Twitch, you know, it just chops up and I can't watch it, but I can watch your stuff on YouTube. So please keep uploading to YouTube. Okay, but what I'm kind of telling you guys now is I need to make a living, and I'm making nothing on the YouTube videos. So what this means is that I need you guys who are avid watchers, who are longtime fans of mine, and who love my YouTube content to please step up and support the effort. How? The primary way you can is to go to my Patreon at patreon.com/darksidephil and pledge today. As little as $1 helps, okay?
First off, the freeze framing of his face is hilarious. First things first, you should have told them this 8 months ago, to be honest. But see, the money over there on Twitch was just so good, so succulent, that it was the last thing on your mind. But now look at you, desperate as all hell, and are trying to not only hold his content hostage, like that means anything, but then you're also trying to guilt trip them into helping to contribute, to basically pick up the slack on your own mistakes, as if they owe you anything at all. But in this man's head, this is logical. This is how this whole system works. I don't think anybody will ever understand that. Like, you know what I'm saying, calling him an idiot doesn't do any justice. It really doesn't. And him dividing his fan base like this is going to be even more funny coming down the line in, I'd say November, December, when the hardcore begging season comes into play. And whatever this medical thing that you're playing up, Dave, it better be good. It better be good. It better be amazing. And Kat better be on stream, and she better look sad. She better damn near be ready to cry when you let that go. Because that's what's eventually going to happen to you, Dave. See, what you were hoping through this whole Twitch situation, let me lay this scenario out to you, is after what happened in December, with all that sweet, sweet cash that came through, he was hoping to get $10,000 a month. He really thought that's what Twitch was going to provide him. And then he got too greedy, he fucked up, and, you know, there you go. Now, G Money says that I had said that he should have had a fundraising stream every 2 to 3 months. G Money brings up a very good point and says, no, he should have just done a large fundraising stream at the same time each and every year. And that right there would have results. It's a good point. In any case, the idiot didn't do either one of those things, got greedy, tried to do the same thing the next month over, and then got smacked. Got smacked hard. And so this is what this man really thought. He thought when he made all that money in December, he looked at all of it and was like, well, goddamn, these guys really are idiots. They gave me all this money for nothing. and then, you know, concoct that whole story about taxes, this, that, and the third, whether it's true or not. It's debatable. Half of it might be true. And he really thought he was going to play that. But his greed ended up beating him out. And now look at it. He just came off of a $10,000 month. And now he's putting pressure on YouTube so he can get more out of Patreon. This is amazing. It's absolutely amazing how greedy one man can be for the debt that he accumulated. It's not YouTube's fault that he gained all that. It's not Twitch's fault. It's not even the fan base's fault. This man right here chose to live extravagantly. He chose to flaunt what he thought was his success. And like that quote-unquote success, it was hollow. There really wasn't anything there. It was the illusion. It's rather sad when you think about it. DSP News.
This ever since I opened my Patreon 3 years ago, people are, oh, I can't make a significant impact. $1 a month actually helps and adds up, all right? The bottom line is, if you look at the amount of people who watch my videos on DSP Gaming and the amount of people who are watching the new videos on KO Gaming, you're talking at least 1,000 unique individuals a day watch my content. Sometimes it's tens of thousands, depending on what I'm playing. If a fraction of those pledged to my Patreon, I would be fine. I would not have to rely whatsoever on the YouTube ad revenue, and I'd be in a good position. The problem is, less than 200 people pledge to my Patreon on a monthly basis. And since I made the transition more to be a Twitch streamer than anything else, even less people are pledging to my Patreon. It's good though.
Now, he said $1 a month, but do you guys see how early on I was saying that he really wants you guys to give him $1 a day? You guys kind of see what I was going with that now? Because that's really what he wants. He doesn't want to say that, but that's really what he wants. See his grubby little hands out there like that? It's proofs in the pudding right there. And I don't know what he's planning on peeling, but you know, it is what it is. That's an F. It looks like a P, but it's actually an F, I think.
Are contributing to the streams, but you see what I mean? Like, I need that support on Patreon every month. Right now, if I could double, triple my support on Patreon, things would be in a much better position. I wouldn't be so worried, but the bottom line is, within the next 1 to 2 months,
no matter how many people subscribe or pledge monthly, you will still demand the daily tip time.
His shirt says "Feel the
This
burn,"
is
right?
all nonsense.
Okay, so like, I mean, if you look at Mario lore, and this is gonna be completely random, who has he been chasing after? Peach? I think he's helped Daisy out a couple times, but theoretically, she's with Luigi. And there's the original chick from Donkey Kong. I suppose an STD joke could be made out of all that, but I don't know. That seems beneath me at this moment. Not really.
Zero ad revenue on YouTube. If you guys pledge to my Patreon, that would fix that. Okay, I need you, if you are an ongoing and avid watcher of my videos on YouTube, to pledge to my Patreon. Okay, it's that simple. It's do or die time. I know many of you watched me for 10 years, and you probably have this mentality that Phil will overcome everything, and Phil, I don't have to ever worry about contributing to Phil, because no matter what, he always seems to overcome every hurdle. Now I'm in a situation, if there's no clear end in sight, there's no way out. You have to contribute if you want to keep seeing me be able to put out videos on YouTube, period. Okay, because I'll be honest with you guys. I've been looking at a few options. All right, and one of the options I'm looking at is just becoming a full-time Twitch.
You ever notice that smug look he has when he takes a sip? Like, he always has something dramatic to say, and then he takes a sip and shit, and he just has this like this kind of like, it's kind of just a smug look. Like, yeah, these guys, these suckers are gonna fall for it. I already got them reeled in. It's I don't know. It's just one of those silly things I guess you point out. I guess when SOK did it, I didn't appreciate it as much. I just thought it was funny and then let them move on. But when you actually see it, it's just like, wow, that's kind of shitty.
Streamer and just abandoning YouTube completely. Because if I'm making $10 a day, the work that it takes to upload the videos to YouTube and babysit them and make sure that they're in playlists and then tweet out when the stuff is live and all that, is it worth it for $10 a day? When instead I could be focusing exclusively on my Twitch streams. I don't have to worry about copywritten music and just put out the Twitch streams daily with whatever music is on them, right? Because I don't have to worry about copyright or content ID on YouTube. I could do special stream-only events. It says I'm not recording.
Wait a second, didn't he say something about that certain gameplays were having problems on Twitch with copyrighted music. I remember him talking about that, and he was saying something about he was gonna have to mute the music for another Grand Theft Auto, and people were like, well, what's it matter if it's for your fans and you're doing it on Twitch? And he was like, no dude, I have to, I got no choice. I'm gonna have to ask Tevin more about that one.
Ever anymore. If I only do streams on Twitch, I can now play PC games on my PC on Twitch. See what I mean? There's a lot of benefits if I were to become 100% full-time Twitch streamer.
I mean, let's be honest. He only wants to play the PC games though because he's going after the bounty, which is funny because I thought only shills do that. But whatever. I mean, you know, he's going after the bounties, which those are all view-based, which is, if you think about it, that's right up Dave's alley. That's old school YouTube right there. Problem is convincing people to come out and view it, mainly the detractors. How is he going to convince the detractors to go over there and watch that? Or how is he going to convince the detractors to convince other people to go out there and watch it, since it's all view based? Especially since, you know, the detractors know how the system works, so they're not going to do it. So he kind of screwed himself there too. And then with the, I still think it's only temporary that Tevin will be off Twitch. It doesn't really help his cause either, because when you look at the Twitch TOS, which actually someone had made a comment about that in one of the videos. I was trying to find your comment so I could address that here, and I'll continue to look for it. I will address it though. When you look at the Twitch TOS, and I'm going to try to remember your question as best I can. Do I really think that Dave is going to crash and burn over there, being that much larger and more successful Twitch streamers are getting shot down over the dumbest shit? Yeah, eventually he'll fall. It's in his nature. It's Dave's own personal algorithm. He's gonna fall. He's gonna fail. It's just gonna be a matter of time. Like I said, his demise will be televised. It's just gonna take a little while. It's just how he is. He everything he touches turns to shit. You know, anybody who's been around for any period of time sees that. How he's made it this far on Twitch, given the dumb shit he's pulled, is, I don't know, it's up for debate, to be honest with you. A lot of people feel that over-reporting him has made Twitch kind of numb to him. I don't necessarily want to believe that. I don't necessarily believe it, per se. No, I'll say I don't want to believe it, because someone on Twitch has seen his silliness and had to be like, the fuck is he doing? The guy did get suspended twice. The thing is why hold him around, or why keep him around? And as I've said, and as other people have said, he's a guinea pig. He's a guinea pig for the bullies, for the anti-bullying system they have. And having Darkside Phil, believe it or not, having Darkside Phil on the platform is perfect. Have one of the most hated people on the internet in some cases be on your platform and use him as the template. It kind of makes sense. And at the end of the day, Twitch is a business. So if you got to keep the little piggy around just to do so, then do it. What is it that Twitch really does for him? They don't promote him at all. Have you ever seen a Darkside Phil stream be promoted? Probably not. He's not being promoted, he's just being protected, and it's all temporary. And the problem is let's say he makes the full jump to YouTube. To Twitch. Let's say that happens. Then he's gonna get comfortable. When Phil gets comfortable, he gets stupid. And he already has 2 strikes against him. All he needs is one big strike that even he can't explain away, and then there you go. Or when they're done with him, when they've obtained all the data that they kind of need, then they won't drop him immediately. They'll just wait for the next hit to come on, which will come sooner than later, and then he's done. Now, granted, like I said, I need your question in front of me so I can address it properly. But that's my general thoughts. Eventually, he'll fall. It's in his nature. Okay, it's in his nature to fall down and then beg and plead and demand, in some cases, for people to pick him back up. It's all he knows. It's all he knows. In the 36 years that this man has walked this planet, he's never really figured out how to do anything on his own without someone else hand-holding him. It's gotten so bad that he is saying that interactive streams means that you have to handhold him through video games because people are tired of seeing him fail. Basically, you could interpret that as, I'm too stupid to play the goddamn game, so you in the chat need to go ahead and get me through this so we can get to the next game. So it's just like back in the old days when he used to, you know, back in the dinosaur times, when he used to sit there and rush through games too. Or if he couldn't finish an ending, he would just find another YouTube video and play that on his channel and be like, there's the ending, guys. Thanks for the money, dummies. And then moves on to the next playthrough. There you go.
Not saying that's what I want to do, but if I may have to do it, I may have to do it. If you want to see me keep uploading to YouTube right now, since it looks like there's really slim to no chance that DSP Gaming is going to get its advertisements back, I need you to pledge to my Patreon. Now, there are other ways you can contribute too. You could go to my Teespring shop and buy a t-shirt or something. That helps out. Or even if you don't attend the streams, I do have a tips page where you can lend me a tip. You can actually say, oh, Phil, I watch your videos and I don't want to pledge to your Patreon, but here's a tip. Hope this helps you out. You can do that too, okay? And all that information's on my Twitch page. You know, if you want to go check that out, twitch.tv/DarkSidePhil has all the details on how to tip me and everything. But this is it. I'm not kidding.
Another thing too that, wow, look at that face. Whee! Anyway, now that I'm thinking about that shirt, now that I'm actually looking at it instead of taking a glance at it like an idiot like I did earlier, why does Cat keep buying him these shirts? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with having graphic tees and shit. I have plenty myself. But, I mean, seriously, dude. Like, tell her to stop shopping for you in the kids section. And just get you some more solid black and white shirts. You're gonna need them to beg anyway. I can't take you seriously when you're begging in a Mario shirt. I'm sorry. Just you know, go back to the to the old black shirt or to the sweat stained white shirt and beg that way. Just don't do this. Don't bring Mario into this, man. Seriously, don't. Please don't. He did nothing. He did nothing wrong, dude. He did nothing wrong.
Joking, this is not me over exaggerating. I made no money on YouTube. All right, I made like $80 on YouTube in the last week. That is not enough to support me, and within 2 months here, if I can't get a solution, I'm not going to be able to afford my bills anymore, and there's going to be drastic measures that have to be taken. And if it's forget YouTube, I just become a full-time streamer, I guess that's what it's going to have to be. I don't want it to be that, but it's always been I could still work as a YouTuber and a streamer because I'm making the revenue from YouTube to make sense to work on that. Now I'm not anymore. It's just
literally, you don't work on YouTube though. You never really did. You know what I mean? Because think about it. At current, weekend previews gone. Hateful reviews are gone. DSP Tries-Its have been reduced to Patreon goals, which is a joke in itself. Paying him $1,250 to do something he used to do for free anyway. Everything that he edited videos are gone. Everything that he actually put in effort, and I use that term loosely, he stopped doing. The only thing he does now is pre-streams and the streams themselves, and that's it. And then he just uploads them to YouTube. Nothing else. So he quit working before all of this actually happened. And yet he still expects you guys to pick up the slack. He thinks you guys are so stupid, and I mean you guys as in his fan base, are so stupid that he really expects you to believe all this. Just like how, oh, if it keeps going like this, I'm gonna lapse on all my bills. I'm just gonna lose my house. They're just gonna come and get it. It takes months for shit like that to happen, in the most extreme aspects of it. Secondly, I would assume, and I'm just gonna say I assume, his parents wouldn't let that happen either. I would assume that they've sent him money before. Jesus Christ, they flew out to fix his toilet. His parents flew from Connecticut to Seattle, knee slap, to fucking fix his toilet. Do people still defend you? You could have called somebody to do that. You could have looked up on Google how to do that. But you asked your parents to fly over. You probably didn't even pay for the plane ticket. I'm sure you didn't. To go over and fix your toilet. Oh my God. Oh my god. You can't write this. No one would ever believe it. See, that's why, and I think this needs to be said. This is why Dave needs to exist. He he needs to exist because sadly, this right here is the fallout of short-term success without any long-term goals. Now, granted, what I wanted to say is so much more worse, but I'm gonna save that for another video because he has something coming up that I need to hit him with. But that's essentially what it is. He's this man. Excuse me. He's this man who got lucky. He admits that. Had a flash in the pan, or as he likes to call, white hot. He had a couple of years, didn't save, didn't plan, didn't do anything really, and lost all of it in the span of a few years, and then resorted to begging after shitting on other people for doing the alleged same thing. And now look at him. Now he has to hold his content hostage so he can get people to contribute to Patreon, which, to be honest with you, the goals are laughable at best and just lazy and not very well thought out at worst. So what? You can get some perks, like, for one, going on that God forbidden forum that is constantly under surveillance at any given time. Anybody who's on that forum, your information is out there. It's the belly of the beast. It's the nature of it. Why would you want to contribute to that? And then the man had the nerve to lie to you and say nothing happened, only to a few months later, after he ain't sat there and had his Viking basically land on his battle axe, to sit there and say, oh, the website was hacked. Let's continue. You can't make this stuff up. You really can't.
Like fan service for me putting the videos on YouTube at this point, so I need your support, guys. Please, patreon.com/DarkSidePhil, pledge. By the way, if you pledge right now, in the next 3 days, by the end of July, you're gonna get in. Today we hit the subscriber goal on my Twitch channel for the month, which means you will be able to nominate and vote on your favorite moments in my 10-year history here as a YouTuber for a special event that I'm going to be doing in September, where I am going to react to my old content. So if you pledge $5 or more to my Patreon by the end of July, you have 3 days to do it.
Forget that dumb shit. Here's the thing with that, and this would be a perfect opportunity to drum up some fucking publicity. He should do a detractor video. He should do a couple. And he won't. All he's gonna do is suck himself off on some shitty ass fucking playthroughs that get voted on, and that's that. And even the more egregious shit, like for example that Dead Space 2, that infamous video, he won't even do that. He's smart enough not to do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? His most racist moments, he won't do that. He won't do, what's the other fucking series he had that was just, Jesus Christ. It's amazing how he got away with that one too. Was it fan mail or fan request or friend request ridicules or some shit like that? It was something along those lines. He won't probably go over those. So he's just gonna go over some shitty ass playthrough, more likely his Spider-Man one, or maybe he'll go to the Hateful Truth on what was that shit called? This is his most popular video over there. Shit. The Homefront Revolution one. He might do those videos because they're already, you know, he got some buzz off those. He's not gonna do anything spectacular. He's not gonna do anything that's gonna really make people talk. He wants to go at what's safe for him and his ego. And at the end of the day, it's the one thing that hurts him more than anything. Because he has everything banked on it. It's what he wants to protect. You guys saw that in the in the Tevin Hurts Me videos that we did on our last broadcast. That's... Oh boy. Let's continue. Jesus Christ.
All right, you're gonna be nominating and voting on, it could be a playthrough you loved, a moment in a playthrough, a vlog, like my old series, like an old DSP tries it, a friend request ridicule video, hell, Project 7, that kind of stuff. You could have me watch it back live.
Oh, okay, he might actually do the friend request ridicules. I don't think he'll do it though. I don't think he'll actually do it because some of those things get kind of brutal. So we'll see.
Stream, of course, I'll record it.
But I stand corrected.
As well. And it's cool, a 10-year retrospective where I'll be looking through all my old content and just reacting to it. It's going to be a really fun event, and it's guaranteed now to happen in September. So if you pledge $5 or more by the end of this month, you get in on that event. If there's ever been a time to pledge and get in on it, now is the time. But I honestly don't think that many people take this seriously. They just think, oh, Phil gets through everything and he's going to persevere here again. No, in the YouTube situation...
What do you mean, no? You're literally the epitome of what a roach is. You survive everything. To the point that I think his fan base is more frustrated than the detractors are. It's amazing how he gets out of the shit that he gets out of. I swear to you on everything, I think it's the devil's luck. There's no way that one pig gets this lucky. He should have lost all of his hooves at this point, and somehow he still made it with his bacon intact. And I'll never understand how he was able to pull that off. I'll never understand that. There's nobody in life that is that lucky to dodge as many bullets as Dave has. It's insane. Even with fan help or crowd support or crowdfunding, whatever dumb shit he calls that, which is what it is. It's called crowdfunding. He still finds a way to pull himself out of the abyss. Well, no, he's still in the abyss, but he just hasn't drowned yet. It's amazing, to be honest with you. It's amazing. I used to say his perseverance is something that should, in the smallest way, be respected, but his luck is starting to slowly but surely creep up past that, at least in my book.
This needs attention. I need you guys to step it up and please pledge to my Patreon, or else that's going to be it for YouTube. You know, we'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks. Maybe by freak luck, I will get the ads back on DSP Gaming. I don't think so. All right, I don't think so. But this is the way that you can fix that and ensure that I can continue to put out videos on YouTube. Okay? All right, guys. That is it. Thank you very much for your support. I hope you take this seriously. I hope some people will step up and support on Patreon, and hopefully this could be resolved and it won't be as big of a deal as it looks like right now. I'll let you know in the future what happens, but for now, business as usual, full-time streaming over on Twitch, and me uploading my videos to KO Gaming, and I'll let you know if there's any update on DSP Gaming. All right, thank you guys, and see you soon. Time to play the game!
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Holy shit! That is an epic fucking intro, dude. I have to warn everyone. Warning. What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting.
Had a bit of buggy mechanics there for a minute there. All right, we're here with Snorpernell.
Head up. Gaming. I'm ending the stream in like 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, that's greatness. That's all you guys really need to know. It's Snorpernell, so it's greatness. Let's go ahead and see what we have here. And I think that'll close it out. We might do one more video, but I think this will close it out for now. Here we go.
He says, man, you know, I just can't wait to see what the detractor mean for taking Tuesday off will be. Maybe it's that Phil's flying to Hawaii for a one-day vacation.
Oh, that's another thing, too, that should be pointed out. It's funny how, after the last video, you guys saw it, for all of his financial woes, he found the time to take so many days off recently. And not just Tuesday, but, you know, because he took another day off, too, to go to a doctor's appointment or whatever the case may be. I don't know, maybe his gout's flaring up, whatever the case. Maybe he's trying to get his hair back, I don't know. He's starting to take more and more of these days off now that DSP Gaming is basically on the brink. And how does he justify that? If he even can. Now, I would think his pre-stream yesterday on Sunday, which has been a hot topic as of today, we'll go over that and we'll see what it has to say. So that might be our next video. Our next broadcast for sure. But he sure found enough time to go ahead and
I got piece of peace while in good cigarette leaf in wind.
Cat. Wow, financially he's supposed to be in ruins and everything's supposed to be collapsing around him. But it's neither here nor there. Let's continue.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they do, is they literally will make shit up.
Pop
You know, I
stream
think
was fun.
The newest meme of them is that I have another new car. I bought 2 new cars, or my girlfriend has a new car. Like something really fucking stupid that's based off of absolutely no factual information. We only have 1 car here.
Well, actually, the new meme, Dave, is Cat is actually a cat burglar, and she's about to take that house up from under you. That's really the new meme and whatnot. It's slowly but surely making its rounds.
I can't imagine how angry he will be after another 90 minutes of pre-cream podcast.
I gotta be honest with you, even looking back at that video, if that is Cat's MO, if that really is, she's just gonna eat off Dave and then move on, it's hilarious. It's poetic justice in a lot of ways. He treats his fan base like shit, he eats off them, and then he cuts them loose when they're not useful. Cat will do the exact same thing. Well, she might. She might. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see on that one. That's gonna, I'm sure that's gonna make it in somebody's top 10 or top 20 DSP worst moments, I'm sure.
It's the car I bought last year, and it's probably the last car I'm gonna be buying for quite some time, considering no matter what, I'm gonna make some tough decisions that are probably gonna ruin my credit. So it's like, no matter what I do, thank God I got a good car last year, right? But that being said, yeah, I don't have a new car. People are complete fucking idiots.
All you're getting is salt, 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 salt. And even now, I'm getting my mouth overpowered with salt flavor.
And we'll just make shit up based on nothing, based on hearsay, based on half information or outdated information. Apparently, from what I'm gonna understand, because people were telling me about this last night when I was playing PUBG, I asked about it. I was like, where do these memes come from?
Little did GTG know she really was eating.
So basically, I guess what people are saying is if you look up online at like insurance websites or something, and you search for my girlfriend Kat's name, you'll see that she apparently has a car in her name. Now, first of all, this is how stupid people are. Insurance does not mean you own a car. Dear idiots of the internet, just because you're insured on a car doesn't mean you own the car, stupid. Right now, Kat is insured for my car. She doesn't own the car. She's not on the title. She doesn't pay the payments. She's not.
No one actually said she owned the car. They said you own the car. Just saying. I mean, I understand, Dave, that you didn't look that deep into this rumor, but I mean, just some clarification doesn't hurt.
She doesn't own it at all. She's just, insured to drive my car. So, I mean, how stupid can you be? If anything, what you may be looking at, if this is true, because I don't know, obviously I don't waste my time with this, is that you're looking at massively...
but yet, you feel the need to go in-depth about it, but you don't waste your time with these things. Just like how you weren't taking detractor videos down, right, Dave? Caught you red-handed on that one.
Dated information. You're looking at information is something from her past that has nothing to fucking do with her present. Same thing, like, apparently people are saying that it still shows that the 2 BMWs that I had in the past, right? Which are way in the past now. We're talking 5+ years of the... I'm trying to remember. I think it was April of 2012 when I got that first one leased, and I just got... Over a year ago, I got rid of the other one. Right? Do you want to play the fucking game?
This is gonna be the whole stream.
But anyway, yeah, so both of those BMWs apparently on this same website are also showing, currently in my name, registered to this address in Washington. One of those BMWs never left Connecticut. So that's just to show you how outdated the information is that these people are looking at. It's telling them that I have 2 BMWs, my current car, and apparently another car in Kat's name, all at my house. I'm pretty sure my garage doesn't hold 4 vehicles, but you know what I mean? Let's take any kind of bullshit information that we can get to say something stupid about Phil. It's so dumb. I have 1 car. It's the car I bought last year. All right? And that's it. Period.
Oh my God, dude, just shut up. Just shut up.
He seems really bothered by that, though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not supposed to get upset over a lie. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it is what it is. Let it slide. Now, I'm still of the proponent that he does have a second car. It may not be the Subaru, but he does have a second car. Because it kind of makes sense. Because Lord knows, we don't need another Panda situation. We don't need a repeat of that. We really don't. He has to take a taxi, all that dumb shit. We don't want that. We don't need that. So it kind of makes sense. But we'll see. It is what it is.
Stop whining. Oh, stop scamming people.
And so when Kat's at work, she has the car. I'm at home working, you know? That's the deal. So, Complete nonsense. But that's what I mean, like, this the hilarious shit that they make up. They literally will take misinformation or half information or a snippet of outdated information and try to turn it into something, to say something negative about me. So I guess what they're saying, again, is that Kat has a new car in her name. Wrong. Because she was at one point insured to drive a car, right, from her past, does not mean she has that fucking car now. And she never owned that car to begin with.
I'm not rich,
Stupid.
I only have 2 cars.
That's
Idiots
not
now
how insurance
continue
works,
giving
man.
me
Just
money
you're
for my
insured
bills.
to drive a car doesn't mean you own the car. Boy, people are dumb.
All I can taste is the saltiness. All right, now that's it, because here we go, the idiots in stream chat. Get the fuck out of here. I'm just going to ban. Why am I toxic?
Shout out to Karl Marx and Spencer. What is it when people do communist stuff, and you know, in the chat? I don't know.
$2 million. A century ago, everyone owned a horse and only the rich have cars. Now everyone owns a car while the rich have horses. It's amazing how the stables have turned.
That's hilarious.
You damn right that's hilarious.
I'm pretty confused right now.
Well, I'm not gonna put that ginormous name. I'm just gonna put Carl up there.
Big Paul Venus, what a name, cheered and says, "What was your favorite superhero?" You seem like an Aquaman kind of guy. I was always Wolverine. When I was a kid, I loved Wolverine. He was like the edgy superhero who did violent things back in the 90s.
Wow. I'm telling you, I've said this in past broadcasts. He never let go of that Wolverine action figure. He never let that damn thing go. And you got to think about it. All the money that he's made, all the statues that he's purchased since then, it makes you wonder why he never purchased that particular figure. It makes you wonder. Now, granted, he did say in that original video, you know, when he called his parents fucking idiots, that it was like the first, you know, it was the first edition, so on and so forth.
Why does Dr. Light look exactly like the king from Zelda?
No problem. But he never did. He wanted his parents to buy him that, and he never let it go. That's something. That's really something.
He was the one that I was big on at that time. I went to a comic book store one day with my parents, and the Wolverine figure was there. And I turned to my mother and father, and I said, "Guys, listen. I want that action figure for my birthday. So, please, what I would ask you, I've never asked you to do this before. We know how rare that figure is. We know we've been to stores endlessly and we've never seen it in the flesh. It's finally here in front of our faces. Please buy the figure now. Hide it from me for whatever, for months until my birthday, and give it to me on my birthday." And so, like, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks in a row, they still didn't buy it, right? Week 4, we go back. It's gone.
New, not Wolverine.
So my birthday came and passed, and guess what? My parents go, "We're very sorry, Philip, but we couldn't find the action figure." I said, "I told you to buy the figure. Why don't you listen to me?" Like, it was such a no-brainer. All they had to do was buy.
I'm a spoiled little shit. And this is what people want to defend. You basically become his parents, essentially. You want to sit here and protect him and say, "Oh, you guys are assholes for, you know,
we're sorry,
making videos
Philip."
about him." For what? Him being a shithead? Am I not allowed to have an opinion on him? He's a fucking asshole. To his parents, no less. The people that flew across country multiple times to help him get his own house together. Because he couldn't do it himself. And he wasn't willing to pay anybody else. And I'm wrong for that? How? Exactly? Just saying. And he gets shit on his own fan base on a regular basis, and none of you guys bat an eye. Whatever.
Rather be Phil's parents than the poop scotch, that's
I
faux
never
show.
bugged them for it till my birthday. I knew I was going to get it on my birthday. Because they didn't buy it, I didn't get it. I did eventually get it, but it was the second run, and of course now it's a year later. Do you really think that something I wanted a year ago is as valuable as, you know, but then I was already starting to move into other stuff. And yes, I see someone asking in the chat. Yes.
So then what was the point of them buying it for you if you right there admitted that in a year you probably weren't going to give a shit about it anyway? It probably would have been wasted. It's not like he would have kept it in the original packaging or anything like that. He talks about the amount of value that it could have had. In truth, it was really just the sentimental value that he had right then and there. I mean, he's a kid. What do you? Well, he's 15. Still a kid. Pre-Muppet, but you know, it is what it is. I mean, it is what it is. And like I said, you hear him now, or well, you hear him towards the end, basically dismiss it, be like, oh, it's a year later, and I'm not going to be into that stuff. I'm going to be into other stuff, like stalking girls or being obsessed about women and other girls that he couldn't have, or whatever the case may be, which is already scary in its own right.
Parents did have the money to buy it.
Jokes on Phil. 30 years later, he still cares about it
Even
now.
though this has been pretty much my best
ending the
profitable month
stream,
streaming
having tech
ever.
issues.
And you guys have been incredibly supportive on the streams. People have come out and cheered, sub-tipped constantly. You guys have been very huge supporters of mine on the streams.
Okay,
Sadly,
thanks,
on
stream.
YouTube, things have fallen apart. As you guys know, DSP Gaming is demonetized. I just checked KO Gaming because I was curious. Okay, you know, for about a week I've been uploading videos to KO Gaming. How's the channel doing? No exaggeration. It's making about $10 a day.
A lot of money.
Okay, and that's me uploading all of my current gameplay. It's only making $10 a day. And you know, that's various reasons. Number one, because it's only my new gameplay. It's not all of the gameplay that used to be on DSP.